the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to all of my colleagues, and welcome back for another day of debate in the legislature today. To all of those who are tuned in online, and I do this only on the rarest of occasions, but to the members watching tuned in from closed door in District 15, welcome, and look forward to an even more spirited debate on issues in the morning over coffee. Madam Speaker, I had the pleasure this morning to host international delegates in my office as part of the Duke of Edinburgh Commonwealth Study Conference that are here. These are individuals from all across the world. There are New Zealand, Nigeria, Jamaica, Pakistan, the United Kingdom, India, many in Canada, coming from a variety of backgrounds: health, agriculture, science, aviation, the Foreign Service. Many work for government and health, etc. It was just a really, really interesting and fascinating discussion to talk to them and to listen to their views on the world, and to share some of the practices that we were doing in Prince Edward Island. And nice to hear from them that they were excited to see what was going on at PEI and really had their eyes open. So by all accounts, our future is bright, not just in PEI but around the world. I was also encouraged in chatting yesterday with my colleague, the Deputy Premier, about a wonderful story. He went to be part of a presentation to Ewan Stewart, who was holding the record for the most blood and plasma donations, 1,162 at the age of 90, and really, really impressive. His final one yesterday, and just Ewan, of course, a runner, a great Islander, a great person, and obviously a very giving person. So congratulations to Ewan for championing this important cause and being such a strong leader. I also had the pleasure this morning to have some people into the Cabinet room to present the Queen's Jubilee medals that we've been passing out over the last number of months. And we had some champions from the agricultural sector who were in today, which was really, really inspiring and a nice conversation, and most worthy of the medal presentations. Ray Keenan, of course, no stranger to this, to anyone in this legislature, is a great Islander, come from a great farming family, and a very, very giving person, family, community-minded person. Greg Donald, the President, CEO of the Potato Board, General Manager, just gotten to know Greg really, really well over the whole issue around Potato Board, and what a strong leader he was. Brenda Simmons, who works at the Potato Board, who you would know from your neck of the woods, Madam Speaker, one of the Ryan family, and just a brilliant, brilliant person, so level-headed, so data-driven, and was such a driving force behind the scenes to help us work past the Potato Board issue. Mary Robinson, of course, who, you know, from the Robinson family in Albany, who need no introduction to any Islander, long time contributors to the agriculture sector. And Mary, a leading voice on the national, now international level when it comes to agricultural issues. And Terry Neighbours from Cardigan. Terry Neighbours, who's a growing entrepreneur, comes from a farming family, and I was joking with Terry that he's become one of the business moguls in my hometown of Georgetown. He's got many different entities down there, employing lots of locals and providing wonderful experiences for tourists and Islanders alike. And it was just a great honor on behalf of Prince Edward Islanders to present medals to these wonderful people in our agriculture sector who drive our economy and who mean so much to Prince Edward Island. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and enjoy the day.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise to welcome everyone who's watching online and those who are visiting in the gallery today, and to Anne and Gerard, welcome. Just a little bit of history here today. 2012 years ago, John Hamilton Gray was born. And so he served in the British Army when he was in his early 20s. He retired to Prince Edward Island in 1852 with the rank of Colonel. And he became the Premier of PEI and represented Fort Queen's districts, which would be now part of your district, Madam Speaker, and along with the Minister of Environment in the Georgetown Pownal area. He actually hosted the Charlottetown Conference in September of 1864 to discuss union between Prince Edward Island and its maritime provinces. And that was 158 years ago. So, and there's another fun fact. He wasn't the only Premier at that time named John Hamilton Gray at the Charlottetown Conference, as there was another former Premier. He was the Premier of New Brunswick with exactly the same name at that time. So just some fun facts to throw out today. So today, Madam Speaker, I don't know what kind of day it's going to be today or tomorrow, but I know at 4 o'clock this morning I was awakened. It was dark. I had panting in my ear and warm breath on my face. I thought, this is going to be a good day, but it was the dog telling me that he wanted to go out. He wanted to go out. He was persistent. So anyhow, I took him out. And of course, we get outside and all he wanted to do was play and run around the grass and disturb every mosquito in West Prince. So after losing about at least a pint of blood, I came back in and I was awake. I couldn't get back to sleep. So around 6:30, I left Tignish and realized I forgot to put the compost out. Went back home, put the compost out, got on the road again. Yesterday I thanked the minister about the pavement in Coleman and West Devon, and was great. I hit it at the right time this morning. It was a 22-minute wait while I put the pylons and got the equipment in place, but those days of the Homer Simpson road rage are over for me now. I thought, no, this is all going to be good. Later it's going to be a safer road. So we moved on. Got down on the Blue Shank Road. What is up ahead? What's going on? It was a dump truck in the middle of the road. Apparently, it was hauling liquid manure out of a cow pond, and it stopped really quickly, but the sludge in the back kept going, and it went right over the front of the cab, and it was about 2 feet right across the road. So I had no choice but to go through it, and I could hear it going on the bottom of my car, and I could smell it all the way to Charlottetown, and I'm sure it's still there right now. So hopefully the heat is not too bad today, but then I talked yesterday about the hay. The farmers out in the field. So right from about the Rattenbury Road into Winslow, my allergies hit in. It was a day late. So I sneezed the whole way. I didn't know if I was going to make it. But anyway, I did make it, and now I assume that we may be here late tonight, so midnight, and then, it'll be about a 2-hour drive for me to go back up west, so it'll be 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just going to give fair warning for everyone in here, as they would say in Tignish tomorrow morning. Well, sir, I'm going to be handsome too. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of the Third Party.
Well, thank you, Chair. I mean, that's a large day. And it's only, 1 o'clock, as you say. We've got many, many hours to go, and no doubt the highlight of the day is yet to come here in this house. And an awful lot of sharing, if I might say so, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. And making no connection whatsoever between the panting in your ear at 4 a.m. this morning, I'd like to welcome my wife, Anne, to the legislature. And Gerard. First time. Anne's been, Gerard's a regular, of course. Anyway, it's nice to see you both and the others in the gallery today. Welcome. The Premier mentioned that lovely story about Ewan Stewart giving his, 1,100 and whatever it was, donations of blood. And Ewan has been doing this since 1951, when he was 18 years old. That's 7 decades of, a real lifelong commitment to a life-saving habit that he developed. And it's just a beautiful story, and there's a lovely picture in The Guardian today about it, and there was something on CBC Radio this morning. So I would also like to join the Premier in sending out my personal thanks to Ewan for setting such a fantastic example of giving in our community, and what an important thing he has done. And he was the first ever Islander to reach 1,000 donations of blood here on PEI. So quite a thing. Thank you, Ewan, for setting that example. Tonight, the 107 New Haven Royal Canadian Army Cadets are holding their annual review at the Legion, the branch number 30 in New Haven. And it's an event I've attended many years previously, and I was looking forward to tonight's gathering, where I was being asked to inspect the cadets and hand out some awards. But of course, I'm not going to be able to be there tonight, so I want to pass on my congratulations to the 30 cadets and to their commanding officer, Captain Andrew Kingman. It's a great little regiment, and there's 30 cadets there, and their numbers have been growing steadily for a number of years now. And they're very active in the community. They're whether it's the Cornwall Food Drive or the roadside cleanup or tree planting. This branch of the cadets really does tremendous community work. So thank you for what you do, and I'm sorry I'm not able to join you tonight. And on Saturday, in a couple of days, at the Confederation Centre of the Arts, there's going to be a launch of Julie Pelletier-Lush's latest book, and it's called Amazing Ulnuk, a celebration of the people of Mi'kma'ki. And it's a collaboration between Julie, who I'm sure many of us in this house know, and Robin Grant, and it profiles dozens of Mi'kmaq here, artists, athletes, entrepreneurs, scientists, and many more, and celebrates the variety of brilliant achievements of the indigenous folks here in Mi'kma'ki. So congratulations, Julie, on yet another book. I'm not sure how many she's written, but she's quite astonishing. She's finished her term now, of course, as the Poet Laureate, but that's not going to slow her down one bit. So congratulations, Julie, and I look forward to this state. Most of it, anyway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Innovation and Trade.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and welcome people in the gallery. Welcome people from District 24, beautiful District 24, who are watching from home. A special shout out today to a special couple who is watching, a couple from St. Chrysostom, who have now moved to the Chinoon Wellington, Albert and Norma Arsenault. They're big political junkies, and they watch this faithfully, they tell me, so a shout out to them today. And I'd also like to send a shout out to all the students at Evangeline School. Alors, un bonjour spécial aux élèves de l'école Évangeline qui finissent de passer à travers de leur banquet d'honneur à la fin de l'année scolaire. So they've gone through their awards banquet for sports, culture, and academic endeavors. So all congratulations to all of them and the staff who has put in a lot of work into putting this together. And also to all the students at the Miscouche Consolidated School who will be hosting their grad ceremony for the grade 9 students at the end of this month. So they're working hard and getting that ready, and I'm looking forward to attend those events at both those schools and also the graduation coming on June 25th at l'École Évangeline. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Rustico, Emerald.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today, and of course, welcome everyone who might be watching from District 18, Rustico, Emerald, especially Rick Gallant, who is the owner-operator at the Captain's Cove Seafood, where they're putting in the new bridge. It's 60 years old, but it's still new. Anyhow, he's having quite a go of it, Madam Speaker, because with that construction, it seriously impacts his signage and his parking lot, and so hopefully we're going to find a solution there. But out that way, Madam Speaker, the town of North Rustico is in the midst of a by-election. I don't know if people are aware of that. There's 2 candidates for a single councillor seat. They had their advance poll last Saturday, and on June 19th is election day, so I wanted to wish the 2 candidates the best of luck, David Leclerc and Michael Gallant. And that's great to see that process unfolding. Also, Madam Speaker, I wanted to wish all of the high school students best of luck on their high school exams. My daughter Annika is in grade 11, and I know she's been studying hard and looking forward to it. It's, of course, stressful when you're writing exams, but it also means the end of the year is nigh, so that's good. And speaking of my daughter Annika, she performed with Laurie Linkletter's troupe, which is a theatre school that Laurie's operated for many years, over at Holland College at the Florence Simmons Performance Hall on the weekend in a production of Beauty and the Beast Jr. And Annika played Lumiere. It was her first main role. She sang solos and she danced and she acted, and I think she's a serious triple threat, Madam Speaker. I'm a little biased, but she did a fantastic job, as did all of the cast. I want to congratulate them. Unfortunately, that may be the only performance, because with Ann and Gilbert playing at the same theatre, they haven't found a way to share the stage long term. So hopefully they can figure that out, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, on Saturday, Saturday, I was pleased to represent the Premier at the Shake and the Shingles concert to kick off the PEI Festival of Small Halls. So thank you, Premier. It was incredible. I got to speak. It was just packed with people out at St. Mary's Church in Indian River. And I mean, it was, J.P. Cormier was on last. He said, I don't know why they put me on last. He's such a funny guy and such an amazing guitar player. But Mary Frances Leahy was in from Ontario. She's, of course, the daughter of Natalie McMaster and Donald Leahy. And her father, Donald, I should say, was with her, as well as Remy Arsenault. And my goodness, I don't think I've ever quite seen someone step dance like Mary Frances. It was really quite incredible. And just really, really amazing. And also, of course, Morgan Toney and Keith Mullins were there. And Morgan Toney really brought some amazing fiddle playing, and then you couple that with some of the Mi'kmaq influence. It was something really special. And of course, Julie Palieski Lush was there as well with Richard. So it was just a fantastic evening, and the Festival of Small Halls is still ongoing. If you get a chance to catch a performance, it's fantastic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to welcome everybody that's online that might be watching from the greatest district, District 21, especially Kathy Bolger and Elizabeth Gauthier and Carrie Adams. I know they tune in faithfully. I'd like to welcome everybody in the gallery. Not everybody has the opportunity to have someone from their district in the gallery, and I pretty much do every day. Gerard DeVos here faithfully, great District 21 resident. As my colleague mentioned, he was at the Florence Simmons Performance Hall. I got to attend it with another one of my colleagues on the weekend and took in Ann and Gilbert, and I almost forgot to say something about it. And anybody who's listening, it's a great show. We laughed the whole time. It was great. They even referred to the Premier in it at one point in time. It's a great show about how much truth the Premier loves to tell. So that's awesome. And Summerside was busy last night. I got to attend a retirement function for Marie McNeil, who I mentioned here a couple weeks ago. 48 and a half years with the McDonald's company. Unbelievable. The SRW was full of action last night with a full race card. And right beside it, I got to drop in as a spectator and see the PEI School Athletic Association Flag Football Championships, where some Summerside teams did great. The Intermediate A boys and girls from Athena School both took home gold, along with the Intermediate AA girls from SIS took home gold.
The honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in the House today to bring greetings to all of my colleagues, our gallery guests, and all those in beautiful District 5, Mermaid Stratford. I'd also like to do a shout out to my faithful viewers, my mom and dad, Mary and George Dignan. Dad is determined to watch every day as much as he can, so I'd like to say a shout out to them. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring greetings from the second best district in Prince Edward Island, I guess, Charlottetown West Royalty. Say hello to everybody watching, and just wanted to stand and say I have deep roots from New Brunswick and UMB. My dad was a professor there for 35 years, and he was good friends with former Premier Wayne McLaughlin, and they worked hand in hand, and he was very. He enjoyed working with him and talking with him, and he would be very proud of today, looking back, if he was here, because Wayne McLaughlin was named Chancellor of that university. So a big shout out to Wayne McLaughlin, and a great thing for Prince Edward Island to have a Chancellor of a university anywhere, so especially at UMB. So congratulations, Wayne McLaughlin. And I just want to say a big shout out to my daughter, Kiera Duffy. It's her birthday today, so I'm wishing her a special happy birthday today. She deserves all the best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Welcome to all those in the gallery, and welcome Anne. And I'd like to say thank you for the lovely, delicious chocolate chip cookies that you brought to Elliott, or I guess your husband brought to Elliott River School during Staff Appreciation Week. So thank you. There's never a day goes by where we don't always accept whatever treats that we can get. I rise today to mention that on Tuesday, June 27th, we're having a community function at Mulberry Park with hot dogs and drinks, cupcakes, and popsicles in partnership with the honourable member from Charlottetown Winslow, as well as Councillor Julie McCabe, Councillor Bob Duran, and Councillor Justin Matart. And the Lions Club is graciously donating all of the hot dogs and the water to make this community event a successful one. And we hope that everyone from Districts 10 and 11 can join us at Mulberry Park. Thank you.
The honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise here in the legislature. Certainly want to say hello to all those who may be watching in from up in District 26, Albert and Bloomfield. And I do know, Madam Speaker, that you have to rise early in the morning to get ahead of the Leader of the Opposition. And I have to say, listening to the events of his trip in this morning, that I'm very glad that I was up earlier than him. But with that as well, Madam Speaker, last night I had the pleasure to attend the annual general meeting of Transportation West. Certainly a great organization, and I do want to acknowledge the great work that the board, led by Louis Shea, that they do, as well as the great work that the executive director, Sherry Tremblay, and her crew there do as well. And Madam Speaker, they very recently hit a milestone of providing transportation to those in the Alberton and in the greater West Prince area as a whole to over 1,000 users in a one-month period. And with that, I do want to welcome everyone that's in the gallery here. Peter Mellish, the Executive Director of the ATV Federation. It's great to see you, Peter. And Madam Speaker, I will be doing a ministerial statement with regard to the ATV Federation here a little later this afternoon. Thank you.
Gentleman Minister of Education and Early Years.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's certainly a pleasure to rise today. Welcome back to all of my colleagues, and hello to those joining us here in the gallery, and hello to everyone in District 9. I know there's a few folks that would claim their district as the best here today, but I firmly believe that District 9 is the absolute best here in Prince Edward Island. So, Madam Speaker, it is a very special person's birthday today, a person that many individuals here in this House might know, Emily Blue. So, happy birthday, Emily. I know you've had an incredibly trying past year with lots of ups and downs, but we've all been with you through it all, and we just wish you all the very best in this year ahead, and we are so grateful to have you among us. So thank you, Emily. And on a final note, I also wish to all those high school students that are starting their exams, which started on the 12th there on Monday. I certainly wish them all the very best. We all can probably remember that time in our lives and the nerves and the anxiety that arose from it. I'm sure some very early mornings in preparation. So again, all the very best to our students who are encountering and their exams throughout the coming weeks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman member from Surrey Elmira.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to everyone in, I think what everyone in here might not acknowledge, but would agree to, that it's the most beautiful district in the province. District 9.
Got the fifth now.
I'd just like to rise and also congratulate Ray Keenan of Keenan Farms and Rollaway Holdings. I had the opportunity to tour their world-class facility, and I can tell you it is quite impressive. Even more impressive, Madam Speaker, is the Keenan family itself. 70 years and 3 generations working the land in District 1, and in the words of Stompin' Tom, growing the best dang potatoes that's ever been grown. So again, I'd like to congratulate Ray, who's one of the finest gentlemen in the industry, on receiving the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today. Welcome to everyone in the gallery, and welcome to everyone at home. First thing I'd like to say is the Leader of the Opposition was not the only one on the Blue Shank Road this morning. I happened to be directly behind that truck, and it stopped for a school bus, actually. And when it stopped, and everything that came out, unfortunately, came out on top of 2 young kids standing there waiting for the bus. It was not a good morning for them. They ran back in, and obviously they were going in to change their clothes. We were held up there for quite some time. So I was up a little bit earlier than you, and that may not have been a good thing either. Anyway, it was horrible, horrible. But so hopefully those young people got all cleaned up and got off to school without too much difficulty. I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the Summerside Rotarians for their kind donation of money to supply books to Summerside Intermediate School. I heard it. I was invited yesterday and I couldn't get there, unfortunately, but I did hear on the radio this morning how excited the children were and reading their books and the librarian and anyway, I'm sure the parents, everybody, there was a bit of excitement there today or yesterday, and I just wanted to thank the Rotarians for that. Thank you.
I'll get up and say hello to everyone. Welcome in the gallery. It's great to have you here advocating for the ATV Association. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the sitting. I'll just say that you're going to maybe have the Deputy Speaker in charge, and I want you to be kind. And I also will say it's good to stand and just say, behave yourselves and don't be here too long. I hope when I come back that I won't be coming back here, at least this summer. So anyway, thank you very much. Enjoy your day. And District 4 is the most beautiful and the best. So. Yes, final words. Statements by members, beginning with the member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Sorry. Yes, I am standing. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to acknowledge Queens County Residential Services. Queens County Residential Services, known as QCRS, is a nonprofit community-based agency operated by a volunteer community board. It serves as a resource and a source of support for adults living with intellectual and other disabilities, providing residential and other community services. The organization has been delivering services to Islanders since 1974 and is an invaluable resource for adults with disabilities, as well as for their families and caregivers. Some of the programs offered include various levels of residential housing, such as 24-hour staffed group homes, small option homes, as well as other supportive housing, including family living services and supports for individuals living on their own and in apartments. QCRS operates 14 residential housing sites, as well as a number of apartments in Queens County. In addition, the organization operates the Community Supports Program, a day program that promotes community involvement and longtime friendships. The community-based day program provides participants with a broad range of supports to engage in lifelong learning by trying new things, building new skills, and developing relationships, and finding new ways to move from just being in the community to being a valuable part of the community. Participants have the opportunity to engage in both volunteer and recreational activities. As well, with all QCRS programs, the focus on growth, development, and increasing skills in the areas of independence and socialization. I've had the opportunity to tour QCRS during my campaign and have seen firsthand the quality of care clients receive. Behind every great organization is an incredible staff, and the QCRS staff are truly caring and devoted to their clients, enhancing their ability to have productive and full lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to shed a little light on an outstanding program that is being offered out of an office in the greatest district across our island, District 21. Madam Speaker, that program is Connection to Employment, or formerly known as East Prince Youth Development Incorporation. 4 years ago, they changed their name to Connection to Employment because they now service clients who are over the age of 30. Now, Madam Speaker, this is an organization that is a not-for-profit that relies on government funding and fundraising to run their programs, with 5 full-time staff growing to another 17 staff while they're running their programs. Oh, and let's not forget about the 6 staff that they employ at their training cafe. The programs that they offer give the clients life and employable skills to assist participants return to school or transition into the labor force. These programs are delivered in Summerside, Charlottetown, and West Prince, averaging 104 participants yearly without ever canceling a program for lack of interest. They have different walk-in clients who use their facility to get support in applications for post-secondary, skills PEI funding, resume development, etc. They currently run a program that gets people ready for our tourism industry, where over the 10-week course, not only do they learn life and work skills to transition into the workforce, but they also come with their servers courses, WMIS, or anything else that they may need. Madam Speaker, Barb Broom and her team at Connection to Employment recently took it one step further in opening another division, the Waterfront Cafe Training Center. This is a full kitchen cafe, pardon me, that is open to the public daily, that also serves as training grounds for participants going into the hospitality tourism industry, where since the opening on June 21st, 2022, they have had 80 clients or participants receive hands-on training in customer service, kitchen safety prep, transferable skills, which is the goal of the training center. Now, Madam Speaker, I cannot say enough good about this program, but I did not get the best part. I know really how could this get any better, but they pay you while they train you. So if anybody out there is looking for work and wants to have a little hand up in getting prepared and getting transitioned, this is a great opportunity, and you get paid while you learn. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Madam Speaker, yesterday during question period, Islanders were treated to quite a spectacle from a Premier of our province. Hearing as Minister of Housing continued to struggle in answering questions on the housing file, he sprung to his feet, putting himself between the Minister and a line of questioning that were clearly not in his record collection. In short, he offered a performance worthy of a Georgetown Oscar, Madam Speaker. Shouting, yelling, hand gestures, it was all there, Madam Speaker, and of course, his go-to move was prominently featured, blaming Liberals for the inaction and incompetence of his government. Madam Speaker, the Premier listed off a set of grievances he had with government that is now almost 5 years removed. And as he listed off his complaints of yesteryears, I gave some thoughts to all of these things that we did not have under Liberal governments of the past. Under the Liberal governments, Islanders did not have tent cities and chronic homelessness. Islanders did not have a patient registry well over 30,000 people without a doctor. Islanders did not have to sit by and watch doctors and nurses fleeing our province faster than we can attract them. Islanders did not have to watch 40% of his ICU beds shut down. Islanders did not have a reactive government. And finally, Islanders didn't have a government who would callously state that they cared about safe, accessible housing and then at first opportunity vote against a non-binding motion urging government to take steps to ensure that no Islander become homeless due to unsafe living conditions. Not only did the government vote against the motion, not a single one of their members had the courage to even speak to the topic, including the Minister of Housing, who represents Brighting, an area of the province that had some of the highest rates of renters and housed people. Are safety and sex is so taboo of a topic that the governing party is scared to speak out? Does the Minister of Housing know so little of his file, he feels the need to keep his personal feelings on the topic secret for fear of saying something out of line? Madam Speaker, yesterday's motion should have been a show of support for Islanders who may be living in unsafe conditions. It was an opportunity for every member of this House to stand up and say no, that Islanders should live in unsafe spaces because of forces outside of their control. It was a chance for the Assembly as a whole to firmly stand with those who may be at risk of being removed from their homes due to the landlords failing to provide safe housing. But instead, the government bench refused to stand up with Islanders who are struggling in an unpredictable and crushing housing market. This government did what it always does, and when they face pressure, they ignore the problem and hope that it goes away before anyone can notice the uncertainty and failure to act for Islanders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Georgetown Oscar goes to.
Questions by members, starting with responses to questions taken as notice. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Rural Jobs Initiative program was a popular program that allowed employers and employees alike to gain meaningful employment and develop new skills in rural areas, often supporting the economic development of small communities or unincorporated areas. Commonly known as the RJI program, it was rebranded this past spring by the government and now goes by the name of Rural Enhancement Employment Program, or REAP. That's my understanding. While the name has changed, it seems that the program has largely remained the same. One thing that I'm hearing from Islanders and constituents is growing frustration and confusion about the program administration. So for clarity, my first question is open to whoever on the government bench is willing to stand up and answer it. Who is responsible for the REAP program?
Honourable member, could you please direct your question to someone? Someone?
Madam Speaker, my question was directed to whoever's responsible for the REAP program.
Honorable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to share information today. And I do know there's been some confusion, and we are continuing to work it out. And we want to make sure that those that are impacted by these programs, we get that rectified so that they do gain substantial supports from them. And we do know that the Rural Jobs Initiative program does provide wage subsidies to rural-based organizations. It has been instrumental in creating job opportunities in rural PEI, making the program beneficial for both employers and employees in rural communities, and that is our continued commitment. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to see that this minister stood up and took responsibility for this file. From my own research, it appears that while Workforce and Advanced Learning provides the funding and the budget for the program, the Fisheries and Tourism Minister is responsible for the administration of the funds. So question to the Minister of, well, we go where Workforce and Advanced Learning, since she wants to stand up. Why are 2 layers of the department bureaucracy required for the funding of an employment program geared towards supporting rural islanders and rural businesses?
Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I think there was just a little unclarity at the very beginning of this, that where we were going to go. Again, our commitment is about helping employers and employees get jobs that they need, and they benefit the economy that way and help support them. We'll continue to do that. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the past, this program has helped thousands of islanders and businesses gain employment and secure staff respectfully. I'm hearing from applicants this year that the program funding has run dry and that there are no more applications being accepted or approved. Wow. So applications were not reviewed until April, and a number of the businesses are feeling like they missed out in the confusion that was caused by having the application process open the same time as the provincial election this government called, Madam Speaker. So question to the same minister. How many applications were received this year, and what criteria was used for accepting or denying applications?
Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I'm happy to bring back that information. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So given the need to bolster employment numbers in rural areas, it's unfortunate that so many would-be applicants were unable to access the program. A question to the same minister. Can you tell the House if the number of accepted applications this year is an increase or decrease over last year?
The Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm happy to bring that information back to the Leader. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, so I look forward to seeing that. I can't imagine it being much change from last year. So, Madam Speaker, islanders who are calling for more information on the REAP program are oftentimes getting the runaround, intentional or not, over where and how they should follow their applications. So, question to the minister: if someone were to ask about following up on an application, or if they wanted an explanation as to why their application was denied, should they call Workforce or Fisheries?
The Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think everyone in this room has the best interest of Islanders at heart, and if you have somebody that has a question and you'd like me to help, I can certainly take care of that. We can converse that outside of here. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So my understanding is we have everyone call your department. So, Madam Speaker, I'm being told that those who may have been rejected through this program are being sent to Skills PEI in hopes of finding more work. Many of these rejected applicants feel that no one in government understands their scenario, and none of the skills program align with their specific needs. So, question to the same minister: will your department continue to practice of redirecting these individuals to other departments, or will you take responsibility and acknowledge that the fact that Skills PEI programs are not simply a one-shoe-fits-all solution for the individuals?
Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think certainly the programs that are offered, such as REAP and through Skills PEI, are certainly important to PEI, and we'll continue to review them to ensure that they are meeting the needs of our employers and employees. And I'll take that back. Thank you.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, it's very, very important to organizations and businesses right across this island. Madam Speaker, one final question to the same minister. Given that many of these applicants were late getting their applications in due to the overlapping period between the application period and the election of your government, And given that the program couldn't be properly advertised due to the restrictions about government advertising during the elections, will you reopen the application process, recommit additional funds, and ensure that the applicants who were late due to the confusion caused by your party's decision to call an early election are not unfairly rejected because of decisions outside of their control?
The Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am certainly happy to take that back to inquire whether we can do that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is widely documented that QEH, our primary hospital, is at capacity and experiencing continuous bed shortages. Health BI is on record as saying many of these beds are occupied by islanders who are awaiting long-term care, community care, or restorative care. Essentially, we are at capacity because we are not investing in our aging population and the unique care they need. For 5 years, the system has continued to deteriorate. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness: what is Health BEI doing to ensure our aging population has the care they need and deserves when they need it the most?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Honourable for the question. A couple things that we're doing. Obviously, we're opening new LTC beds in Tignish and Alberton this year, 12 in Tignish, 14 in Alberton, and I believe we have another 10 licensure applications in there. So we understand that we need to increase the capacity for LTC in order to give us some space at our hospitals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Well, thank you for that, Madam Speaker. But it's not going to help this constituent of mine who recently had a bad fall resulted in a broken hip and a broken arm. She was doing a very simple activity, and this unfortunate result had the impact of her quality of life. More needs to be done to educate Islanders on falls prevention and safety. I'm on the record on this issue many, many times. We know once an elderly person falls and sustains an injury, it takes a long time to regain the strength and confidence to do simple tasks. Minister, what is your department doing to educate Islanders on falls prevention?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a good question. Again, we don't want our seniors to be injured unnecessarily anywhere. So again, we're making some investments in the Life Alert technology for safety in this budget so that they can be safe at home, and if they do have a fall, that somebody can respond as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, it's going to take more than an alert bracelet. We have to invest more in this area. My constituent experienced her injury in early May. She's still at the QEH, and the latest news is she may get discharged at the end of this month. This is almost 2 full months of being in an acute care bed. She has been an active senior and is now confined to a hospital because she needs assistance. She's unable to go home. Normally, restorative care would be the best place for her to go, where she could receive the supports and progressive assistance she needs to return home. The loss of restorative care beds is negatively impacting the quality of life of Islanders such she is. 12 restorative care beds were removed from Prince Edward Home during COVID, and they were never reinstated. Question to the Minister: when will you be reinstating the restorative care beds at PE Home that the system and Islanders need so desperately?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the advocacy that the member has for restorative care. For an update, the Seniors Health Planning Table has identified that restorative care is both a gap and a priority. So hopefully by the end of July, Health BI has been tasked to propose a model to the table for a restorative care program, focusing initially on home-based care with facility-based care to follow. So we understand that it's a gap in our system. At the time, we did need those beds in order to care for our elderly, so we will move on restorative care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Well, if they're identified as a gap and a priority, why did you remove the 12 beds at PE Home? It doesn't make sense. And my question to you was, is that a plan to get those beds back? If the QEH is full of people that need restorative care, it's something that this government did. They took the 12 beds out. We need those beds in so we can move people out of the QEH. Is this an option for PE Home and anywhere else? Where are we getting these 12 beds back, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have made some progress on freeing up beds in our long-term care facilities. The Honourable Member from O'Leary and Vanessa brought it up in the last legislative session. We were at about 108, I think, at that time. So we're down, I believe, to about 42 beds. We can attribute that to the RCW program being able to staff these beds. So obviously we have 40 more to activate within the system. We do know some challenges at Cheynou with language, recruiting people to work that are bilingual at that facility, but we're moving in the right direction, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
You have a long way to go just to catch up from the beds that you took out of the system. So there are also Islanders in acute care beds at the QEH awaiting long-term care. They're in hospital and being billed for every day of their stay, billed for services they do not receive. Our emergency facilities are full and no space for seniors to receive care in our hospitals or our long-term care facilities. Our families and friends need action now. Question to the Minister, when will you stop asking Islanders to pay for services they are not receiving?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. Again, those rates are important. We don't want any family to make any decisions based on a lower rate in a hospital. But that policy has been in place since 2010, so they are reviewing the policy, but we think it's important to ensure that families don't make decisions based on a daily rate, whether it be an LTC or hospital. So I do agree that the services are not on par, but we want to ensure that we get the proper care for our seniors in any facility that they are in on PEI. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
It's good that the Minister's saying it's not on par, and I'm glad he's going to look into that. Minister, you're aware of the financial cost for paying for community care, and long-term care is significant for the average Islander. They border on unaffordable after a period. It places enormous financial burden on the families, and there is little to no financial support. So question the Minister, what is your department doing to ease the financial burden immediately on island families literally paying for your government's lack of planning and efficiency use of both acute and alternative care services?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I think we're making investments to provide care at home when possible, and that would include virtual technologies, Life Alert, the primary caregiver grant, which we hope to operationalize this year. So again, we're trying to focus on keeping our seniors at home longer. I think statistically, we have the longest stays in almost everywhere in Canada. So I think it's important that we focus on community-based care so that will relieve pressures on our facilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I agree that we're both moving in. It's like health promotion and health care. We both have those streams to do the same thing with staying at home and being in facilities. But we can't. We're in a crisis right now. People are in a crisis, and at the heart of the issue is simple. The lack of facilities for our seniors can rely on when they need them the most. This is not working for our acute care services, long-term services, families, and Islanders. We need more spaces. Summer is incredibly hard on the problem, Minister. I'm incredibly worried about this, both PE Home and the areas that I represent. Minister, what is government strategy for this summer to overcome the issues that they have in place for space for our aging population, staffing in all our facilities across the board for our seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure we'll have further discussion on the budget debate as we move forward, but we have invested about $2.8 million to our community care facilities and another $2.7 million to our private long-term care facilities, and obviously that's to provide staff, and hopefully that the business model warrants that they can expand in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary and Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a year ago, the Minister of Energy and Environment and I met with an equipment manufacturing company in West Point. Employs actually over 30 year-round employees. HF Stewards in West Point manufacture farming and fishing equipment. They have to operate a diesel generator to get their power requirements to meet the needs of their company. Certainly the Minister at the time indicated three-phase power was just coming soon, and yet as of today we have seen nothing. Question to the Minister of Environment and Energy, while we wait to get three-phase power to the West Point area as well as other rural communities, will we stop taxing the users of this diesel fuel to bump up their power to run their generators?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you. Yeah, they're about to get a 17 cent increase thanks to you guys. 17 cents is going to go up here in a couple of weeks thanks to you fellas. But what I will say, Madam Speaker, is we obviously, I'm frustrated by this because I do want this to move forward. So I've talked to our staff to work between our department and innovation and figure out a path to get this done and paid for because like many of our rural businesses, particularly the ones that are heavy electricity users like the one in your area, we want to keep them there, and we want to make it affordable, and we want to help them the way we can. So I'm still committed to getting that done, and I'll have to get an update for you where it actually is, but
The Honourable Member from
I'm
O'Leary.
surprised they don't have it yet.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary-Inverness.
Well, thanks. I mean, let's say this business has been waiting patiently, and I know some comments from the other side mentioned it's a federal tax. No, Madam Speaker. Farmers and fishers get their provincial tax, the diesel tax, taken off provincially. All they're looking for, because they manufacture for the fishing community as well as the farm community, they just want the tax taken off to be at least on an equal footing. We obviously know that we need to prepare as we're going to need to charge electrical vehicles, to electrify all our businesses across Prince Edward Island, especially in rural areas. What can we do to get some incentives to allow three-phase power and infrastructure to get to rural islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, obviously, the diesel generator is going to continue to become an issue, particularly for this company, but anybody who's using it, as your guys in Ottawa are putting up another 17 cents in a couple of weeks here, unfairly treating Prince Edward Island, who is tackling climate change at a feverish pace. But that aside, Madam Speaker, what I will say is that we talked a little bit about it yesterday, distributed grid, and is there a cleaner path to get to some of these companies if we can run it off a grid that's powered independently from the main line, and is there a cleaner way to get into your company in particular, but hundreds of them across Prince Edward Island? I think there is, and that's a path that we're working actively on now. We're hoping to have a distributed grid plan ready to go here in the next 6 to 8 months. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary-Inverness.
I think it's a good comment that we're saying we're going to try to get that, but yesterday I was somewhat concerned that the Minister made some comments that maybe not every business is going to get access to the power that they may require. And that concerns me. Is there somebody going to be left out, Madam Speaker? So the Minister, I would ask them, do you have any criteria to what's going to determine who gets three-phase power, who's not, who's on the main grid, who's on an independent grid? I think this is really important to know, because businesses need to prepare for this if they're not going to get access to the power requirements that they require.
Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think I ever said that people weren't going to get it. I just said the cost, the approximate cost to get 65% of farmers on was like $25 million or something like that. But all we can go on is people who are requesting it. So if someone says, I need this to operate my business, or I ran into a young business person down in my neck of the woods who sells farm type equipment, and he said we really need to get three-phase power in so I could sell him a better product, one that's going to be more energy efficient and it's going to help the farmer more in the long run. I agree with him, and I think that what I said to him, and I'll say to you and I'll say to anybody, tell us if you need it so we can at least put you on the list. We're not trying to leave anybody off, but we're trying to deal with the people who are currently asking us, and we have a number of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary-Inverness.
See, that's what you're saying. You're saying $25 billion to possibly get 60% of our farmers and fishers access to that. So, when we get into determining potato warehouses that are getting bigger, they're asking for refrigerated units now in our potato storage facilities, and we want to have those products and storage facilities as close to their farms as they possibly can, or at least close to where they're going to be producing it. So do you have any idea how many kilometres of three-phase power that will be required to meet the business needs of islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have no idea at all. But what I will say, I'll go back to what I've been originally saying. The main line goes up the middle of the island. Our power is distributed out to 56 different substations. So what I'm saying is I'd like to power those 56 substations, because distributed energy means you're producing energy close to the user. So we want to produce energy closer to the user, which means we won't have the requirement to run long lines to the center of the island, because we're bringing power to you. So it's impossible to say what the three-phase power requirement will be at that point, but I can guarantee you the runs will be a lot shorter, because the whole basis of distributed energy is to produce energy close to where you use it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this sitting, during debate, I cited a number of pieces of legislation promised by this government over the years which have never arrived. Among them was supported decision-making. a statute that would allow people with intellectual challenges to retain their independence and autonomy by gathering a group of people of their choosing to help them make critical decisions about their lives in areas like finances and health. A piece of legislation was tabled back in 2021, but advocates in the community raised objections to the draft, saying it did not reflect the concerns that they had brought forward over many years of consultation. I am now personally on my 5th minister responsible for this file, and I don't see a bill and supported decision-making on government's list for this spring sitting. A question to the Minister of Social Development and Seniors. Will you be bringing a piece of legislation to this House in this sitting reflecting the changes that the Coalition for Supported Decision-Making spoke about so clearly in committee last year?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. And yes, I do support supportive decision-making, and the problem is with it is that there would have to be legislation changed in order for that to happen. So we're still waiting on that, and that is where it stands right now. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, or Leader of the Third Party.
That's an interesting response, that government is waiting for itself to change legislation. You're the ones that have the ability and the authority to do that. So that's really, that's really not an excuse whatsoever for the ongoing delays. One area where legislation for supported decision-making is increasingly needed is for seniors. With a growing elderly population and incidence of dementia on the rise, having clarity for individuals and families faced with the need for this kind of legislation is of growing and critical importance to the same minister. As Minister responsible for seniors, will you commit to making this file a priority and to bringing legislation to this House in the fall sitting of this year, 2023, that reflects the concerns expressed last year in committee?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. And we are continuing to work on it. I've heard about the file about 4 weeks ago, and it is something that I don't know if I can commit to bring it in the fall, but we'll certainly continue to work on it and find out and get it here as soon as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party, your second supplementary.
I mentioned earlier it's the 5th minister, and continuing to work on it is not cutting it from me anymore, Minister. This needs to be brought forward. You've stated frequently in this House, sometimes without even reading it off a piece of paper, that that the well-being of island seniors is of utmost importance to you. To the same minister, this is a perfect example of an instance where you can demonstrate that commitment to seniors and those with intellectual challenges. Do you believe that anybody on Prince Edward Island, regardless of their disability or cognitive impairment, should be able, under the protection of the law, to identify people they trust to support them with decision-making?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Seniors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, and I don't think I read off the paper near as much as the Honourable Member. But we will continue to work on this, and we will continue to bring it forward. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that workers are the backbone of our economy, and they deserve better working conditions and protections. 2 years ago, the government announced the comprehensive review of the Employment Standards Act. But it's probably no surprise to workers that this review isn't a priority for the Conservatives. The review was not mentioned in the PC platform, nor was its implementation referenced in the throne speech. Question for the Minister of Workforce. Why does the Employment Standards Review seem totally absent from government's agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, the Employment Standard Act is an important document, and it is being reviewed, and it'll be reviewed thoroughly, and I'm happy to bring answers back to you that you have questions on.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
It's very convincing. Last year, the Greens pushed to legally guarantee paid sick leave for island workers. Our office estimated that if every island worker missed a day of work, it would result in more than $8 million in lost wages. Of course, islanders on average miss much more than 1 day per year due to illness. At a time when the cost of living is higher than ever, can the Minister explain why there is no guaranteed paid sick leave for islanders?
The Honourable Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. Prince Edward Island values the health and safety of islanders and their workplaces, and we recognize the shifting landscape in regards to sick leave across the country. And the comprehensive review is almost done, and we're going to continue to work through that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown Victoria Park, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that legislating stronger worker protections is not a priority for this government, but I was shocked when government ended the Special Leave Fund, the only program available to help provide financial assistance to workers who miss work due to illness. This government has chosen not to continue this fund despite the ongoing need for support. Why?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always going to be very supportive of our employers and employees of Prince Edward Island. And the Employment Standard Act Comprehensive Review Panel is examining the issues around paid sick leave and has done extensive consultation with employers and employees at this time, and will continue to work hard for that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each year, an estimated 35,000 cardiac arrests happen in Canada, with most of these incidents happening in either public spaces or at home. The chances of survival in a cardiac event doubles with immediate CPR and early defibrillation with an AED. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. Do you agree that more islanders having these life-saving skills would be a good thing for our communities?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. We do have AEDs in all our schools. I am aware of that, but again, in some of our facilities. But a great question. We'll continue to put them in our communities where they're fit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere for supplementary.
Speaker, Dr. Harrison Carmichael, a local ER doctor, has been working with the national group, the Advanced Coronary Treatment, or known as ACT Foundation, to increase access to training in these life skills, access to training in these life-saving skills and a response to an opiate associated emergency. They've identified partners like Island EMS and physicians to help deliver a training, and they've fundraised close to $50,000 in donations and in-kind services to cover startup costs for a pilot program, which would be about $70,000. Question to the Minister of Tourism, Fisheries, Sports and Agriculture. Would your department ever be interested in partnering on the innovative to train more young islanders with these valuable life training skills?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not overly familiar with this, but it sounds like a good idea, so I don't see why we couldn't look at supporting that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere, supplementary.
Speaker, a pilot program would involve offering training in these services in island high schools through phys ed classes and teachers providing support. It's simple but exciting. The simple but exciting idea would be an easy way to implement a pilot for these schools. The concept is to provide an educational program that empowers youth with life-saving skills and promotes health. Hundreds of thousands of Canadian high school students are trained annually through this program. Question to the Minister of Education and Early Years. Would you commit to working with ACT Foundation to set up a pilot for the upcoming school year to train island students in these valuable life-saving skills?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Years.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Certainly, currently our curriculum in both the intermediate and high school grades teaches our students about heart health, substance use and abuse, how to apply some first aid, and how to respond in a variety of emergency situations. But there's definitely some benefit in explicit training for students around CPR, AED use, and opioid overdose response training. So, Madam Speaker, while the program of studies is already made for September, I think there's a real opportunity here, and I'd be happy to sit down with the organization or have department staff sit down with them, and the department could endorse the program and certainly leave it up to our high schools across the island to use it. And then I think further down the road, as it relates to the following school year, I think there's an opportunity there to incorporate it into our curriculum. So again, Madam Speaker and Honourable Member, thank you for the question, and I look forward to working with you on this. Yeah.
Member from Surrey Elmira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Affordable housing and the lack thereof continues to be an issue with my constituents And in District 1, Surrey Elmira, we have approximately 30 families in urgent need of housing in my community alone. And that is just the ones that have come forward. Many are too proud or are unsure of where to go to even be put on the list. In my role as a medic, I've seen far too many situations where families are living in deplorable conditions or have heard heart-wrenching stories of families that are unable to cope with the high cost of living. This situation seems to be getting worse by the day. Question to the Minister of Housing, Land and Communities. I am aware that our government has a long-term goal, but what does your department intend to do in the immediate future to assist the needs of hundreds of families in the province without housing?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Land and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I appreciate the member's concern and his advocacy on behalf of the people in his district. Unfortunately, no one area of the province is immune to the challenges we're under right now. I will point out that in your district, our department has acquired about 15 units for social housing over the last couple of years. We recently acquired a piece of land in Surrey that we hope to make use of in the near future. I would encourage, I know that there are about roughly 40 to 50 people in Kings County on the waiting list for social housing, and I know that there's about 10 in the Surrey area, but if there's anyone that you're speaking to, I would encourage them to contact our department so that we can do an assessment as to whether they're eligible for social housing or voucher or any of our supplement programs.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Elmira, your first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. We do have 30 families awaiting housing in our community. And yes, there has been one parcel of land purchased in Surrey. I know there are at least 2 more that could be purchased within the town. And there's a couple of homes that I know the province has been looking at in the past. But there has been no movement made in those to the best of my knowledge. So we do need many more than that one parcel of land that was purchased. So question to the Minister of Housing, Land and Communities. If that land was available to purchase at fair market value, is your department prepared to purchase additional lots for additional housing?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Land and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, we're certainly looking at acquiring land to build net new housing units in the province. We have historically unprecedented capital budget to work with over the coming years to invest in affordable housing in the province, and we'll look at on a needs basis across the island and make investments in properties and building social housing wherever it's needed. And certainly if you have suggestions to help the situation in your district, please bring them forward and we'll see what we can do.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Elmira, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. So I have requested a meeting with the Minister and his department, and hopefully we'll have that in the coming days or weeks. The time for discussion is over. We do need to act immediately. So the question to the Minister of Housing, Land and Communities, is your department prepared to begin immediate construction of the first of hopefully many developments in District 1?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Land and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, and the member has requested a meeting. I think the meeting may already be set up, and between ourselves and some builders, I believe, in your district that are interested, they have a product that they think they can offer that might help in terms of the housing crisis. And you know, we're working on many fronts across the housing continuum to increase the supply of housing. Typically, the PI Housing Corporation was focused on social housing. We broadened our mandate to address the challenges across the whole continuum. So we're developing a number of programs and initiatives with many of our partners. It's ongoing work, and I appreciate all of your questions and look forward to working with you in your district.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Accessible healthcare begins with competent planning, which we have seen no evidence of so far. And speaking of, I've been asking for weeks about how many healthcare vacancies we have and in typical fashion, the minister has not answered that question. Since this government has come into power 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, the patient registry has grown drastically in the last year. This government has lost dozens of doctors, adding thousands more of Islanders to the patient registry that is now exceeding over 30,000. It's unprecedented and it's simply unacceptable. Question to the Minister of Health. What is the government's plan to retain current doctors to stay in the island and to stem the mass exodus of desperately needed doctors?
Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if the member got amnesia when he drove through that manure today, but we did table those vacancies yesterday. I do have some stats for you, and I'm glad that he asked about this mass exodus of doctors. Let me just, with your indulgence, in 2019, we hired 19, 11 left. Of those 11, 7 retired. In 2021, we hired 21. 17 left. Of those 17, 12 retired. In 2021, we hired 31 doctors. We had 21 left, 9 retirers. 2022, we had 28 doctors, 11 retirees out of 22, and currently this year we have 15 hires with 10 departures. So if I do some math on that, we're plus 33, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know on that side they do their math differently. Madam Speaker, many Islanders are waiting in crowded emergency rooms. Others are seeing their ERs closed on a regular basis, and others experience long lines to walk-in clinics and to reporting to online services. People are desperate. Yet we continue to see doctors packing up their practices or scaling back due to the lack of resources. Islanders deserve to know why doctors keep leaving. Minister, can you please tell the House what the #1 reason is for all of these doctors choosing to leave our province?
Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do welcome the question. It's important that we discuss these things in a positive fashion. I think it is affecting our recruiting, all the negativity. If I look at 2022, again, I'll give you some stats. We had 22 physicians that either retired or resigned from their positions. 11 of those were retirees. 4 of those still remain in our system. So now we're down to 7. Of those 7, we have a couple that pursued opportunities in more specialized programs. We had 1 or 2 move for family commitments, and absolutely workload and frustrated doctors are certainly a part of that, and we will strive every day to ensure that that number is as low as we can keep it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason why they say they retire is because it's the easiest way for them to get out and to find a job elsewhere. So how can we, Madam Speaker, how can we recruit if the minister has no idea what's causing them to leave? Do you have an idea of what's causing them to leave, Minister? As a former CEO and a high-ranking executive, you must have conducted exit interviews with staff. Do you think exit interviews are beneficial and should be mandated? Will you see to it that our health staff are given every opportunity to participate in these common practices? No, you don't.
Yes, we do. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do agree with the premise of the question. We continually talk to our doctors as they move through the system and they're considering changing roles with us. As far as a mandatory exit interview, we can do that, but if they don't choose to participate, we can't force anybody to give a mandatory exit interview. But I can assure you that we are talking to our doctors on a daily, weekly, about their challenges that they have, and we understand that they do have challenges, so we do talk to them every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, your final question.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, you cannot retain doctors or recruit doctors if you don't know the reason why they're leaving. So Health PEI is not confident in the exodus is complete. We know more doctors are planning to leave. Islanders need a plan that is going to work. We urge this government to table a vision. Minister, will you table a detailed plan to this House that provides your solution, and will you provide a timeline on when we should expect to see it?
Oh, good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the short answer is yes. We are making investments in this current budget for talent acquisition and recruitment to increase the level of staff. This is the most competitive industry in the world probably right now, and we need to respond, and we are responding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
End of question period. Statements by ministers, starting with the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, once again, I'd like to recognize a guest that's in the gallery with us here today, Peter Mellish, Executive Director of the PEI ATV Federation. And Peter, thank you for joining us here this afternoon. And Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be attending this evening their AGM in Emerald. I want to thank Peter for the work his group does in helping ATV riders be safer right here in PEI. And I am pleased to announce the off-highway vehicle pilot project is expanding in the Evangeline region. ATVs will soon have access to additional portions of provincial highways. These low traffic volume, unpaved roads will link sections of the PEI ATV Federation's trail system in Evangeline. There will be an additional 32 kilometers of access to is another step to helping ATV riders travel safely throughout their trails. The pilot project to allow ATVs on low traffic volume, unpaved roads started, Madam Speaker, back in 2021. These sections of roads are connectors to current and future ATV trails across the province. The PEI ATV Federation makes recommendations on which roads to allow ATV riders to connect to their existing trail system. The roads, Madam Speaker, have been assessed by staff in my department for any environmental, maintenance, or safety concerns. Adding the 32 kilometers of access in Evangeline brings the total road access to 46 kilometers. New signage will identify the portion of the highway that permits off-highway vehicles. Signage, Madam Speaker, is being installed now. ATV access will be permitted when the new routes are published in the Royal Gazette on Saturday, June 17th, 2023. Trail linkage maps are also available online. I am pleased to continue to work with and collaborate with the PEI ATV Federation in safe and legal trail access. Our government is also examining the Federation's proposal on annual ATV registrations. I hope to be able to provide an update on that this fall. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Much, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to hear an announcement that's going to help the ATV clubs right across this island, and the overseer of that would be the Federation. And Peter Mellish, welcome to the gallery. I've had many opportunity to have conversations with Peter in the past, and he's a great advocate for the ATV enthusiasts. So it's nice to see the addition of these 32 kilometers in the Evangeline Club. They are a very, very active club. They're very engaged with the community. They do a lot of great work to prepare the trails in their area, and they do appreciate the work that government does to help support them. I mean, there is more to do, obviously. I mean, it's nice to see this pilot project going, but I'd like to see a pilot program come. I know it's going to take some legislation changes, and maybe that's something that we can work on for the fall to get them to come into communities, because every day you see, I'm sure if I looked at the cam on the bridge, a truck with a trailer and an ATV going off our island, and they're taking their money and they're spending it in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. There's a lot of Crown land over there, obviously, a lot of trails. But if we had access from tip to tip here, a member from O'Leary Inverness mentioned the choke point in the Portage area that needs to be addressed too, to make an island-wide trail system. So there's more work to do to have that. But getting back to trying to keep ATVs here and trying to encourage ATV enthusiasts from other provinces to come here is to have access to our communities so they can get in and go to get fuel, groceries, accommodations, what have you. So I would be more than willing to have that conversation with you and participate in any way possible to make this happen in our communities of Prince Edward Island. So thank you.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to welcome Peter to the gallery today, and I've had an opportunity over the years to meet with Peter and other members of the ATV Federation, and I'm it's always important to me that we share the trails that we have and that we strive for safety. Our roads are used by, obviously, cars, motorbikes, ATVs, horses, cyclists, pedestrians, and finding a way to make sure that all of these users can do so in a safe manner is of extreme importance to me, and I think all Islanders. So I welcome the fact that we are doing this in a thoughtful manner, and I welcome you again, Peter, and thank you for the announcement, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
All right, mine will be quick. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first updated satellite images of PEI Forest are now available on the province's website. We continue to work with our partners on forest recovery after Fiona to set our forests on a path that's manageable and to bring us back to where we were. We need to manage our forests using the best available science and with the advice of local experts. So imagery is available for 12 out of the 16 areas, weather impeded images from the remaining areas, but we've reacquired the images and are now going through analyzing them, and we'll release them shortly. There are more than 31,720 hectares of forest affected by blowdown in the 12 areas studied. The affected areas range from 1.6% in eastern Prince County to 28.9% along the North Shore. And we also saw localized windfall of over 40%. This information will help government and landowners understand the full impact of Fiona. It will also help us plan for the future. Provincial forest technicians, landowners, and forest contractors will use these images to continue to target areas affected by blowdown. We are starting with areas of high concentration of softwood trees, and we're focusing on areas that have a higher risk of fire, such as woodland areas near houses, barns, or public buildings. Should a fire occur, the imagery will be very important to help provincial firefighters manage the response. There are provincial programs available for reforestation, including our 2 billion tree program and the forest enhancement program, and the available imagery and more information on forestry programs are available on our Island Forest website. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this announcement today. It's really nice to have an assessment of what the conditions of forest are right across Prince Edward Island. It's nice to see that there's 12 areas done and there's 4 more remaining, and hopefully they will be available soon so that we can have the full understanding of the devastation that both hurricanes Dorian and Fiona did when they came to Prince Edward Island, Dorian a few years ago and Fiona last fall in September. So it's great now that we can use these to plan for the future. I mean, many questions in here a couple of weeks ago was asking about a plan for wildlife fires. Thank God the weather has changed and has kind of brought that concern down a bit to Islanders, but it's still there. But it's nice to see that there is it's going to be addressed and moving forward, so that might give some of the Islanders a little bit of relief on that. And questioning of the new trees, just again, as the member from Ottawa-Inverness asked about this, trying to get the fair share up west and where those trees are coming from. We want to ensure that we get our fair share up west too. So thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. I mean, firstly, let me thank the Minister for the update. He said the other day during budget debates, or maybe even after that he would be bringing this back shortly, and here you are, and I really appreciate that. This is critical information, not just for folks like our firefighters here on Prince Edward Island, but for all Islanders. A quick math in my head about this: 32,000 hectares. There's about 80,000 acres of lost forests across our province. That's a lot of land. Now, I don't know exactly what percentage of the island is forested now. It's sort of varied over the years, but it was at a peak of about 50%. Not that long ago, actually, fairly recently. So that's a significant overall percentage of the forested land here on Prince Edward Island, up to 30%, almost blow down in some areas, and locally 40%. I don't know if any of you listened to Dave Brosha, the photographer, the other day in the morning, talking about his property. He's in St. Anne's, and the aerial photography just of that, and I recognize that this is obviously thousands and thousands of images covering the island, but Dave is a photographer, and the photographs of his property before Fiona, immediately after Fiona, through the cleanup, and now basically bare land, are a real stark example of what's happened here on PEI. And I really hope, and I think of people like Gary Schneider when I think of reforestation and planting back. And I think, we talk a lot about building back better, but I think here there's an opportunity to grow back better, to plant back better. And where we did have, and it's a small silver lining and a huge cloud, of course, but where we have the opportunity to replant the ancient Acadian forests that we had here, the maples and the birch and the hemlock and the red oak and all of the constituents of a diverse and healthy forest, and get away from the more sort of plantation woodlot that has been such a big part of island forestry for so long. Forests cannot be looked at simply as a way of growing 2x4s. They're a way of providing habitat, of making sure that we have a diverse forest substructure for creatures, for shade, for maintenance of the soil, for water measures. There's so many benefits come from healthy forests. I really appreciate the information the Minister brought back today, and I look forward very much to having a look at the pictures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is very important that we find efficiencies and ways to expedite and streamline our processes when it comes to hiring healthcare workers in Prince Edward Island. Last week, we introduced the EIN process to expedite EINs to this country. I received a text from the office the next day, and I want to read it. A couple from India came into their office this afternoon, both RN trained. She is registered and working, and he is a PCW, waiting until they can have enough money for him to enter the 13-month bridging program. She told him in a few short weeks he would be able to get a provisional license, and he literally started crying. Thanked her profusely. I know that cost can be a barrier, and that's why my department has been looking at ways we can support healthcare workers through their application process to join our healthcare team. Registered nurses and licensed practical nurses are valued members of our healthcare team, and it is no secret we need more of them to support our patients. Madam Speaker, nurses who have not been educated or working in an English setting, which includes many moving here from out of country, require an English language proficiency test as part of their registration with the College of Registered Nurses and Midwives of PEI and the College of Licensed Practical Nurses of PEI. To complete the test, nurses will spend between $300 and $425, and I'm very pleased to announce that government will now be reimbursing these fees. This is another initiative we are putting in place to ensure that those who want to come live and work in PEI can do so, and that the cost associated with some required testing fees is not a significant barrier. Madam Speaker, applicants will fill out an online form to confirm they are island residents, that they applied to their regulatory college, and that they have taken their test within the last year prior to registering with their college. Madam Speaker, applicants can seek reimbursement of the cost of fees required to write the English language test, with a maximum of 2 attempts being covered. I'm very pleased that we can move forward with this initiative and support nurses who require this testing by making it easier for them to choose to work and live in Prince Edward Island. For more information and to access the application form for reimbursement, please visit princeedwardisland.ca/free English test. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So again, anything we can do to help alleviate some of the barriers or the pressures that our healthcare staff may experience, or trying to recruit healthcare staff or retain healthcare staff in Prince Edward Island, is a bonus to us, because we all know the very serious situation we're in right now with the health system here on Prince Edward Island. So reimbursing fees to bring those who may not have passed the language efficiency or English language efficiency requirements by the College of Nursing is beneficial. Maybe it's something that you look into for those in the Acadian area. Maybe you have some help to those who speak or to help speak French. That might be an idea there, but we need to do everything we can to encourage them here. But I'm going to go back to my incentives with this. This is an incentive, but an incentive to grab that low-bearing fruit that I talked about earlier this week and last week and the week before, one nurse from Ontario who came here who is no longer eligible because she's a PEI resident who is not getting any incentives. The minister said he had a response immediately after this announcement. He announced, or not announced, he said last week in the House, for giving me the name, I'll call it out. So the name was Monday. I talked to her this morning, she still hasn't heard from you. The one from BC, on Friday, the minister said that they reached out to her in BC, she hadn't responded. We spoke to her on Friday night, she had no response from this minister. So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the minister for bringing this forward. Although I was sitting here thinking and listening and thought, we're saying that they would get fee reimbursement, but on the website it says free, so why wouldn't we just make it free? Our reimbursement programs in this province aren't going so well right now, so why add another layer of work here that's going to perhaps be problematic? So thank you for bringing this forward. This is something that has been identified as an issue for a long time, something that we have advocated for the last couple of years, and I can't help but wonder how many healthcare professionals we deterred from this process. And now, as we look at the fact that Collège de Lille is closing now, so that, that would have been really useful when we had that college up and running. It would have been really useful. So how unfortunate that we didn't do this earlier. So in closing, I would like to thank the minister for this initiative and for removing a barrier that has been identified by healthcare workers. I just wish we would have done it sooner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture.
Madam Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table questions taken as notice during budget estimates. And I move, seconded by the member from Charlottetown Winslow, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Reports by committees. Introduction of government bills. Motions other than government. Orders other than government. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce the bill to be intituled an Act to amend the Election Act, and I move, seconded by Charlottetown West Raleigh, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill 102, an act to amend the Election Act, read a first time.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, like explanation?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a brief explanation. It's a bill to hold the government to account for fixed election dates, and that the only way that a fixed election date can be changed is a majority vote of the House. So, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, in accordance with Clause 46(2) of the Legislative Assembly Act, this bill shall be committed to the Standing Committee on Legislative Management for consideration as it is related to the Legislative Assembly. Orders other than government. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed with motion number 44, open and transparency accountability, with proper notice.
Granted.
Does the member have unanimous consent?
Yes. Granted.
Okay. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Leader of the third party, that motion 44 be now read.
Shall it carry?
Motion 44, the Leader of the Official Opposition moves, seconded by the Leader of the third party, the following motion. Whereas all islanders deserve openness, transparency, and scrutiny of public spending. And whereas public funds are contributed by taxpayers of Prince Edward Island and must be managed with the highest standards of accountability and transparency. And whereas the process of asking questions promotes transparency and accountability in government action. And whereas asking thoughtful and informed questions can help ensure that the budget aligns with the values and needs of the people it serves. And whereas the Prince Edward Island estimates of revenue and expenditure was made public May 25th, 2023. And whereas the passing of a budget is a critical decision that affects the economic health and well-being of our province for years to come. Therefore, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly acknowledges the importance of asking responsible questions on the spending of public money. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to refrain from invoking Rule 4.4, particularly when the debate on the budget has not surpassed the historical average length of debate. And therefore, be it further resolved that where government invokes Rule 4.4, the Legislative Assembly urges government to ensure Islanders are aware the hours of the House have been extended and ensure that Islanders have access to House proceedings.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to begin by first thanking all members in this House for giving us unanimous consent to bring this motion forward today. I also want to thank the Leader of the third party for collaborating on this very important motion, which is very timely today. So, Madam Speaker, I definitely support openness, transparency, and accountability in our democracy, in our institutions, and especially here in our Legislative Assembly. Though this House does not belong to any one person, doesn't belong to the Premier, doesn't belong to the Conservative majority, it belongs to Islanders. So when I saw motion number 43, Rule 4.4, extending the hours of the House tabled by Government House Leader last Friday, the first thing that came to my mind was why? Why would this majority government do this? What's the rush? I don't understand what the rush is, and since then, we've been given no explanation as to why the hours have been changed. No explanation whatsoever. So that's very concerning. This is an example of a government in crisis. That's what I think. There's no other reason. They've given me no other reason other than to assume as a government in crisis who are trying to avoid the scrutiny of Islanders. And as this motion requires majority support, it's quite clear that the Premier and his government know exactly what they're doing. We had no opportunity to debate. If they call this motion to the floor, this motion does not have any debate at the time. It's just a vote, and it's not unanimous. It's a majority decision, Madam Speaker. So I called it basically a muscle vote, and the government has majority. They can do what they want. One could assume government is ready for summer vacation. We don't know. We haven't given an explanation. But, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the Liberals are here ready to work every day. As elected officials, we all have jobs to do. We have a duty to ask questions about government spending. This is PEI's largest budget ever. And this majority government is asking us to hurry up with our questions. So again, what is the rush? Is there something to hide? We have a duty to scrutinize the government's plan for spending taxpayers' money, Madam Speaker. The government House Leader said the reason for extending the hours is so government dollars could flow to organizations. But let me point out, in 2019, another election year, the budget passed on July the 12th. In 2020, the operating budget passed on July the 14th. Until this budget is passed, spending is supposed to proceed on a status quo basis based on the approvals from last year's budgets. So again, Madam Speaker, it remains unclear why this government is in such a rush to get out of here. If this was a government with a plan, Premier King could have opened the legislature early, could have opened it earlier, and he could have tabled his budget earlier, Madam Speaker. This budget was tabled just over 2 weeks ago. The legislature has only been open for debate for, 14 days this sitting. It's the shortest sitting in the last number of years. The shortest sitting in the last number of years is actually 18. And this was under this same government. So I don't know, maybe they're trying to break a record. So, Madam Speaker, there were other options other than forcing extended hours and rush debate. By extending the hours, this majority government is taking question period away from the opposition parties, it's taken it away from us, the official opposition, and the third party, and it's actually taken it away from their own private members, Madam Speaker.
That's right, over there.
This limits us to only asking questions on the particular section of this budget that is on the floor. We can't hold government accountable on any other files during this time. So every day, Madam Speaker, that we are in this House, we generally have an opportunity to ask questions that are very important to Islanders, to hold government to account, and by extending this hour, putting this motion through to extend the hours tonight, The only discussion would be a committee of the whole to debate the budget. So therefore, decreasing the amount of days that we'd be in this House so that we could ask the questions that are important to Islanders. So I'm not going to hold the floor for long. We don't have much time today. Our time was eaten up by a lot of remarks this morning and ministerial statements. So I'm going to pass this along to the seconder, and I'm hoping that we can get to a vote on this today, Madam Speaker. It's very important that we get to a vote today. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, may I welcome somebody to the gallery?
Absolutely.
I see Michelle Beaton here from Stratford. It's so lovely to see you back in the House, Michelle. Welcome. Thank you to the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition for bringing this motion forward. And thank you to the House for providing unanimous consent so we can talk about this. I think it's critical that Islanders understand, firstly, why government has brought forward the motion that it has, that we will be debating shortly, presumably, the rationale for it, the justification for it, and also for those of us, the 5 of us who sit as opposition members, why it is of such concern to us. And it is actually of deep concern to us. This is unprecedented, I understand, in the history of our legislature to bring forward a motion like this. In my first term in office, I think it was 2016, I don't remember exactly, but we had one very late night sitting, but it was for just one day, and it was something that was agreed upon in the House. This is not something. This is, as the Leader of the Official Opposition put it, this is a muscle move by a supermajority government, knowing that it can do what it wants. And in this case, what it wants to do is make the job of those of us who are here tasked with holding government to account much more difficult. It's pretty intense work in this House, we all know that. We sit here for, well, typically our work day is 4 hours. And I can tell you that I'm mentally almost always exhausted by the time I leave this chamber, because I pay attention to everything that's going on. I often, and that's a privilege of being in the position that I am as Leader of the Third Party, but I have opportunities to participate in debate almost all the time, and I take those opportunities. And I listen to what people say, and I must say I'm greatly encouraged by the number of government members whom I see doing that. It may shock some folks at home to know that occasionally a cell phone is brought out in this House, just now and again. But it's also nice to see folks truly, sincerely paying attention to the debate that's going on. And I've witnessed several instances over the years of people, clearly listening and paying attention to the debate, and who knows, perhaps changing their mind. I know that's happened to me on a number of occasions in this House. So debate is important, and being aware and being vigilant at all times is really important. Things can happen quickly in this House, and you have to be paying attention. So, as the Leader of the Official Opposition said, when we extend hours as we do, and we're adding 7 consecutive hours today onto the end of a 4-hour day, particularly when the bulk of the responsibility when we're debating estimates sits with the official opposition. I don't know the statistics on this, but I would say that probably close to 99% of the questions that get asked on the budget come from either the official opposition or the third party. We have had a scattered question from backbench members of the government side, but very few. So we have 5 people who are tasked with perhaps the most important part of our job here in this legislature, which is overseeing the spending of Islanders' tax dollars. That is for me anyway, the most important responsibility that we have in this House. People don't mind paying taxes, in my opinion, and in conversations I've had, if they know that the taxes are being collected equitably and that they are being spent thoughtfully and carefully. And the job of the opposition, through estimates, is to ensure that government is spending precious taxpayers' dollars thoughtfully and efficiently and effectively and carefully. And that's hard to do at 11 o'clock at night when you've been sitting in these chairs for 10 hours at that point in time. And this is not a pity speech. You know, we are tasked with working hard. We don't sit for very many days in this legislature. And that doesn't mean that our work stops, of course. And I think Islanders are aware that this job is multifaceted. But I do think that it's very important that when the hours that we spend in this legislature are spent productively, and that every single member of this legislature has opportunities to contribute as best they can to every debate that comes forward. And there's no need, as the Leader of the Official Opposition has said a couple of times, there is no need for us to rush through this. I cannot find a justification. I'm going to repeat a couple of things that the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition said. Firstly, and we've had a couple of justifications come forward from the House Leader on the government side. Firstly, it was that ministers were going to be out of the province and that they were going to be travelling. Well, you know what? It's important that we set our priorities. I understand that there are responsibilities that fall on all members of this House, particularly if you are a Minister of the Crown, and particularly if you're the Premier of this province. Of course, there are never-ending requests to attend meetings, whether that's FPT meetings, or whether it's meetings related to your ministry, or particularly in the case of the Premier, 1,000 other reasons why he may be out of the province. But we are first and foremost legislators for Prince Edward Island and for Prince Edward Islanders. And I just cannot accept that ministers having responsibilities to travel out of province is a good reason for being out of this legislature. We do not sit for very long. Compared to many other provinces, we have some of the shortest sittings in the country. We have to make time for Islanders. We have to make time to demonstrate to them our commitment to serving them as their elected representatives in this House. So yeah, ministers could well be called away for travel obligations. But saying that therefore means they can't be in the House betrays the priorities of the ministers of this Crown. I think you got your priorities wrong. Secondly, we hear about the budget timing. Well, you know, we have to pass this budget so that we can get the monies out to these poor non-governmental organizations that are going to fold if we don't do that. That is something that is absolutely ludicrous. We know from previous years, and again, the Leader of the Official Opposition has explained this very eloquently, that we have a status quo situation where funding will be maintained to these organizations, and that excuse is not an excuse at all. Things are not going to fall apart if we don't pass this budget this week, and indeed, as the Official Opposition Leader said, typically the budget has actually not been passed into July well, I shouldn't say typically, but on a number of occasions. We're in the middle of June here. There is no problem. There is no rush. And I have to reiterate what the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition said in asking the rhetorical question, what is the rush? Each day that we are not in here for the regular orders of the day, and that's member statements, question period, specifically ministers' statements, we are denying Islanders the right to hold this government to account. By extending sitting hours, as this motion that we are now hoping will be rescinded, by extending the hours today it will inevitably lead to less days of ordinary daily business in this House, including question period. And I can tell you from history that it's not just us that has trouble holding government to account when this House closes. Media, for I would say a couple of months before the recent election, could not get a minister on the record for any issue whatsoever. It was pretty, with perhaps a couple of exceptions. But the access to ministers to talk to issues of the day, serious issues, profound issues of importance to islanders. If you look back through the media articles leading up to the election, the minister was not available for comment. The minister was not available for comment. We asked the minister for comment and they were not available, or versions to that effect. So sitting in this House and maximising within reason and reasonably the number of days that we hold government to account is critical, not just for us, but for islanders and for the media as well. And using this muscle move to close the legislature prematurely for no reason whatsoever is not good for islanders, it's not good for democracy. This is an extreme measure, and it is something that I believe is absolutely unnecessary in the current circumstances. We are now on day 19 of this sitting. Last spring we sat for 36 days. We're just over halfway through the sitting that we had last year. There is no need to rush this. Let's do this properly for the sake of democracy. Let's do this properly for the sake of islanders. Let's do this properly for the proper scrutiny and the prudent scrutiny of the spending of islanders' tax dollars, because that's what we're here for. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this motion, and I look forward particularly to some folks on the government side defending why we need to do this move. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Councillor Malpeck and the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks both opposition and third party for bringing this motion. Obviously, when we seen it, I guess I sat down and seen the motion come in, and I knew when you asked for unanimous support, it was the right thing to do, because I think this is a discussion that needs to be had. So, Madam Speaker, there's a couple things I want to bring up. The way the motion reads is that government is doing something unethical, that we shouldn't be doing this. This is the rules of the legislature, Madam Speaker, and I want to bring this to everybody's attention, especially some of the new members, because you might not be familiar with it. But the rules were put in on January 3rd, 2020 of an all-legislative committee. So the chair at the time was Hannah Bell, former MLA. Lynn Lund was on there. Gordon McNeil, Charlottetown West Royalty. Myself, the MLA for Kensington Malpeck. Morel Dona was on there, and Sonny Gallant, former MLA. So this was brought in, it was brought to a vote. So I want to let all the members know that this is a process. It may never have done before, but this is perfectly legit, the pathway forward. And I must say that all the parties did support the rule change at the time, because it was for various reasons. And honourable member, I do know you're upset about it, but at the same time, you did support it at the time as well. You voted for it.
This was not the intent.
You supported it, and I'm just saying, we're not doing anything wrong, we're following it, and you're making it look that we are. So I want to bring a couple of things up. So this isn't something that we're going to use at all times, Madam Speaker. There was a few things that took place here. So obviously we did have a spring election. There's absolutely no doubt about it. There was a spring election. You look the time the budget come down and so forth. So when I brought this motion forward, we were on departmental 5 out of 13. It is June 13th at the time. And you're absolutely right, honourable member. Some organizations will continue to go. But I want to use an example. Yesterday, I forget what member asked about the rent-to-own program. So there's an initiative government is trying to do, rent-to-own program. We cannot issue any money on a rent-to-own program until that, it's being worked on. Just because they don't bring it in to you every time you ask for a plan, give a couple days notice, they might bring it in to you, honourable member. Give them a heads up. So, Madam Speaker, here we are. All the request was to sit. So to sit to, obviously, we agree with the opposition and third party. There's hundreds of questions to be asked. We didn't want to delay debate in any of that way. We're actually giving the opposition and third party 21 extra hours to ask questions if they choose to. 21 extra hours. So, Madam Speaker, another thing. So when I hear the excuse, we're not prepared for it, we're not ready, we can't ask the questions, one thing this open and transparent government has done for the last 4 years has provided all the documents to the budget to both opposition parties a week before. A week before. The only department that didn't send it, which on Friday, the honourable member got the last department. So to say that they don't know what's coming, it absolutely was there. There's never been a government in history do what we have done, honourable members. Madam Speaker, so myself, I would love to be home tonight as well. My 3 kids, I look forward to going home. But on occasionally,
Member has the floor.
On occasionally, Madam Speaker, work comes up. This isn't something that we're looking at every night. This is a couple evenings that we can debate the budget a little further. We're paid. Our job doesn't stop at 5 o'clock. We're well paid. We're talking in the vicinity of $80,000 to $100,000 a year, and we're worried about staying past 5 o'clock? We have nurses, we have doctors, we have all kinds of people working around the clock. And here we are, not eliminating time, we're giving more time. More time. Here's 21 extra hours for you to ask as many questions as you absolutely want. Next, Madam Speaker. So, yes, there will be ministers not here next week. It is the season of FPT meetings. So to say that we don't want a minister from PEI fighting for federal dollars from every other province in the country is foolishness. We want our ministers there. We want money bringing back to PEI. So, Madam Speaker, with all the issues in the world, here we are, an hour, and we're debating a motion whether we should be talking about a budget tonight when there's so many motions that could have been brought to the floor. So my suggestion is, if the honourable members, not only from the opposition side, if any government members as well, does not like the rule, I think somebody needs to bring it to the Rules Committee and maybe relook at it, which is perfectly fine. That's what everybody's got the given right to do. I cannot support this motion, but I certainly support it going to Rules to be looked at. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to ride to speak to this motion. And it's a good debate, and it's a good, and I'm glad to hear from the member across the way. And I was there, and I was there on that Rules Committee that the member was talking about. And the spin that just came out of that Rules Committee was something else. That was an important time. I was new to the seat, and we were talking about promoting democracy. We were talking about, the argument was made to promote democracy so that we wouldn't sit in the evening, so that families could be together and more people could actually participate in this process, watch and learn, and that was why we got rid of the evening sessions. During that time, there was a motion that came in place, or we talked about it, we said, look, some people can only work during the days, maybe they want to come to an evening session between 7 and 9 and see some important debates. Maybe that's the only time that they can sit in this chamber. So we said, we put the clause in, said, you know what, we leave it open for that under special occasions. That's what we were talking about in that committee. Yep. Now you've used this to add 21 extra hours. I mean, we're looking at potentially 3 days between 10 and 11 and 12 o'clock at night. We could be here, no problem, because I'll outwork anybody from my district. I'll outwork anybody for the people that I represent. I don't mind being here. It's not about that. It's about people can't participate in that because this is stifling democracy. It's not allowing us on this side to do our jobs, to look at that budget. And that's what upsets me about this. That motion was brought forward, and you know what's funny is that here, good arguments, you can change your mind as an MLA with good arguments. And that committee, and I won't forget that committee because I had a view and opinion about that committee, and being on that committee, it changed my mind. It changed my mind. And the arguments that were just brought up did not change my mind to this motion. And I want to apologize for the new members, because you can't. That was during the very first time in my career in here, and it was so special to be part of that. And I don't want you thinking that you have to vote a certain way because government says you do. Think about what we're doing here and how we're taking away critical time in question period, member statements, different motions that you were able to not vote for that motion yesterday. That's your right. I smiled at every single one of you and said, great, that's fine. That's your right as government. But I thought it was a pretty important motion about housing yesterday. That's your right, and I respect that fully. We take away those things out of democracy for the sake of speed does not make sense. And I will sit with you until 12 o'clock at night, any night of the week, to talk about issues facing Islanders. But don't come and say that we were just using that. You're exploiting a rule that we made in good faith if you want to bring that argument up, and that's my argument. I really think that people need to see this. Again, we are at a certain stage. We did not receive the material that we were promised, or it was all there in different times. It came in sporadically and piecemeal, and I don't think it was as adequate as we needed to be. So when we keep ministers there, we have to ask these questions. We have to ask the questions. Do you have contracts with different organizations? What are you doing with $21 million in some different sections? We have to get to the bottom of that. The medical school, we have to ask those questions on behalf of the people that asked us those questions when we were at the door. And they want to know, and they want to listen, and they want to be here and participate in that. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I support this motion, and I plead to every single one of you as MLAs to think about the same way. And I'll be here with you till 12 o'clock, but I don't think it's the proper way. I don't think it's a good way to move forward. So with saying that, Madam Speaker, I'll seize the floor.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Madam Speaker, this has certainly been interesting. So as was noted in here, that rule was added so that we can sit in the evening if there's special circumstance. This is not a special circumstance. This is a government who wants to get out of the Legislative Assembly for whatever reason. No accusation, that's just what it is. A few points on that I would love to counter from the member from Kensington Malpeque, talking about not being able to get programs out the door and to fund organizations and all that. I would just like to say that you cannot spend money on a program that's not even designed yet. And every single time we ask a question on a program, 9 times out of 10, it's not designed yet. So don't use that as your excuse. It's disingenuous to suggest that. The other point is, as was mentioned, I don't mind hard work. All of us in here know that this job does not stop at 5 o'clock. We signed up for it. Some of us got reelected understanding that. But it's not just our time. It's the civil servant's time. It's civil servant week. Nothing says you matter more than making you work till midnight. No consideration to the pages and the fact that they're in the middle of exam week. No consideration to people, civil servants or people within this room who may typically have arrangements made for their weeknights with their children. They may need childcare, and they have to pay for that childcare, find that childcare if it's not within their regular work hours. Did we give any consideration to that with this? Nope, we did not. So I just want to make sure that I didn't miss any of this, but I guess my suggestion would be that we stop this shenanigans, we get to work. There's nothing, why do we have to stay till midnight? There's no rush. What is a rush? We already had the time. Kensington Malpeque kept saying, oh, we got 21 extra hours. No, we didn't. We had those anyway. As a Legislative Assembly, we sit as long as we need to. We are not done yet. We do not need to sit till midnight. We do our work as is expected of us from Islanders. So obviously, with that, Madam Speaker, I support this motion. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I've been here for a long time. There's only one member who's been here longer than me and one other that's been here the same amount of time as me. And here's what I'll say. I'm going to give you a few things to chew on. I did a lot of these types of motions, and it didn't get me anywhere. It took me 8 years to get to government by dealing with inside the bubble types of things that government always sucked me in. Robert Gibbs was great at sucking me into these things. He sucked me in over and over again, and we'd be fighting about things that didn't matter to Islanders. And I will say, when 4 o'clock comes, government's going to put budget on the floor and debate government's work, because that's what we're here for. We're here to do the work of government so that Islanders have a budget, change legislation, or any number of things that need to happen in order to run a province. So tonight, from 5 to 12 for 7 hours straight, we'll work on government's work. I think that's important. And I mean, I'll give you an example of the verses. So instead of debating the budget, we're debating whether or not we should stay and debate the budget tonight. So that's what your work is today. Our work is putting work on the floor that matters to Islanders for money that will be distributed to departments, to regular Islanders, to communities across Prince Edward Island, to ensure that they can operate for another year. And you know, Madam Speaker, that's what we're here for. We're here for Islanders. I've listened to the members ask questions. Nobody's asking anybody to speed up. You can ask as many questions as you want. I've never heard anybody shut down. I've heard you straight from the purpose of the whole questions of the budget. I've heard the chair allow it. I've heard the minister that's sitting at the table allow it and answer your questions. I think that I didn't hear any single minister. I never once did hear the chair say, stop, or we're not going to do this. Like, I think it's been very cordial in allowing the questions to happen. So I don't get this debate that we are somehow stifling debate. It's the opposite. You're going to have 7 hours straight of it tonight. 8 actually, because it's going to start at 4 o'clock. And I think we'll see how that works out. I mean, for me, the provision of the rule allows it, and I think the rules of the Assembly change from time to time, and this is a rule that I didn't actually vote for. I voted against this. If you remember, I voted against this and a number of other rule changes that had come into place. And it's funny, some of the same members who were so proud of making these changes are now speaking against us using them. It baffles me. You put rules in place, the rules get followed, you don't agree with the rules, and that's fine, change them. They're your rules. I voted against them to begin with. I'm just going to finish. I want to touch on a few things because some of you haven't been here prior to this government. I know the leader of the third party has, I know the leader of the opposition has, I know the member from O'Leary has, I know the speaker has, but when we used to debate budget, we had nothing. Like, we got handouts from the Liberal government at the time the debate started. We had no time to figure anything out. And I remember, it was terrible. And I remember sitting there when there was just 3 of us in opposition. I remember sitting there and having to read it and try to ask a first question while the other members with me read ahead to see if they could come up with a question. So I could skip back and read a bunch so I could ask a question. We never got to ask government the type of questions we needed to ask them. There wasn't even physically possible to be prepared for it. And while I understand that this is, I understand you're upset, but what I will say is that I think that I think that we've given more as far as helping that transparency and helping you prepared than anybody ever had in the history of this Legislative Assembly. So the other thing I'll just touch on, I get it, you want to be here for question period, so I get that. I spent 8 years over there. But what I will say is that the majority of the time that we spent in question period didn't help us. I don't think Islanders want to watch us fight.
Call the vote.
I still have the floor. We're done, we're done. Madam Speaker, I adjourn debate.
Thank you.
Seconded by the leader of the third party.
Shall it carry?
Motion 41, the member for Charlottetown Victoria Park moves, seconded by the leader of the third party, the following motion. Whereas Child and Family Services is responsible for some of our most vulnerable citizens, children and youth, Family Services have been vacant for almost a year, and the lack of leadership is leading to instability for those working in child protection and the children that they serve. And whereas the Child, Youth and Family Services Act, which is to replace the current Child Protection Act, has not been tabled. And whereas the Child and Youth Advocate submitted 20 recommendations for the Child, Youth and Family Services Act. And whereas this is very important legislation as it impacts some of our most vulnerable citizens directly. Therefore, be it resolved that this legislature urge government to prioritize child protection by immediately filling the director positions for Child and Family Services. Therefore, be it further resolved that this legislature urge government to bring forward the Child, Youth and Family Services Act with all 20 recommendations from the Child and Youth Advocate Incorporated.
Honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty. Sorry, Victoria Park.
As the events of the Child Protection Act, or I guess it will be referred to eventually as the Child, Youth and Family Services Act, not coming forward. We've been waiting for that for a couple of years and keep getting told that it is top priority for government. We will see it in this sitting. And here we are once again, and that still hasn't come forward. I've learned some new information about that, and so it inspired this motion. So as we know, Child Protection Services cares for our absolute most vulnerable group of people, and that is children who are, through no fault of their own, having to be supported, raised, cared for by essentially adults in their lives that are not family members, that in many cases are strangers to them. And this service, I would argue, is one of the most important services that government takes on at a provincial level. And there are just so many issues with this. Right now, Child Protection Services, through the Department of Social Development and Seniors, is in turmoil, to say the least. There are committed, passionate people working in this department, and they're not being treated fairly, nor are they given the proper support and resources they need to do their job. And if we think about that, who are the people who are directly impacted by that? It's the children that I just referenced to as being the most vulnerable citizens in Prince Edward Island. So right now, we've got 2 directors' positions that are empty and have been so for almost a year, perhaps maybe even a little longer. This is the Director of Child Protection, and it's also the Director of Child and Family Services. So let me explain to you what they're doing right now. So there are 2 managers in Social Development and Seniors, who one has been in the role for a little less than 2 years, one has been in the role a little more than 2 years, and they are off the side of their desk every 2 weeks taking over these directors' positions. So they're in their manager position for 2 weeks while the other manager is looking after the directors' positions, and then they take over the directors' positions for 2 weeks. So essentially they're doing 3 full-time jobs at once, and have been for a year. We wonder why the social workers are so burnt out and exhausted and don't feel supported. And we were short social workers before this schmozzle even happened. This hasn't helped even a little bit. So we have 2 vacant directors' positions, and the reason that we're not seeing this new Child Protection Act is because the work has halted on it. And the work has halted on it since there's been no directors in these positions. So this top priority that we've been assured every time we start to talk about the sitting, we are assured this legislation is going to come forward. We've yet to see it. It wasn't even mentioned for this sitting. So talking out of 2 sides of our mouths if we're calling this a priority. So from what we understood, what I was told from the former Minister of Social Development and Housing was that this was with the Child and Youth Advocate because he had 20 recommendations that he was looking to implement. So I was given the impression that it was out of government's hand right now and it was in the Child and Youth Advocate's hands. But that wasn't the case at all. The Child and Youth Advocate had given the recommendations to government, and it's up to government to implement these recommendations. Because we have them. You have them. I have them. We all have them. The public has them. So, as is the current status, we're waiting for we've been waiting for, at least 2 years for this legislation to come to the floor. It has so many impacts on children and families, and it's not even being worked on right now. We've been stuck here for a long time. And do you know what it is that we're stuck on if we want to talk about these 20 recommendations from the Child and Youth Advocate? I stood yesterday and got some pretty disapproving looks from across when I said that it seemed government didn't understand what supporting human rights looked like in practice. And this is just a perfect example of that. And so this is your opportunity to show us through your action that you understand. And so I'm going to just pick this up earlier, just kind of skim through very quickly what these recommendations are asking for, and kind of trying to get a finger on the pulse of the room to see if this is asking too much. I'm not going to go through all of them. This is available on the website. There's 20 recommendations that were given to government from the Child and Youth Advocate. So they're there for everyone to read. So they wanted to have a child's rights section added to the legislation, including rights to have their opinions considered, to privacy, to appropriate education, to health services, and to recreational activities. So this would be just another section added explaining what the government of Prince Edward Island expects when it comes to the rights of the child. They suggested, the Child and Youth Advocate suggested it be modeled on Ontario's legislation that gives a clear description of specific rights for children receiving welfare services, for children in care, and clearly state the obligations on service providers to respect the rights of children and youth. So again, just explaining expectations. That it should include accessible and independent complaints mechanism for children and youth, including access to representatives and an appeal process. That might require a little bit of work, but it goes along with the rights of children. And so for respecting the rights of children, this should be a no-brainer. It talks about a criteria to assist in court to see whether whether legal representation of a child is necessary to ensure that their interests are adequately protected under the Act. That all instances where decisions are being made that impact children and youth, that their wishes and views are sought, given obviously this depends on maturity levels and all that stuff, which I will talk to in a minute. A representative from the office to get the Child and Youth Table, which is a kind of a extension, I guess, of the Child and Youth Advocate's office, to have a say on some of the definitions. That the proposed legislation should be more comprehensive, reflecting Indigenous rights as well as equality rights of children, youth, and children with disabilities, and children and youth from minority groups. That the family intervention plans that go along with this have a clear statement that each plan must reflect the best interests in child or youth. Again, a statement. A mandatory public review with a child's rights impact assessment done on it. And I will say, 10 of the recommendations that the Child and Youth Advocate gave us are directly from an independent child's rights impact assessment that was done on the legislation. Very well done. So data collection, that the periodic reviews go to the Standing Committee of the PEI Legislative Assembly with meaningful consultation with children and youth. That there should be a preamble in the legislation that clearly states statement of principle that situates the child and children's right at the center of any decision being made, and the definition of youth. So none of these seem really challenging. And if they are, again, I say this all the time, but no one comes and talks to me, I would love to know why. If these are complicated, I'd really like to know why. And so one of the things that we know, the Child and Youth Advocate also wanted the piece of legislation sent to a standing committee, which I think is a pretty good idea, actually. Then we have a really well-rounded consultation process and people can have a say in there. And one of the things that we know about rights, human rights, is that they evolve over time. They're not something that always stays the same. The more we learn, for example, the fact, if we look at the voting age, we now know, based on, there was the Uniform Law Conference, that's what it's called, deemed 16-year-olds have the cognitive ability to make decisions like that and to do that. And so when we learn more, we do things differently. And so adults in the room writing a child protection, a piece of child protection legislation, really can't be the only ones who have eyes on that, because it doesn't impact you whatsoever. It's the children that it impacts. And that child and youth table, I don't know if the Minister from Social Development and Seniors has an opportunity to meet with them yet, but they are an impressive group of young people and have a lot of really great things to offer. So we need to get this right. And something that haunts me to this day, and I've said it a couple of times in here, but at the Every Child Matters rally that was held a couple of years ago, Chief Darlene Bernard said, and I quote, "Child Protection Services is a new residential school." Think about that for a second. We cannot take that lightly. We really cannot. Government has a huge responsibility here, and the minister has a really unique opportunity to show a government that is taking children's rights seriously. This is a really great opportunity, and so I really hope that you take the ball and run with it. And the 2 clauses were that we fill those director positions ASAP, and the second thing being that we incorporate those 20 recommendations from the Child and Youth Advocate, given he is our resident child and youth expert. And with that, I really look forward to hearing what others have to say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to thank the Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, for bringing this forward and for her passionate and eloquent remarks related to the motion. I mentioned half an hour ago how intense the work in this House is, and it's hard work. We all know that. And perhaps the hardest, most intense work, certainly the most upsetting work that I've ever done related to this job, comes with child protection issues. With the breakdown of families, breakdown of relationships, the breakdown of individual lives, and of course all too often the innocent victims of that are defenseless children. And I also mentioned in debate the other day that we have a duty in this House to protect the most vulnerable in our society, and we need to look after them, we need to keep them well. And of course CPS plays a critical role. I mean, I'm sure we all wish it didn't have to exist, but we know that it must, and it plays an absolutely pivotal role at most critical times in young people's lives, because it only ever gets called upon in the most complex, difficult, upsetting circumstances. So it's really important that it is solid, that it is reliable, and that it can be counted on to be a really safe and dependable refuge for children who are in distress. Our Child and Youth Advocate, in the second operative clause, the 20 recommendations from their report, their office has proved itself to be a really consistent and unwavering supporter of island children, of their rights, of their voices, of their well-being and of their safety. And I think the honourable member who preceded me spoke very, very well about the important role of the Child and Youth Advocate, and that we have to centre children and children's rights in all of our decisions, particularly when their well-being and, unfortunately, all too often, tragically, their very lives can be at stake. So I, of course, support this motion, and I eagerly anticipate full support from this House and to listening to others debate the motion at hand, and I thank you for the time, Madam Speaker.
Anyone else to speak to the motion? The honourable member from Ross Emerald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise and speak to this motion because, I agree with the premise of the motion for sure. I mean, the Child, Youth and Family Services Act is an act that we desperately need. And when I was Minister of Social Development and Housing, I pushed hard to bring that to the floor. And in fact, the vast majority of the recommendations from the Child and Youth Advocate are in the legislation as far as I can recall. But it's one thing we have to remember as well, and this is the decision that wasn't necessarily in my hands, but it was. I was, as far as I was concerned, I wanted to bring it. I wanted to pass it. The Child and Youth Advocate is a office of the Legislative Assembly, who is a peer of ours, which is a very important thing to him and his office. But it's his job as an expert, of course, with great experience, to advocate for child and youth and to make recommendations. There is a whole other set of experts in government who, many people who've worked for years and years, legal experts, etc., third-party opinions as well. And I think maybe this is what's going on. I hear the member talk about this has to come, but it can only come if every single recommendation of the Child and Youth Advocate is implemented exactly as they say it should be. But guess what? Those are recommendations. It's up to the department and the government to decide what they bring forward. And I was satisfied with the draft that was placed before me. And I would have liked to bring that forward, except I really felt that it was the opposition that has delayed this act as far as it is. And Madam Speaker, it's very, very frustrating to me. It's the same thing with the supported decision-making legislation. I was ready to bring that forward, and I feel like this is all part of a big political game that's being played. When we have legislation that's ready to be brought forward, and because there's criticisms from people who may be experts, the third party says we can't bring it forward. I was in a role, and I'm still in a role as an MLA. I want to see progress. And this piece of legislation, as has been stated, is absolutely critical to making sure that our most vulnerable children are properly cared for. And Madam Speaker, I mean, one of the programs that gets criticized time and time again by the now third party is our alternate caregiver program, or the Grand Families program, or the Grandparents Raising Grandchildren program. And this legislation has critical pieces in there that will actually allow for legal guardianship to be given to grandparents.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward.
And I was prepared to do that. The reason, and I believe that it hasn't been brought forward, is because of the opposition saying it has to have everything in there that has been recommended by the Child and Youth Advocate. And so I think the reason it hasn't been brought forward yet, part of that actually lies at the feet of the opposition, and they need to take some responsibility for that. The same with supported decision-making. I was happy with the version. I was told by the experts in the department that they'd consulted with the groups and they were ready to move forward. I'd offered the leader of the third party a briefing on it, which he turned down, and he decided to play political games with it. So, Madam Speaker, if this act hasn't come forward, the third party can try and blame government, play political games with it, but they bear as much responsibility for the state we're in right now as does the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Seniors.
Now I don't know who to believe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by saying I support this motion. The Department of Social Development and Seniors has been and will continue to work with the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate and others to finalize this Child, Youth and Family Services Act and hire for both leadership roles currently vacant in the Child and Family Service Division. I would like to note, Madam Speaker, that we have 2 staff currently in the acting role of Director of Child Protection, and this role cannot go unfilled. We have partnered with the Public Service Commission and external recruitment agencies to undertake extensive recruitment efforts across the country and elsewhere. PEI is not unique in experiencing challenges in recruiting child protection staff, including leadership roles. I can assure you that filling these positions is a priority for the department and is discussed weekly at the senior leadership table. Madam Speaker, the Child, Youth and Family Services Act is a very important piece of legislation that I am committed to bring forward in the fall, and I've said that probably 3 times so far in the last couple of weeks. The legislation was intended to go forward in 2022 and was held as the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate had recommendations to the legislation. Madam Speaker, the department has met frequently with the Child and Youth Advocate to review these recommendations, are in the final stages with the drafters of the Child, Youth and Family Service Act. If anyone knows how important this legislation is, Madam Speaker, it is the staff at the department who work with the children, youth, and families every day. The new legislation will promote the rights of the child, raise the age for extended services from 21 to 25 years of age to help you aging out of foster care, allow both temporary and permanent youth in care to be eligible for extended services, promote preventative services as well as collaborative approaches for families, clarify timelines for the length of time children can be in care, and allow the transfer of guardianship both temporarily and permanently to another caregiver, which will help support our grandparents and alternative care providers. Efforts have been made to implement the recommendations from the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate that are legally and legislatively possible. Madam Speaker, I support the Department of Social Development and Seniors. I support the Division of Child and Family Services. I support the staff that work there day in and day out to keep island children safe and protected. I support the children in care of the Director of Child Protection, and I support this motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, I've exhausted my list. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to the motion? I'll go back to the mover of the motion. Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to thank the Minister for her remarks, and I would encourage the member from Rustico Emerald to do some fact-checking. And with that, I would call for the vote.
Honourable members, all those voting against the motion say nay. All those voting for the motion say yea. Yea. Honourable members, the motion has passed unanimously. Member for Charlottetown Victoria Park. Thank you. Is the official opposition taking the time? Yes. Charlottetown West Royalty.
At this time, I'd like to recall motion number 44.
Motion number 44.
Mr. Speaker, motion 44 is currently under debate, and debate was adjourned by the Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Minister, would you like to continue debate?
Absolutely.
I had very little left to say when I had to sit down before, but I just want to reiterate a couple of things that I said. And I want to touch on a few things. Like, to my knowledge, this is one of the few jurisdictions in the whole country that does budget in the Assembly. Many of them do it at committee level. And sometimes I wonder if Islanders aren't better served that way. Like, I know I had several questions that I had take-backs for, which is fine, and you guys all accepted that. But one has to wonder if would it be better suited to bring all of the directors or a number of directors in to answer so you could get the exact answer to your questions. And that might be better served in committee. I don't know, but I definitely think at the depth that you want to go to, I think you might not have the right audience here all the time. And I have my CFO, and she's wonderful. Smart, knows a lot about the department and knows a lot what's going on. So Kelly is wonderful, and she led me through that process fairly well, and obviously knew a lot more of the in-depth questions than I would have been able to answer at her level. Well, depends on what section we were in the budget, for sure. But what I will say is, perhaps Islanders are better served there, and I won't say anything more about that. The CFO, so there's talk about the civil servants having to be here. The CFOs are here now, and they're here every day. They're sitting up in a room upstairs on our floor waiting to come down, and many of them sit there and don't get to come down during the day, so they end up not being able to do their work at their work or put off meetings that they have. Like, from my understanding, any of the ones I've talked to would sooner have their portion of the legislature done so they can continue on with their work. And there also is, so yeah, we had a late election, and however you want to frame it, that on the political scheme, that's fine. The people who have to come down here and assist the ministers aren't politicians. They're highly qualified professionals in their field, and they do great work for government. Because we're in the situation we're in, like, they can't make plans beyond, like, they don't know when they can start making plans, because I know it was stated that ministers are out of the province next week, and I'm one of them. I made plans with the honestly believing that we were not going to be here by then, because that was the kind of what I had been led to believe. So I'll blame myself for that, but the CFOs can't. So the CFOs can't just not be here when their minister needs them on the floor. And the other thing I'll say, and I talked, and then I won't say anything else, promise. I talked a little bit before when we were here about how we use our time here, and everybody's free to use their time however they want. And like I said, I spent 8 years in opposition, and it wouldn't be a secret to anybody who worked with me. I grew increasingly frustrated with doing motions because I didn't feel like we were using our time to the best of our ability. And if you remember, at that time, we did start taking legislation forward. The member from Borden, he had bills on the floor. I had one at one point. Several other members had brought pieces of legislation to the floor. Some of them got passed. Remember the time that the lights went out and Rona Ambrose was here and no one knew what to do, and she had to fly out that night, and the power was off in Charlottetown. And
put another cable on it.
It was quite a fiasco. But for me, my time in opposition, I felt like that was the time when I felt like we were using our time best. And I mean, that's only in my own opinion, and that's everyone is free to have their own opinion on it. The government, obviously, when the government time comes, either has bills or budget on the floor. And I want to note the government couldn't introduce the budget until the speech from the throne was dispatched, so that takes a period of time, and there's all consequences of the rules of the Legislative Assembly. So I'll leave you with this, and it was I despise Twitter, but I do check it from time to time, and I'm going to leave you with a quote, and I'm going to quote Jonathan Greenan. So this is what Jonathan Greenan said, and I know he's watching. But he's probably going to rip me for saying this, but I agree with Jonathan Greenan, and this is what he said. He said, for anyone in #PEI Poly who's who still needs to hear it, non-binding motions continue to be worth little more than the paper they're written on. What matters so far is what you do with whatever real power you have when you have it. Everything else is just posturing. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker.
The member for O'Leary Inverness.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I did want to get the opportunity to weigh in this, as the previous speaker referred that I've been one of the more longer-serving members of this legislature. And so I did want to weigh in this, because I'll say that I have seen a lot in my time here. And I've seen all the posturing, as the quote from Jonathan Green insinuates, and some of the stuff can be very valuable, some of it not much at all. But I do want to kind of address a number of the issues that were made in a number of cases in the speeches. The member from Kensington Malpeque mentioned we're giving you this great bunch of extra hours. No, we are not getting extra hours. We are getting compressed hours. And we understand that the rules of the legislature have always allowed that you can extend the hour, and that was the whole premise behind when we had this debate on changing the hours of the Legislative Assembly. And so the concept was that if there was some pressing issue in the bill, you can extend the hours. And once again, that has to be done unanimously by the members of the legislature. And I've manipulated that for my own advantage by times. I remember one time the budget had to have unanimous consent for the budget to be approved, and I refused to do that. And we had to come back another day. And that raised awareness of once again, the legislative power that one member can have in this legislature. And I think it's important to have that skill there. But did I do that every time that a budget was, or a motion was passed that you had to have unanimous consent? No, I did not. I tried to make sure that it was in the best interest of my constituents, my best interest of Islanders, and tried to make a decision from that. You know, there was some other comments. I've wrote a few notes down here, but you know, some comments were made about the spending. Spending can continue. Yes, it can continue. There's not hospital workers, services that are out there do not stop. This is not the United States. We don't have a debt clock that says that you have to have a motion to continue spending. You know, those are things that those decisions are the purview of the minister. If they want to get a program up and running, they can up and run it. It doesn't have to be approved by the budget. If you do wind up that you're over budget, you just get a special warrant. I mean, there's all those things that are there to allow the issues of government to continue, the services to continue. You know, there's all those things that are out there, but it's up to the minister on how much authority and risk that they want to take. I certainly know that, you know, I've talked to some people in getting programs approved or funding for an EDA worker or REAP program and all those kinds of things. And certainly in some cases, the people in response to those programs say, well, I don't like to make more decisions here just in case the budget comes in a little different than what we expected, or there's decisions by the minister to maybe cut back on this or that. So they try to play it cautiously. And I understand some ministers are very cautious, some aren't at all, and that's once again the purview of the minister themselves. You know, I heard the argument here about can't get to a FPT meeting, federal, provincial, territorial meetings. I've been a minister. There's times I wasn't able to get to a particular meeting because we were in the legislature. That is also a choice. That's a choice. A minister can go. Yeah. Well, Wade would come with me in some cases. Somebody had to guide the path there to get to these meetings. So, but the reality is that sometimes you get to go, sometimes you don't. Doesn't mean that the PEI, the province, is not represented. It doesn't mean that we don't get the money that was allocated to our province on a per capita basis or whatever the negotiations would be. We can send another member. We can send a deputy minister. We can send anybody to represent us. That is an argument that just doesn't. But in the end of the day, you know, the government in the situation in the legislature today, you have 22 seats. You can send some ministers. You can hold some back. You can send other MLAs. That's a choice of government. That's a choice of the Premier. That's a choice of the Premier's office to say who goes and who doesn't. So there's nothing in that argument that we've heard. You know, I really look at things of, you know, we are in a situation here where okay, it is a little bit late. I'd like to be home in my district. I'd like to do certain things in my district. Once again, I talked to a member here. It's a choice I make. If I want to stay here and work here tonight, tomorrow night, or whatever night, I can stay, I can go. I have to make that decision on how I represent my constituents. If something back in my district's important and I want to go to it and I think it's critical, I will have discussions with my caucus members and say, I'm going to have to go to that particular event or meeting, and then I have a choice to make whether I do it or I don't. So, so those are things that we have to kind of figure that out. As far as, in the end of the day, we had fixed election date legislation in this province. We shouldn't even have been into an election. It shouldn't even have been until October. So that's a choice of government that made a decision to say that we want to have a spring election and we want to have it quickly, and then also it's a choice of government to say I want to call the legislature back in session, I want to form a cabinet at certain dates. Those are choices that government is making. It doesn't have to have done all those things, and in most cases, whether we're at the discretion of the call of the Speaker when the legislature sits, when the budget comes down, those are decisions that are usually made by the Premier and the Minister of Finance to say this is the date we're bringing down a budget. We all tend to know about that, so here's where we are. I have always been an advocate, and I've voted many times in support of sitting in the evening, sitting in the legislature. I remember having a massive debate here, and there's many members here criticized me by saying, oh, you're filibustering, you're going on about how far it is to go from Derby and from Milo and from Freeland and Fox River and all those places to get to the legislature for evening sittings, and I support it, the fact that we can sit in the evening. So I want to say that I'm supportive of sitting in the evening. I just don't like the premise and the ways they're going about it. The government is currently to do that. I always support the fact that every member in this House should have every liberty and right to ask whatever questions that they want when the budget's on the floor of the estimates. But I also say it's the important that the ministers know your files. Every time we are asking questions, certainly some ministers know it right off and they got an answer, or the person that they bring on the floor of the legislature with them has an answer, but in lots of cases they do not. And what do we hear all the time? I'll bring that back for you. And some of the members say, oh, we brought more back than we ever did and we gave you some stuff. Well, previous governments didn't do that any differently than anybody else. Yes, some ministers do bring their information out and give it to us in advance, and that's appreciated, but in lots of cases it's almost a volume of information. Half it you can find, some of it you can figure it out. It's not always that easy. So I certainly say that's an issue. I think it's important that ministers know their files, and there's a responsibility on it. The argument that it's 4 weeks, 5 weeks since I've become a minister, or 8 weeks, whatever the numbers are, that's a weak argument. If you have time, I had the file, I've had that healthcare file and volumes of books that thick, but I had to study as best I can, and I do recall there's members in this legislature had me on the floor for 5 hours straight. 5 hours straight. Yeah. And I hung in there and answered the questions as best I can. Now, another comment that's made is that, that the people that we have, our chief financial officer, should they be here or not here? Once again, that is a decision that the minister makes, and who they bring on the floor of the legislature with you. You can bring your deputy minister, you can bring anybody in your department that you think knows the file the most. So that's a choice they make. In most cases, we have great people, and they figure that out. But they change, and there's new people and different people, and that's a decision, once again, that is made. I've seen us here in this legislature waste time. And not to be harsh, I know we all have the privilege and right for recognition of guests. I've seen recognition of guests basically turn into member statements. They're long and continued and go on, and all these members I've seen on Friday, it's about 27 of us are all getting up. That should have been negotiated to say we're going to reduce member statements to just people who are in the legislature. We do not have to provide information on everything that goes on in our districts. When we look at once again, when we talked about the decision of voting, I do remember for people who are sitting in the legislature that We made decisions on whether we stay in the evenings or not. I know I'll give commend to Albert and Bloomfield. You supported the fact that we should be sitting in the evenings, and that's honorary. But for those that didn't want that, and now you're voting the other way, questionable move. So that's something I want to bring up. You know, I just think in the end of the day that we all have an authority here to represent our constituents, to provide ample discussion and debate. I really think it's important that this really should have been boiled down to negotiations. Our House leaders, our leaders, we should have been negotiating this to say, how do we get the business of government done in a normal time, and how do we get the right amount of questions in that we all have ample time to debate this?
Backroom deals, that's a lower way.
Well, I mean, but in the end of the day, the negotiations happen all the time here. Who speaks what and what motions are brought forward. We all tend to know what that is. That should have been done in a better way. I have no problem. I'll sit here until I have to. I'll make my own decisions on the representation of my district, whether I'm sitting here at midnight or 10 o'clock in the evening or 5 o'clock. That's a choice that I'll make. And I'll do that for the days that this happens for, and I will be supporting this particular motion, and I think I've given ample reasons. I could go on longer, but that might be my right, but I would like to see us have this debate and a vote shortly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was sitting here and we got blasted a few times as being new members, and we heard from experienced members what they thought, but I thought I had to stand up and point a few things out. One honourable member said he felt sorry for us new members being told which way to vote. And I'm going to sit here and say I have never been told which way to vote. I've been told this is my seat, you vote the way you want. The party does not tell me how to vote, or any of the other new members. I couldn't believe that was said. Madam Speaker, also, it was also pointed out to us new members that we weren't asking many questions. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I asked the questions that I find permanent, or that pertain to my district and pertain to the people that put me in this seat. I asked a few questions, the ones that I had to have answers for. I don't have a list of questions that I'm reading each one off and then someone else come in and start reading the same questions off again and be told, well, wait, they were already asked. I asked the questions that I need to ask for my district. Madam Speaker, as far as extending the hour, as we heard one other member say that it's your choice. Well, I do recall not too long ago we had a stranger on the floor who was almost finished, and we asked to extend the hour and it was voted down. So I do recall that. I said, yeah, we can extend the hours, and it does go to a vote. So, but like I say, I just had to stand up and speak to that because I was told that someone was telling me which way to vote, and that doesn't happen.
Anyone else to speak to the motion? I'll go back to the Leader of the Opposition to close debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want not to take much time because we want this to go to a vote. So I want to thank, first of all, the Leader of the Third Party and his colleague, the member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, and my caucus members for their collaborative effort in bringing this forward. I want to thank everyone who spoke to this, whether you were for it or for against it, but there's absolutely nothing during this debate, this argument, that convinced me or validated the reason that rule number 4344 was called, or actually a motion was called on it. So there was absolutely no good argument that would convince me that there was a reason for this rule to be called. So, Madam Speaker, I will now adjourn debate on this, seconded by the Leader of the Third Party, and I will ask for a recorded vote.
Honourable members, recorded division has been requested. Sergeant Arms may ring the bell.
Have 8 hours. Hold on.
I think I have 8 hours.
Look at that. 5 years.
You're getting your direct.
Madam Speaker, government is ready to vote.
Members, all those voting against the motion, please stand.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Years, the Minister responsible for the status of women, the Honourable Minister of Finance, the Honourable Member from Kensington Malpeque, the Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action, the Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Winslow, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture, the Honourable Minister of Workforce Advanced Learning and Population, the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Seniors, the Honourable Minister of Housing, Land and Communities, the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Innovation and Trade, and the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. The Honourable Member from Summerside Wilmot, the Honourable Member from Rustico Emerald, the Honourable Member from Surrey Elmira, the Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, and the Honourable Member from O'Leary Inverness.
Honourable members, the motion has been defeated. Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that order number 1 be now called.
Shall carry.
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that this House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the grant of supply to His Majesty.
Shall carry. Honourable Member from Charlottetown Winslow, Chair Committee. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Chair Committee of the Whole.
This is now a committee of the whole House to consider the grant of supply to His Majesty. Minister, would you like to make a motion to bring a stranger to the floor?
I would, Chair.
Shall the motion carry?
Carries.
Wendy, could you introduce yourself and your position for Hansard again?
Sure. Wendy McDonald, the Director of Finance for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Welcome back. Members, we are debating the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. We are on the Infrastructure Policy and Planning section. I have read the section and we're currently in debate. I had, I believe, the leader of the third party. All right, I don't have anybody else on my list. Shall the section carry? Total infrastructure policy and planning, $133,663,300. Shall it carry? Highway safety, registration, safety, and scales. Appropriations provided for administration and enforcement of the Highway Traffic Act, the highway weight regulations under the Roads Act, and the promotion of safety on the highways. Administration, $60,000. Equipment, $16,900. Material supplies and services, $370,100. Professional services, $32,500. Salaries, $3,222,200. Travel and training, $47,900. Grants, $50,000. Total registration, safety, and scales, $3,799,600. Lead of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So salaries have sort of fluctuated here between last year's estimate and forecast. They were down 300,000 and now they're up 500,000 between the forecast and the estimate for this year. Can you explain what's going on there?
The salaries that would be down between the budget estimate for 2022-23 and the forecast would be as a result of positions that were not filled that were budgeted for. The increase would be due to incremental steps, reclassifications, and honoring of collective agreements.
Okay.
Lead of the third party.
That can't explain $500,000 increase, so I'm wondering how many positions that represents that were unfilled last year and hopefully will be filled this year, presumably.
There's approximately 14 positions that were vacant at some point during the year. They are ongoing right now. There's been positions posted through PSC and working through the process of filling those positions. The increased budget over budget is due to collective agreement increases, reclassifications, and more normal.
Yeah. Thanks, Wendy.
Lead of the third party.
Is there a particular reason? That seems like an awful lot of positions in a fairly small department. I know labor force issues are pervasive everywhere, but
Somebody's not happy.
Is there a particular reason why we're struggling to fill that number of positions in this department?
We've had a number of retirements in this position, and as well as other employees taking leaves or temporary assignments with the other divisions or other departments.
Lead of the third party.
That wouldn't explain why it's difficult to replace them. I understand why some of them may have gone, but I'm wondering if this is typical for the rest of your department, Minister, this number of vacancies.
Certainly, it is going to vary from year to year. It's going to vary from section to section within the department.
Lead of the third party.
Thanks. I'll move on from that. This section is on safety, and I'm wondering what the department does to promote the safety of cyclists here on Prince Edward Island. We're seeing more and more folks getting on bikes on provincial highways. There was a pretty serious accident just a week or so ago, and I'm wondering whether there's money set aside for that.
Currently, the division has, I believe it is 9 enforcement officers, highway enforcement officers and safety officers on the road. They would work in conjunction with policing services.
Lead of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. And presumably those officers will be looking at all infractions or potential infractions with the Highways Traffic Act, or is that specifically for cyclists?
That would be all Highway Traffic Act.
Right.
Lead of the third party.
Can you tell me what measures we're funding specifically related to cyclists? Strikes me that should be aimed at car drivers rather than cyclists. That's where obviously where the issue lies.
I would have to bring that back.
Lead of the third party.
Okay, I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to ask about, again, just picking up off of safety. Do we have enough enforcement officers? I'll just tell the Minister, in my area, there's a major round point coming in from Cornwall into the city that's a problem for safety. And I've been over this both with cycling and whatnot. How do we enforce violations in round points, speed, various things? How are we doing that?
Chair.
Yep, you go ahead.
I think there are certainly a number of initiatives, and, I'll digress here to a certain extent. But you look at the roundabouts, just for example, that we have put in place. I know the honourable member from O'Leary Inverness could back me up on this. At O'Leary Corner, the improvements to the safety since that roundabout went in place. And that's not only going to be for drivers of automobiles, trucks, certainly it's going to improve the safety right across the board for cyclists, ones that are walking. You look at our active transportation initiatives, both within our provincial budget and active transportation initiatives through ISIP. You look at, and I think, and certainly being more familiar with the western part of the province, but the number of additional light speed when you're coming into a speed zone, for example, that's giving you that information right there in front of your face that if you're speeding or you're not speeding. Anytime that there is a serious accident, staff from the department, together with RCMP or with local police, law enforcement officers, they will actually, as they should, but do a review. Okay, is there certain conditions that brought this about? Are there changes in the structure, say, of the highway, sight lines, things along that line? So I wouldn't say that there is just one initiative. It's across the board. It's a variety. Thank you, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yeah, and that's a great answer. I'm glad the minister were having this conversation. And I guess where I'm going is that roundabout was in. Nobody knew what was going to happen to it, and didn't foresee traffic coming in one direction so quickly. And my question to you is, Minister, why, when we're putting in roundabouts with that much traffic, wouldn't we install the safety precautions? Like we see them now. Sometimes we put a roundabout in. Now, the one in St. Peter's Road, they have the flashing lights. They were installed when it was being created. Why can't we make that policy with all new roundabouts coming into the province?
Chair?
Yeah, you always go ahead.
Yes. I appreciate the feedback and the suggestion. Certainly we'll take that back to the department for discussion.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yeah, and I mean, and I guess my original question was like, you talk about 9 enforcement officers. To police roundabouts, I guess they're being policed by RCMP and the city police. Would the enforcement officers, I came to the former minister with a concern. There was a construction project in my riding which saw thousands of cars displaced in the Beach Grove. It was no fault of the provincial government. It was just a colossal mess of traffic. We're all trying to get out, and I asked the province to help me out with a kind of an enforcement officer to monitor traffic flow so people could get out. They were waiting an hour. When that happens, would it be the enforcement officers that, if I made a request like that and saw this problem coming, who from your department would be able to help me out, and do we have enough staff if situations like that arise?
The director of the department certainly in this section could certainly help you out, and I will certainly provide the name to you.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Because I know they went out for about an hour one day, but the problem lasted about 30 days. So I'm not saying that it wasn't the province's creation and then traffic backed up to Cornwall, and it was a major, it just probably took a little bit of foreseeing in that. So that was my question. And bikes and round points are very, very important. So is there any training that we're looking at doing, either with motorists in this section? I know your training budget here is 47.9. Is there any training to talk about safety within round points or changes?
The budget in this section would be for training for the staff for the position that they're acting in, or encumbered in, I should say.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, so under professional services or salaries, do we have anybody that leads up the safety section when cars mix with bicycles, mix with motorized vehicles? Do we have enough staff there? It just seems like it's becoming an increasing problem. There's more motorized scooters on, and I think, can you talk a little bit about, do we have enough funds for the onslaught of motorized scooters that we're going to see, especially in the summer? We have new motorists on the roadways. We have scooters coming in that don't know the roads as well. Can you talk a little bit about if we're ready for that next phase, and motorized bicycles as well?
I would have to speak to the director specifically about that and bring that back to you.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, and when you speak to the director, can you ask him if the policy could be, if there's some safety, if we could do more on safety, both within the municipalities. I know we get into these jurisdictional things with municipalities and provincial stuff. If we could have a provincial program set up to really concentrate on safety and allocate dollars for that, I think it's worthwhile. I'm just nervous with people trying new things, and it only takes a few incidents. So, can you commit to that for me?
Chair?
Yes.
What I will commit to Charlottetown West Royalty, and I've seen it, your passion for fitness, for safety, and I do appreciate that, certainly do. What I will commit to is to have an ongoing discussion with you as far as to garner your feedback, your suggestions, and how we can best work together.
Great, perfect. Thank you,
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you,
More
Minister.
questions?
Yeah, just the grant section. Could you tell me what that $50,000 is for? It seems static, the whole from year to year. Was that money spent fully last year, and what is that line for? Thank you.
It is to PEI Snowmobile Association.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Oh, so that's a $50,000 grant goes to them. In this section, is there no other grants needed, or would that just be in other sections? Just a flat $50,000 to the snowmobile. Well, what would be that? What's that for? Just a grant for their operations?
Yes.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's it for me for right now. Thank you.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. I'm going to use an example in my own district, but I think it's sort of emblematic of what's happening across the province, where places in the country which were sparsely populated, there's been a lot of development, and roads that were perhaps suited to low volumes of traffic are now very unsuited to the volumes of traffic. I'm talking about the Kingston Road. We chatted about it in your office actually a month or so ago. Mm-hmm. And in a situation like that, I mean, I just got an email yesterday actually from a resident on the Kingston Road, quite distraught, so family with young kids, about the speed of traffic on the road, the lack of paved shoulders, poor sight lines, like all of the things that make it unsafe, inherently unsafe. And I'm wondering what, there are certain measures. It's a speed limit of 80 along there, but as always, people go above the speed limit. How many of those sort of it's not photo radar, but the light up signs with your speed on them, how many of them do we have across the island?
We'll bring that back.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Have you found, are there any stats or data to suggest that those are effective in causing people to slow down?
Excellent question. I don't have data right certainly at my fingertips here, but more than happy member to go back to the department, see what is available, and bring it back.
Right.
Leader of the third party.
Do you have any idea, Minister, what one of those, typically done in pairs, what one of those signs costs?
Bring that back.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
So are there, again, talking about traffic safety and spending money in the most efficient, effective way we can, in a situation like I described in my sort of preamble here, where we have roads that are really not built to the volume of traffic that's there now, does the province have a plan? Like, how do we monitor traffic numbers on all of these sort of arterial roads, or secondary roads, and pick the ones that are perhaps most heavily traveled for road work? Like, how is that decision made?
Again, great question, member. As I understand now, certainly we will bring the information back on this, but you have traffic counters. You've likely seen those ones that go across the road, and every time a vehicle goes over it, it's going to click in. But just how many we have and how it is determined where they're going to be utilized at and how often they're going to be utilized at, we'll bring that information back.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. And I know, having spoken on numerous occasions about roads other than the Trans-Canada Highway and Highway 2, which are basically the only ones that we salt during the winter, that road traffic counts are that's the deciding factor in where we expand if we do that salting of the roads. So I'm assuming from that we have pretty good idea of up-to-date road traffic counts on our roads. And again, just because this Kingston Road is something that just keeps coming up in my district, and we've really no work has been done on it for a very long time. What can I do as a representative for the people who are concerned about that to move that road to the top of the list, if that's an appropriate thing to do? Like, what roads are at the top of that list for safety?
Could you reiterate the question, please, or rephrase it?
Sure. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that we have endless safety problems on our roads, of course. But higher traffic and increased speeds is not a good combination. We have that on a number of rural roads. This particular road, Highway 235, the Kingston Road, is much more heavily traveled than it ever has been because there's so much development there. It strikes me that that should be a road, and no doubt there are other examples in other people's districts, but for me, that's a road that I hear constantly is a safety hazard, and indeed there was a pretty, well, what could have been a very serious bus accident on it at the corner of Bannockburn Road a couple of years ago. So I guess I'll reiterate the first question asked was, how does the department decide where the safety issues are, and how do they allocate the funds to improve safety in those areas that they have identified as being the worst in the province?
Thank you for the rephrasing, if you like, of that. Certainly there'd be a number of different factors, and any ones that I do overlook here, certainly will bring them back. But always, I know that the department always welcomes feedback from every MLA right across the province, such as the opportunity that we gave you, Honourable Member, for the feedback and your suggestions. So that certainly does play a role. You look at situations like I had mentioned, the O'Leary Roundabout, the construction of it, the expenditure involved in it, looking at, okay, that was a dangerous intersection. There had been a number of fatalities there over the years. You look at what needs to be done and what was done there. So you look at the history of a section of road, and also rely certainly on the great staff that I have in the department, that that is something that they are out monitoring road conditions in great weather and in the worst of storms too, to find out just where improvements need to be made. So it's not for me to say that there is one thing that actually dictates where the expenditure is going to be. It would be multifaceted, but any ones that I have not covered here, certainly, Honourable Member, I will bring them back.
Final question on this, Chair. Thank you. So what safety measures, short of, realignment and all those like very, very expensive options, what sort of fairly affordable safety options are available for a rural road in a situation like this to improve the safety?
Safety options for a rural road?
Expenditures in this department that could improve safety on a road, such as the Kingston Road?
Well, certainly, and again, I am going to be putting forward, I guess, my personal opinions, which are a layperson's opinions, I'll be honest, but also more than happy to bring back from the department initiatives as well, but certainly maintaining markings on the roads. I think one of the things that I found extremely helpful personally is the reflective
With the cat's eyes in the middle. Yep.
That's right. That you really see, even if it's an extremely wet, foggy night, they still jump out at you. It's like you think of an aircraft coming in on the runway, you could, you know, where the center of that roadway is very important. Again, going back to the department to bring back, additional information as to some of the other initiatives. We spoke here very briefly too about, and I don't know the technical name for them, but the speed indicator lights as you're coming into an area, as you're coming into a speed zone, all of these things. So again, to me, it's not just one, it's a number of initiatives or things to do right across the board.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Minister. I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Just want to remind the members as well, I think we veered into highway maintenance there rather than the promotion of safety on highways, but I appreciate the conversation. But just a reminder that we could try and stick on task here. Who, Minister? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Under professional services, you have consulting fees for $39,748. What is that for?
That was a consultant that was brought in to help provide information on that for one of our vacant positions. It was an employee who previously had retired and was backfilling while we staffed the position.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to get my head around that. So it was a vacant position, you brought someone in just for the interim, just to fill that vacancy, and their salary came out of a grant line?
It was an employee that had previously retired. So while we were filling the position they retired from, we brought him back on contract while the staffing process was.
Okay, I got it. Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Chair, thank you. Vendors under 5,000, you have Alliance Security Systems. What was that for?
Can I ask which page you're on?
Well, I'm not sure if you go with a page number, but it's DC1C1? DT, sorry.
DCI.
What did I say? Oh, yeah, C1. Yeah.
I'm sorry, and the vendor's name was Alliant.
Pardon me?
The vendor's name was, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your vendor's name.
Alliance Security Systems.
That would be for alarm monitoring.
Leader of the Opposition.
For
Alarm system monitoring, your monthly monitoring charges.
for the buildings or for, okay, not for vehicles?
No.
Okay.
The Opposition.
Thank you very much. So I know in the conversation you had with the leader of the third party, you were talking about highway safety and different, that they would review, look for potential hazards on the road and such, and you talked about the roundabouts at O'Leary Corner, let's say. So I'm not sure if this is here or traffic operations, but have you, and I know we share this intersection, it's the intersection Prophets Corner. Has that, any concerns been brought forward to you regarding that intersection and what could be done to make it a little bit more safe?
Thank you for the question. Actually, it was something after I come into the ministry here as Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, but I did follow up on, and certainly will bring the information back, but have had a number of inquiries over the last 5-6 week period, right from tip to tip in the province. But if I do recall correctly, that there have not been major incidents at that, but at that particular corner. I'm certainly aware of where you're speaking at, but I'll certainly bring the information back to to the member and to the legislature here.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, there's been a number of minor accidents and that, but it has the potential to have some a really dangerous. It is dangerous. So, is this also where I talk about stop signs that are illuminated in areas, especially rural areas of Prince Edward Island, where you're going down an on-lit road with no streetlights, or all of a sudden you come to a stop sign?
And that would be under the traffic control.
Okay, so that's traffic operations?
Leader of the Opposition.
That's everything for this section.
Shall the section carry? Or sorry, Charlottetown, Winslow.
And my question just kind of revolves around Winslow. Specifically, I know that Charlottetown West Royalty was asking questions, and I didn't hear the question. I do apologize, but hopefully it's not. So when, like, one of the biggest problems we have as city MLAs is a lot of times people say, hey, have you ever looked at changing the road, or can they make improvements to make this road a little bit safer? And you always get, okay, well, that's a city issue, or that's a provincial issue. And the area that I'm talking about specifically is at the corner of Melody Lane and the number 2 highway, or the Malpeque Road. So my question to you, Minister, I guess, is, this has been brought to me, but the safety issue is when I'm turning out onto the Malpeque Road, that's where the safety issue becomes, but I'm leaving a city street to go onto a provincial highway. So my question to you is, is it the city's responsibility to bring that to the province, or does the province proactively go and recognize these areas that are, because again, they are like, and especially in that zone, you're going onto a 70 zone from a city, right? From a city point of view. I don't know if that question makes sense, Chair, or not, but.
That's not for me to decide.
No, I think it does make sense, and it is, as I take it, the reason that you're bringing it forward in this section is because of your concern with regard to safety. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. It is certainly warrants looking into further. I know that we have had the discussions on it, member, and that there is a meeting set up soon for us to further that discussion.
Charlie Winslow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. And I just wanted that on the record because I get to ask that question so many times, especially at that area. And then the second part to that is, and I know the leader of the third party mentioned this, is like where you're going into different speed zones, you know what I mean? Because if you're coming, when you're leaving Winslow at the top of the hill on the Malpeque Road, you're leaving an 80 zone, you're going into a 50 zone as you drive through Winslow, like around the petrol can and into Melody Lane. Then you go back into a 70 zone. As soon as you cross the Sherwood Road, you're back into a 50 zone. So people have brought it to me. And again, I always state that I'm not a traffic expert. I don't, you know what I mean? I leave that to the experts. But they say it might be better if that was a unified speed zone, because then your people are hitting the gas, people are hitting the brakes. So I don't know if again, looking at a safety point of view, if your department has ever looked at making that a unified speed zone.
Thank you for the question, and I'm in the very same boat as you. I'm not a professional when it comes to these things. What I would suggest to yourself, and certainly any other members here in the legislature, any members in the public for that matter, if they do have a safety concern and if they do have a suggestion to put forward to me as minister and into the department, certainly I will funnel it through to the experts for review.
I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. I got another grant for $50,000 for the PI Snowmobile Association. Has there been any conversation with the association for more funding?
In the current year, there's an additional $20,000 paid out over what was originally budgeted to help with their operations in the trail loading program. To the best of my knowledge, that was a one-time increase in their grant funding.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. So in the past, has it been 50,000 or?
Yes.
It's always been 50,000 with that one time? Okay, perfect. No, that's it.
Shall this section carry?
Carry.
Total highway safety, $3,799,600. Shall carry.
Carry.
Land and Environment. Land and Environment appropriations provided for staff, environmental services to department operations, management of provincial crown lands, and survey operations of the department. Administration, $144,700. Equipment, $11,700. Material supplies and services, $256,100. Professional services, $297,000. Salaries, $2,503,600. Travel and training, $99,400. Total land and environment, $3,312,500. Are there any questions in this section? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Salary, there's an increase of $200,000. Did you add a few positions into that, or what can the explanation be? Because there was an underspend, and then now it's up $200,000 more than what was estimated last year.
Okay, there is one new position in this division, Climate Change Adaptation Coordinator.
Chair?
Leader of the Opposition.
And that would be $200,000 salary?
No.
Okay.
In addition, no, it's fair point, fair point. No, it's not. In top of that, or coupled with that, would be your increment steps, your potential reclassifications, so on.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Just one quick look here. So under vendors under 5,000, you have a list of them. I'm thinking some of them must be just for like, you know, you have, can you explain some of what the purpose of giving grants to, or to these vendors that are listed? Like Legacy Realty Services, Shared Solutions, Stokes Property Appraisal, City of Summerside, Finance, I don't know, Upton Farmtown Trust, and Stuart Calvary, sorry.
So these wouldn't be grants, these would be invoices less than, or total spent to that vendor less than $5,000. So it could be for a property appraisal, it could be for a permit for something, survey services, legal services, and that type of property-related expenditures.
Leader of the Opposition.
So under professional services regarding land-related matters, there's an expenditure of $5,432. Who was that to and what was it for?
That will be for legal services.
So
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay. Who would you pay to have that service? Who is it paid to?
That would be to Key Murray Law Firm.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
That's fine, yeah.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thanks. Can you just explain what the management of Crown lands encompasses? Like what is that? Provincial Crown lands.
So it is to provide core land management and administration for all government lands, holdings, and real estate services on behalf of all government departments. This would be to purchase lands for government, to maintain these lands, well, I shouldn't say maintain these lands, to assess the lands and whatnot. It's for the purchase and sales of properties, basically.
Okay.
Leader of the Third Party.
And do we have a list of those, like a comprehensive list of the publicly owned lands on the island? Is this where it would be held in this department?
Yes, it would be held in this department.
Okay.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thanks, Chair. And this department is land and environment, and I'm wondering whether, you know, the work that we do in combination with the Island Nature Trust, for example, when lands are gifted to the provinces, would they be held, but would they be accounted for and on a list here in this department?
The purchase and sale, or the purchase of land or donation of land is part of government's capital accounts. They're held in trust. They are part of the department's capital, and yes, they will be held in this.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
And when we expropriate land for whatever, and that sometimes happens with TI, of course, with those, all of those expropriated lands, even if they're not used immediately, and I know when the Cornwall Bypass, for example, was built, those lands were in some cases expropriated many, many years before with a plan to do that. Would all of those pieces of land be available on this database?
The pieces of land would be, again, in our capital budget at the time that they were expropriated. So if you're referring to lands that were years ago, then they would have been in our capital budget years ago.
Right.
Leader of the third party.
I'm asking all these because I know we have a particular percentage of the land base here on PEI that we're hoping to reach as protected land. I realize that's the purview of another department, but if the list is held here, is that list publicly available, Wendy?
I'm not sure of that.
Could you? I'd be really interested to find that out.
Leader of the third party.
I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you very much. Just when you mentioned the new position, the Climate Change Adaptation Coordinator, do they work in conjunction with the Environment, Department of Environment, and was that thought about having that person in that section? Why is it important for them to be in this section versus?
Yep. My understanding is that the individual that will be in this position, that they will work on like committees across government that are related to climate action, climate change.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Do they work directly with the Department of Environment? Like, is that, would they, climate change? Just seems like climate change position would be over there.
Well, I think it shows, honorable member, that it's not an initiative when we look at climate change like so many other things, not an initiative of just one department's responsibility, but to work together.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So with this land and environment, what, and it's dealing with provincial crown lands, obviously there's been a lot of damage. What role does this section in transportation play with the damage from Fiona? What has been, how do we manage that with the salaries?
This division is responsible for environmental management and regulatory compliances and services, conducting their activities within the provincial right-of-way. Staff work under the authority of the Provincial Environmental Protection Act and issue environmental permits for TI, or transportation infrastructure work and activities. They would have been engaged during post-Fiona, but they're not directly involved in Fiona.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
To manage the right-of-ways, correct? Like they would have been involved to say if there was trees down in the right-of-ways, which they would manage, they would have had to clear, they would have been in charge of that, correct?
No, that would fall under highway maintenance.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that. The vendors under 5,000 include, and you have them listed, but it has $8,085. Was that, I know those are different things, were they all of those added up to 8?
Correct.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about the Upton Farm Trust, which is in my district, incorporated, how much they received, and what was that for?
I would have to look into that.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And maybe the Stuart McKelvey, and under there, I'd like some information on that. And then travel and training, I guess, you underspent that by $1,000. Is that, what is that for? Is it getting from place to place? Is that where most of the travel is? Can you break down between what travel is and what training is in this section?
The majority of this budget would be for in-province mileage for staff to travel to site to do their work. There's approximately additional $13,000 for training such as first aid courses, positions regarding to training related to international right-of-way training required for our property appraisers, like professional development for the appraisers or property agents, as well as out-of-province travel to attend national meetings.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
No, that's it for me. Thanks, Chair.
Shall the section carry?
Carry.
Total land and environment, $3,312,500. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Highway maintenance operations. Highway maintenance administration. Appropriations provided for administration and supervision of highway maintenance functions. Administration, $19,800. Equipment, nil. Material supplies and services, $2,336,400. Professional services, $66,000. Salaries, $866,100. Travel and training, $17,900. Total highway maintenance administration, $3,306,200. Are there any questions? Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking back to last year, the large increase from the estimate to the forecast and the material supplies and services. Can you explain what that, 4 times what it was budgeted for?
That was Fiona cleanup.
Leader of the third party.
And let me say that your department has done a fantastic job on that and continues to do so, I know. I see that we're back down this year to essentially what your expectation of spending was in the previous fiscal year, and obviously that was, we were way out of whack, I understand that. It concerns me a little bit that we're back where we anticipated for last year because the cleanup is far from over. And I actually was asked this just yesterday by a constituent whether, and I know that the roadside pickup goes till June 30th, that's the last time you can have your stuff out the road. Is there money in this budget? Should we need to extend that time period into the fall, for example?
Any costs associated in this fiscal year with Fiona cleanup is going to be in general government rather than in this department.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Can I ask if you are open to that roadside cleanup being extended again, should Islanders clearly have more to take away?
Am I open to it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have for
Leader of
this
the
section.
opposition.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So in here, for material supplies and services, what specifically would, or not, I guess the most, what would that be for, used for? Is that for like long and short patch? Is that for cold patch? Is that where this comes out of, or?
This would be for, in the original base budget, it would be for short patch, for smaller provincial, I should say, technical services, provincial inventory control, and provincial road maintenance projects that are around 10,000 or just or above.
Okay, so that would also include long patch too?
Long patch is part of capital budget.
So it's part of capital, okay.
Leader of the opposition.
I'm just trying to see, I don't want to ask a question that was already asked. So there's a piece of equipment that was purchased for $12,000. What was that?
That was actually AEDs to place in the depots.
Leader of the opposition.
Okay, forgive me, but I don't know what AED is.
Defibrillator.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry.
So that,
the opposition.
So where is that, where were they placed?
So these AEDs were placed in the highway maintenance depots.
Okay.
Leader of the opposition.
We went to $8 million that was spent. That was regarding Fiona cleanup, right? Where did that money, was that all provincial money or was that some federal money in that?
Sorry. We are working through a process with the Department of Justice and Public Safety to access federal funding through the disaster financial assistance. Some of this will be eligible, some of it will not. We're still working through the process with the federal government and with Justice and Public Safety.
Leader of the Opposition.
So in that process, is there an estimate of how much the federal dollar, how much federal dollars might be put towards this $8 million?
I don't have that estimate. It's based on numerous eligibility requirements. It takes into not just our department, but as well as municipalities, provincials. It takes into the whole.
Shall the section carry? Provincial highway maintenance operations. Appropriations provided for staffing, materials, equipment, and services for the repair, maintenance, and contracted snow removal, sanding, and summer maintenance for provincial roads. Administration, $164,400. Equipment, $7,500. Material supplies and services, $27,487,500. Professional services, nil. Salary, $16,815,700. Travel and training, $270,400. Total provincial highway maintenance operations, $44,745,500. Questions? Leader of the Opposition.
So one that jumps out, of course, is material supplies and services line of, that must be, it's a huge difference in the price. So can you explain what that is for?
That's Fiona again, government right-of-way cleanup.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. So again, how much of that is provincial and how much of that would be federal?
Again, we're working through a process with Justice and Public Safety and the federal government based on eligibility criteria. The total amount available will be determined once the full DFAA claim is together.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay. So why would these be in two different, like these, the Fiona cleanup, let's say that's basically what it is, why would they be in two different sections?
So the portion that's in this part of the budget is relating to government's right-of-way, roadside, whatnot. The portion that was in the previous section is cleanup for private property residences.
Okay, that explains it. Yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
So in here it also, so there are material supplies and services, that's in there. What else would there be taking the main chunk out of material supplies and services?
In budget or in forecast?
In the budget estimate.
In the budget estimate. This is where snow removal resides. Asphalt patching, coal patch.
Coal patch, yeah.
Salt, sand, summer maintenance, backhoe rentals, culvert repairs, grass cutting.
Leader of the Opposition.
So these contracts for, let's go with snow removal and sanding, and even for grass cutting, how long are these contracts usually for? And when would they be due again for renegotiation?
Comment with regard to the winter snow removal contracts. They were, contracts did expire April in 2019, and the new 7-year contracts were signed.
Leader of the Opposition.
And sanding?
I don't remember off the top of my head the length of the term of the sanding contracts. I can bring that back.
Is there a...
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Do you know when they might be when the contracts may be up?
We'll bring that back.
Leader of the Opposition.
Also, again, with the, so the grass cutting, is that for just, when you, just along the main highways, I shouldn't say the main highways, but most of the highways on Prince Edward Island, there's every now and again, I know there's a best practices for grass cutting once they get to a certain height. Is that what you're talking about, those contracted?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And again, would they have a similar contract, 7 years?
I wouldn't say that through 7 years. I would have to bring back the actual length of time of the contract.
Okay, and that's all for now.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you. In terms of snow clearing, how was this a typical year and number of times that the guys were called out?
I'm just going to, I think I have a couple stats here. So for the current year, or the year just finished, we spread approximately 25,000 ton of salt. The previous year, it was about 28, so we were actually down a bit. However, our sand usage was slightly higher due to, I guess, the road conditions and conditions this year.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
I'm just interested, the contracts that we have, these 7-year contracts, are they based on a per service, or is it like you're getting this much money for the season and it doesn't matter whether it snows once or 50 times?
They're based on the kilometers that contractor plows.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Right, so is there a saving then to government in a year such as the last one, where it strikes me it wasn't particularly snowy?
I believe, I would have to go back and look at the terms of the contract.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, just give me a sec. Yeah, how much of the maintenance on our, whether it's snow removal or grass cutting or anything, how much of that is contracted to private entities?
We'll bring that back.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
All right. I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
O'Leary Inverness.
Minister, I guess this is a question sort of like the fire trucks for forestry that I always ask. Bush cutter for O'Leary Inverness. We went 1 year, 2 years ago, where we had no bush cutter at all in the district, and then last year we got, I think, the oldest one in the fleet. Is there any chance that we're going to have a new bush cutter in our riding for the coming year?
That would be capital.
Bush cutters are capital? Well, then from an operational perspective, from the salaries that you put into the person who operates the bush cutter, is that person going to be driving a bush cutter, or are they going to be driving other equipment?
I would have to look into that.
Good point.
O'Leary Inverness.
Well, here's just as an example, the road I live on myself, like I did the Women's Institute roadside cleanup. And I mean, the upside is that all the garbage is collected in the trees, but they are massive. These are trees that would blow down in Fiona. You know, they're getting so big. It's probably been 5 or 6 years since a bush cutter has gone through some places in my district, and it's really become an issue. So I get I might not get the first bush cutter. I'll probably get the last, but I'm hoping it's going to come sooner rather than later. But I'd just like to have one that works for a consistent period of time.
Duly noted.
I've been watching budget estimates since 2007. I look forward to the bush cutter questions every single year.
There you go.
Can I ask a question, Chair? Do they always come in operational budget, or does he also bring them in capital?
Every chance he gets.
Yeah, capital.
Leader of the opposition.
So I have a question just on snow removal in the contract. So I know it's based on the kilometers and it's based on, regardless, if there's lots of snow or if there's no snow, they get paid the same amount. So last year would have been a good year for the contractors. So my understanding of, so can they do private lanes, or will the department pay for a contractor to do a private lane on the same run that they have a contract for?
Private lane?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
Leader of the opposition.
Okay. So what I'm getting at, let's say there was a certain section, route, I'm going to make up a number, 152, and there was a lane on it called Pine Tree Lane. And it was private property, but it was a lane leading to a few houses, maybe some summer cottages or whatever. Can that contractor who's contracted to do the 152 go off with that equipment when he's doing that road and do a private lane? Is there any restrictions in the contract that states that they cannot do that?
We'll have to bring that back to him.
Okay, thanks.
Leader of the opposition.
That's fine.
Shall the section carry? We'll try. Mechanical operations. Appropriations provided for operational costs of the government garages to supply equipment support to the highway maintenance operations. Administration, $79,900. Equipment, $49,200. Material supplies and services, $6,825,400. Professional services, $59,100. Salary, $7,875,100. Travel and training, $346,800. Total mechanical operations, $15,235,500. Leader of the third party.
In each of the previous sections, the large difference between the estimate and the forecast was related to Fiona. I'm assuming that's true here as well, is it?
Part of this would be related to Fiona in the fact that there would be fuel repairs required to vehicles and that as they perform their duties in removing trees and that from the side of the road, yes.
Leader of the third party.
Was there any damage to any provincial vehicles, like maintenance vehicles, as a result of Fiona? Or the garages themselves?
I would have
Not that I'm aware of, but certainly we can look into that, bring it back if there is any.
Leader of the third party.
I'm good for this section, thank you.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much. So in this, there's provided for the operation cost of the government garages. How many government garages are there?
There are 3 depots.
3?
Leader of the opposition.
And that's it. So the Slemon Park,
Slemon Park.
Bridgetown, and Alma wouldn't be one, it would be Westall, correct? Okay. So in the administration, there was a 45% of its budget wasn't used. Can you explain why?
And Minister and Stranger, just a reminder to not just nod, but also verbalize your answer into the mic as well for answers.
The decrease would be result of the savings would be a result of decreased telephone charges. People are using more cell phones instead of landlines, and operational charges, a reduction in office supplies, and just general savings in administrative costs.
Leader of the opposition.
So if that was a savings, that was because of the changeover with the phones and that, why would you budget back up again the same as what it was the previous year?
This ties somewhat to our salary line. We have positions that are vacant. As those positions get filled, there will be additional costs associated. Some individuals may have additional cell phones, office space, landlines required.
Leader of the opposition.
Okay. It's not very clear, but I mean, I will take what you say, and I'm not going to question too much more on that part of it. So on equipment, $83,800 was spent extra. What was that for? What was purchased?
During the fiscal year, there was a headlight alignment tool, a 4-ton strong arm tool, a fuel transfer tank, a Cyclone sandblast cabinet, diagnostic equipment, air hose and reel, Pure Fuel console and gauges, a Lincoln chassis grease machine and grease unit, torque wrenches, air compressors, impact guns, other small tools.
Leader of the opposition.
Chair, thanks. Material supplies and services spent $2.6 million extra from last year's planned budget. What was purchased and?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah,
There is this in the material supplies and services. This is where the increased repairs and maintenance, the parts for repairing government vehicles would be to service the snow removal equipment, our tandem trucks, the government fleet, as well as there was increased cost of fuel in this.
Leader of the opposition.
So I'm not sure if I follow again. So it's for, I guess, regular repairs and maintenance of vehicles. Some extra costs associated with rising fuel prices.
Correct.
But why is it budgeted for this year, like, below what you actually spent last year?
There's an increase in the current budget over the prior year's budget. of approximately $1.15 million for increased fuel costs associated. We recognize fuel is going up, and we recognize that the cost of that is going up.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. So I understand that part of it, but, so last year went up, it was close to 3 million, and you're saying it's for regular maintenance and repairs and all that. But wouldn't that be a yearly cost? Wouldn't that be something that would be, for maintenance and such, would be a line that you would probably keep year to year?
We do have funding in this budget for repairs or for parts and services used on fleet. We're working to upgrade our fleet and get it to more newer models, I guess you would say. So we have some newer trucks that are under warranty. So we would be hoping that we wouldn't have to pay.
That was my question, yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, thanks, Chair. 400,000 in salaries is not spent. So why did this money go unspent?
This is our mechanics. There is a recruitment issue getting mechanics, not just with government, throughout industry. The department works hard with the apprenticeship program to try and grow our mechanics in-house and retain our mechanics that way. We've gone to social media. We're constantly advertising. That's why we have the underspend, and we are hoping to be able to fill these positions.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. So that, I understand that. My question was going to be, what are you doing to make sure it doesn't happen again? But, so how many vacancies would there be?
I don't have the exact number of vacancies here in my listing. I can.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Would you know if they're at each of the three?
Yes.
Would all three would experience this? Okay, I'm fine, Chair.
Call the hour.
Call the hour. The hour has been called.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Shall it carry? Madam Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the grant of supply to His Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The hour has been called. The honourable member from Kensington Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the member of Charlottetown Belvedere, the following motion: that pursuant to Rule 4.4, the hours of the House be extended for the following days for the purpose of business under the routine of orders of the day government as follows. Wednesday, June 14th, beginning at 5 p.m., and the business of the day concluding at 11:59 p.m. Thursday, June 15th, beginning at 5 p.m., and the business of the day concluding at 11:59 p.m. And Friday, June 16th, beginning at 2 p.m., and the business of the day concluding at 11:59 p.m.
Shall it carry? The Court division has been requested. Sergeant at Arms, could you ring the bell?
Madam Speaker, government's ready for the vote.
Madam Speaker, the opposition is ready for the vote.
Honorable members, all those voting against the motion, please stand.
The Leader of the Third Party. The member for Charlottetown West Royalty. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The member for Charlottetown Victoria Park. And the member for O'Leary Inverness. And the member for Moraldona.
All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
The Minister of Education and Early Years and the Minister responsible for the status of women. The Minister of Finance. The member for Kensington Malpeque. The Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. The Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. The member for Charlottetown Winslow. The Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture. The Minister of Workforce, Advanced Learning and Population. The Minister of Social Development and Seniors. The Minister of Housing, Land and Communities. The Minister of Economic Development, Innovation and Trade. The Minister of Health and Wellness. The member for Summerside Wilmot. The member for Rustico Emerald. The member for Surrey Elmira, excuse me. The member for Tyne Valley Sherbrooke. And the member for Charlottetown Belvedere.
Honorable members, the motion has passed. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture.
Madam Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Finance that order number 1 be now called.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Order number 1, consideration of the estimates in committee.
Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Tourism, Sport and Culture.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that this House do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the grant of supply to His Majesty.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, please chair Committee of the Whole.
The House is now a committee of the whole House to consider the grant of supply to His Majesty. Minister, would you like to make a motion to bring a stranger to the floor?
I would.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Welcome back. Wendy, could you introduce yourself again for answers?
Wendy McDonald, Director of Finance for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you. Members, I'm just going to remind you that we are debating the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, and we are on mechanical operations on page 160, and I have cleared my list. Shall the section carry?
Carried.
Confederation Trail Maintenance. Appropriations provided for staffing, materials, and services to maintain the Confederation Trail system. Administration, $3,400. Equipment, nil. Material supplies and services, $426,900. Professional services, nil. Salaries, $1,173,700. Travel and training, $23,000. Total Confederation Trail Maintenance, $1,627,000. Charlottetown West Royalty?
Thank you, Chair. See, the administration is $3,400. What is this for?
It is, would cover office supplies, telephone charges, and internal government meeting expenses.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So internal government meeting expenses regarding the Confederation Trail, like what meetings would those be?
They will be staff meetings.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So, you see, it was budgeted, there was a decrease or an underspend last year, so I'm just trying to get at where are we, why did it go up? Is that a good average number, the $3,400?
Yes.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
But we didn't spend that budget last year. Why not?
Our staff were out on the trails trying to clean up some of the damage from Fiona.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So the frequencies of the meetings weren't.
Okay.
My apologies, Wendy. I didn't mean to interrupt. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Are these meetings monthly? Are these meetings monthly?
No. No, sorry.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
How often are these meetings held?
I would have to look into that.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Under equipment, there was no money spent this year. Why not?
There was, under equipment, you notice that there was no budget estimate. There was an expenditure of $25,000 and included things that had not been budgeted for, but as I understand, one of the major purchases that had to be made was for a jackhammer that was not anticipated and would not be required again this year.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Did you say a jackhammer?
Yeah, I can give you the actual name of it. It's a Milwaukee MX fuel demolition breaker.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's a pretty specific number for a jackhammer. How much was that?
I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
There are other additions, but for example, power pruners and attachments. Again, we like Milwaukee M18 16-inch chainsaw. So there were other ones, but from my notes, jackhammer was the most expensive item. And there were actually 3 of them.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I guess
Probably warranty in that too.
was that jackhammer used to? It seems like what is the jackhammer used for in the Confederation Trail? I don't understand.
It's pretty obvious.
Jackhammering.
I like to do a lot. I like to do a lot of landscaping, but I don't know what a jackhammer is used on a trail for.
No, I appreciate the question, and I'll look into that and see what happens.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So it does seem that line under equipment, though, does seem like the Confederation Trail would need a lot of equipment. I was thinking there'd be a more robust budget line if we're talking about chainsaws and jackhammers. But wouldn't we need more vehicles and such, or things that could actually be more efficient on a trail than a jackhammer, Minister? The questions are zero spending on the Confederation Trail and equipment for next year. I
Stranger
don't
as the
understand.
floor.
Thank you.
Could you repeat your question?
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I'm not understand. I look at the Confederation Trail maintenance, and I think that there could be more of a forecast now in the spring budget than $0 for the maintenance of our important trail that crosses our province, and a lot of tourists, a lot of islanders use it. So I'm just wondering why we're seeing a zero budget line in that.
The majority of the equipment that we would use on the Confederation Trail will be capital in nature, vehicles, bush hogs, So they would not be included in this. This is small pieces of equipment.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
There we go.
Charlottetown West Royalty? One more, and then I can put you back.
Okay, sure, excellent. So the next question would be, there's a major reduction in materials, supply, and services of money spent versus forecasting. What was this, with the forecast being just over $4,000, $1.8 million in the difference?
That would be all as a result of trail cleanup resulting from Fiona.
O'Leary and Verness.
I want to get a little bit of a sense on the horses on the trail. I mean, the budget doesn't seem to be increasing significantly. Was there much maintenance, extra maintenance required from the horses being on the trail? Because I know there was a section in my district that went from the CF Willis racetrack to, I think, into your riding into Piseville. Did you get any kind of feedback yet? I know you're a new minister in this portfolio, but how that worked out?
As far as cost goes, I'm not sure how much additional there was. Any feedback, I'll be honest, I have received has been positive, though.
O'Leary and Verness?
My understanding is from talking to some of the staff is that there was extra work, but the question becomes, is it extra work that they deferred from other locations within the trail to just deal with the horses? So I'm just trying to, and do you have any sense of how many horses actually did use the Confederation Trail from that area?
I'll have to look into that.
O'Leary and Verness?
I guess that's all I have for right now.
Leader of the third party.
I was going to ask some questions on horses as well, and I'm just wondering, I know there were three areas for the pilot last year. Is that going to be increased this year?
No, it's being maintained.
Leader of the third party.
So the same number of kilometers will be used. I know we had Peter Mellish from the ATV Federation in today, and some crossings were contemplated or maybe even established for ATVs to cross the Confederation Trail. How are they going, and does that cost a significant amount of money?
It's not actually under the Confederation Trail, the ATV one. What it is, it's making utilization of dirt roads that have very low volumes of traffic on them.
Leader of the third party?
Yeah, I do remember looking at a map, though, of proposed crossings that came from the ATV Federation, and there were a large number of them clearly crossing the Confederation Trail, and that's going to cause some rutting, inevitably. So you're saying that any damage related to that or maintenance caused as a result of ATVs crossing it would not be covered in this section?
I would have to look into that.
Yeah, we'll bring that back.
Leader of the third party.
That's all I have for this section. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader of the opposition.
Okay, so I'll just jump on into that one too. Thank you, Chair. So there was legislation that was changed in here or amended to allow ATVs to cross at specific locations across Prince Edward Island. So was there any requirements, any upgrades needed to enhance those points so that it would be a safe crossing for not only for the ATVs but also the pedestrians and cyclists who use it?
Great question. I'll bring that back.
Leader of the opposition.
I'm going to go to a question that was asked in the House earlier. I asked it and specifically for an alternate route, and member from O'Leary and Verness asked about ATVs on the choke point in Portage. So there was some, apparently, you guys had looked into what the cost would be to bring that up to, I guess, to whatever the regulations would be to have 2 full lanes passing on there. Would that come out of this particular division?
No.
Is it?
Leader of the third party? Or sorry, Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Where would I find that?
It would be, if there was going to be an expenditure of that amount, it would have to be a capital expenditure.
Leader of the opposition.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the 30 million that was quoted would have been, I guess I would find the work looking for that would have been in capital expenditures, and I would ask this question as follows. There would be nothing through the maintenance part of it, administration part of it, that would look into what the cost would be to bring that particular section up to whatever the regulations are required?
I would have to bring that back.
Leader of the Opposition.
So the I think it was $1.8 million in material supplies and services that was questioned, and the response was that it was Fiona cleanup again. How much of that money was federal?
Again, we would have to be working with the Department of Justice and Public Safety, Emergency Medicine, EMO office, and the federal government to determine criteria for funding based on the number of eligibility criteria. It would be rolled into a larger claim. As to how much of this is eligible, I'm unable to tell you that until the final claim is, and it would be through Justice and Public Safety.
Leader of the Opposition. Thank you very much, Chair. So I guess I understand the process, but so you anticipate that there will be funding from the Fed through those programmings that are available to help alleviate some of the, not alleviate, but take some of the provincial portion off of this $1.8 extra million?
That would be anticipated, yes.
Leader of the Opposition.
I guess really, so why was there no extra money budgeted this year for materials and supplies and services? Do you not anticipating anything or anything new? Is there any monies that haven't been spent on Fiona cleanup that may require coming out of this year's budget?
Funding for Fiona cleanup for the current year is under general government. They've rolled all Fiona costs into a fund within the general government itself.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, now I'm really confused. So if they put that all into one fund, then why would there be some money here, 1.8 million or whatever it was, earmarked for Fiona cleanup, and then in some of the other divisions, sections, previous to this, they also had money for Fiona cleanup?
So in fiscal 22-23, departments paid for Fiona-related costs for the year that the fiscal 23-24 budget. Fiona funding is in general government for any additional work that has to be.
I get it, yeah, thanks. Yep.
Leader of the Opposition, you're good. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, I was just doing some research on the Milwaukee M18. So I had some questions on that. $25,000, and all I can see it's not coming up as that much, not nearly that much on here. Did we get that Milwaukee M18 in Prince Edward Island?
Have to bring that back.
Wow.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Was there 3 different sources? Did you outsource? Did you look at 3 different places, or because you can only get it? I'm researching it right now. You can only get it in, well, it's coming to Home Depot. So
Okay. So going back to that section of the equipment where it was 25,000, yes, there were 3 jackhammers. There were, as I mentioned before, power pruners and attachments, Milwaukee 16-inch chainsaw kits, etc. required. So.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I think I see the exact one here. It's all together. So there was a chainsaw. There was 3 jackhammers and 1 chainsaw, correct?
Remember, I think you have asked that question, and he just read the list. He just read the list. So I don't know if you have a question on this section?
Yes, I do. Well, yes, I do, is that I don't understand that number, because I was doing research on that number that you're talking about. It's $25,000 flat, and I don't think that what the minister is talking about relates to, just comes out to $25,000. So I'm just asking for where the discrepancy is higher and lower than that number.
We'll bring the complete breakdown of that 25,000 back.
Great.
Thank you, sir. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and so, okay, I look forward to that. Maybe travel and training, it's decreased a little bit from last year. Is that training or travel, and could you?
That, the budget is 23,000. The forecasted spend for 22-23 was 30,000 due to increased travel to sites for Fiona cleanup and trail maintenance. We are not, I hope none of us are anticipating another Fiona, so we are back down to our original budget of 23,000.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
But there's an increase there for last year, and I understand what the guest is saying. But then at another time, we're putting that under general revenue. Was that paid for? Is that going to be a cost associated with the federal government support of Fiona?
That was a cost for our staff to get to sites to do the work to clean up the results of Fiona.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
But I guess the federal government's coming in with a lot of money to support Fiona cleanup. Will the department send that over? Will the department invoice that? Because getting there, being there extra is for Fiona cleanup was important. But I'm just saying, our taxpayers going to be recouped for the money that it costs to go there extra when the federal government is saying that they will help support Fiona?
We are working with the Department of Justice, EMO, and the federal government based on eligibility criteria to go through the response and recovery efforts for eligibility criteria in order to access federal funding.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Well, why wouldn't you put that in materials, supplies, and services then instead of travel and training?
It's travel to the sites.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
It's mileage to sites.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, could we recoup that, I guess, is what I was kind of getting at. So that's back to normal. How much of that is training for Confederation Trail? How much of that is for your staff? And what are the training programs outside of first aid, maybe? I hope so.
There would be first aid training in there. There would be chainsaw operator courses.
Say there would be.
Stranger has the floor. Good.
There is staff travel to work sites, different trail locations, and a small amount of out-of-province travel related to trail-related conferences.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And the chainsaw courses, what the staff have to be certified in what level before they take before they're able to use the chainsaw for this section? If they're using new chainsaws, what is it mandatory that everybody gets a chainsaw training course?
I would have to look into the level of chainsaw course.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And how many people took that chainsaw training course?
We'll bring that back. Charlottetown West Royalty?
I think I'm good for this section, thank you.
Shall the section carry? Total highway maintenance operations, $64,914,200. Shall it carry? Public Works and Planning, Public Works Operations Administration. Appropriations provided for division, staffing, materials and travel for administrative, supervisory, and trade staff and building maintenance and accommodations. Administration, $21,100. Equipment, $3,000. Materials, supplies, and services, $1,861,200. Salaries, $1,475,900. Travel and training, $33,500. Total Public Works Operations Administration, $3,394,700. Charlottetown Victoria Park?
I'm wondering if you can tell us what materials, supplies, and services are required for administering this division.
This is the primary material supply and service, and here is a district heating contract, the service capacity portion of that, relating to heating of district heating supplied to government buildings.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So this was the section that I was told would be the planning for the Rosedale Centre.
I have since followed up on the Rosedale Centre, and I am told that that building belongs to the PEI Housing Corporation. It was last used by CPHO, and the building is under the Housing Corp.
Charlotte Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you following up on that. This is kind of like following a bouncing ball when it comes to some of these government departments. Okay, so, sorry, I just want to make a note of that. So I'm wondering about so Public Works and Planning, would this be the section where we would ask about plans for ventilation systems in buildings? Or what the plan is for that?
This is where the divisional staffing materials, travel, et cetera, for administrative, supervisory, trades, and staff in the building maintenance and accommodation section are.
Charlotte Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm wondering, what are some of the new projects that are in this budget? Some of the new things we're planning for?
This would be to do with, deal with the planning in government-owned and leased buildings. Operational planning.
Charlotte Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So there would be planning being done through this section on, like, publicly owned seniors' homes?
No, these would be transportation buildings.
Charlotte Victoria Park.
Okay. I'm going to leave that for now. You've got other people on your list, Chair?
Pardon?
Do you have other people on your list?
I do.
Okay. You put me back on.
Okay. Charlotte West Royalty.
Government leased and owned, I guess in this section, when you're looking at someplace that was owned and operated by this section, Public Works, did they own the Park Street location before, or were they in charge of that? Would that have been in this section?
Park Street is owned by government.
Okay.
Charlotte West Royalty.
So it's currently under this department. What was done to, in this section to get it ready for people staying there recently, in October 2022?
Yes. I believe that was with social development, I believe. Yeah.
Charlotte West Royalty.
But you just said that this section was for the maintenance of operated areas in the provincial government, and you said that this is currently being operated in that section.
This is the administration. This is not the maintenance. This is the administration section.
Okay.
Charlotte West Royalty, do you have a question on the administration?
Yes, so administration, so then they would have no correlation. I know they're operating, but they would have nothing to do there. There's nobody there in this section that would be under administrating, and there was no discussion between this section and, well, this department and social development when all that took place.
I would have to bring that back.
Charlotte West, do you have more questions?
Thank you. Yeah.
Charlotte West Royalty.
Materials, supplies, and services is exactly the same for 3 years. Could you just talk a little bit more about that line?
This is the service capacity charge for district heating for government buildings.
Charlotte West Royalty.
It's the service capacity, not the consumption.
Could you explain that a little bit more for me? I'm not familiar with.
It's a set amount that's paid on an annual basis and then you pay a capacity charge over and above that.
Charlotte West Royalty.
Okay, so it's a flat, and then they pay over that. So that stays the same every year, obviously. It seems like a big amount, but it doesn't fluctuate at all in anything. How much is the overage? Where would we find the overage?
So the capacity charges would be in direct building maintenance in the buildings that it applies to in the next section.
Okay.
Charlotte West Royalty.
I'll just make a note to ask there. Okay, perfect. Travel and trading, what's the breakdown between travel and training in this section?
Travel and training, the training is $3,500. There's a small amount for out-of-province travel for security conferences, trade shows, building technology meetings. And then there is in-province mileage for staff to travel to meetings and work sites.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so there's an increase there. There's no extra positions and salaries. I guess that would just be the $1.47 million would just be, yeah, go ahead.
There is the creation of one new position.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Could you explain what those positions are, Minister?
One position.
Oh, one position, okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Could you just explain what that position is?
Commercial leasing manager.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and as I look at this, I'm looking at the Public Works, direct building maintenance, professional services, and in the book I see, and it's all of this everywhere, it's department, and then I-1. I'm just not familiar with what the handout is in this. Like, there's no numbers on here. It's just one director.
Honorable Member.
Yes.
The public and the rest of us don't have necessary access to that sheet or answer. Could you refer to probably the section in the handout that you're referring to? Just, and so the stranger can also.
Absolutely. I don't see there's no page number. It just says direct building maintenance, professional services, DTI, and then it says I-1. Could you explain that?
I believe you're looking at the table of contents for the documents.
Wow, that's what happens when I'm looking at that, so. There's no problem with that. I can ask questions on anything I want here, can I, Chair?
Do you want me to put you back on the list? That's
well, you could do that, yes, thank you.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I'm good for now.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Table of contents questions.
Section carried.
Shall carry.
Is it?
I still like it. That's going in.
We're on direct building maintenance. Accommodations, appropriations provided for lease and rental costs, janitorial services, power, heat, and water costs for leased accommodations, administration $13,931,800, material supplies and services $486,200, professional services $253,500, salaries $19,200, total accommodations $14,690,700. Questions? Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Chair. So this department has built and operated a lot of chip burners. So I'm wondering how this department ensures that the chips used are generated only from sustainable forestry.
You missed a section.
I didn't get your question.
Charlottetown
sorry,
Victoria
I-
Park, could you repeat that question?
Oh, sure. So this department has built and operated a lot of chip burners. So I'm just wondering how the department ensures that the chips used are generated through sustainable forestry practices.
We'll bring that back.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. Is that something that we practice?
I would have to go back and look at the contracts. I'm not sure. I believe the contracts may be with the departments that actually operate the machines now. But I'm not sure on that.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So in materials, supplies, and services, line of about, well, over $1 million. What's this for, and how will this improve the maintenance of the buildings?
What section of?
Yes, which
So we're in accommodations on page 162. Is the section I just read.
Say that again? Which section are we on?
I read the accommodation section.
Yeah, we skipped direct.
Just that the clerk and I were having a discussion about that. It was checked off my book. So, honorable members, the table of contents section probably threw me for a loop there. We missed direct building maintenance. I will go back and read that one after, but for now I had already read accommodations on page 162, and that's the section we're debating, but we'll go back and do direct building maintenance after. So I apologize for the confusion.
Good chair.
Just touch and go. It's early. It's really early. Yeah, some of us were up at 3:30. The leader of the opposition and I. I was actually the only one up before you.
10 to 4.
We'll see. Accommodations. So, sorry, Charlotte and Victoria Park, would you like to ask questions this section or wait? Okay.
Yeah. So the department spends quite a bit on leasing building space. And do you evaluate whether this is a more cost-effective option than publicly owned buildings?
I would have to discuss that with the individuals in that division. Both lease space and government-owned space are prime property right now. There's, as you can tell by government offices, they're full, so I'm not sure where what they're evaluating or how they're evaluating it, so.
Charlotte and Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if you can explain the increase in the administration budget line.
That is where lease costs reside. The cost for leasing government space resides. So there would have been new leases signed during the year. There would be existing leases that have CPI increases built into them, as well as incremental increases in those leases.
Charlotte and Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So just for my own clarification on this section, so this isn't necessarily about, this isn't the section where we will find the actual leases, it's where they go to get the money for these leases? Is that how this section works, or?
This is for lease space in government. This is for the cost of leases.
Charlotte and Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So then, whichever department would go, they found a space, and then they would go to accommodations with the lease and get the money for that? Is that?
No. The department would be involved in the leasing process through an RFP and whatnot, through those type of processes to acquire government or acquire lease space.
Charlotte and Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So what do they do then? I don't understand. What is this, like there's $14,690, but what do they do?
The money in administration is the appropriation covers the costs associated with renting and operating approximately 121 lease spaces in 86 locations across the island.
Charlotte and Victoria Park.
So they look after the leases?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm good for now.
O'Leary and Vanessa.
Yes, now that begs the question a lot about the situation that went on at the Skills PEI offices at Future Tech West. Was that RFP'd to go to Mill River?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, it would have.
Sure, O'Leary and Vanessa.
Would have to be obvious. Your RFP and all the others. Why wouldn't you be doing that one? So you saying you did, but how come nobody seems to have seen the RFP?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
We'll bring back the information on that.
O'Leary Inverness.
So is there any sense of the rationale around why that happened? That it wasn't RFP'd and why it was put out Mill River in a retirement property?
As we just indicated, we'll bring that back.
O'Leary Inverness.
I would have to find that you should be more aware of this. It's in your district. This be one example, Minister. And I think the issue that I sort of had is that there was very little information about an RFP. There wasn't any communication with the town of O'Leary. There was no communication with the MLA or anyone in that particular situation. So is that standard practice in your department?
So is there a specific question here related to this budget item line? I'm
So is
failing
it
to
standard-
see it. I'm failing
Is
to
it
see it.
standard practice to not RFP accommodations for leases for properties that you put forward? And is it supposedly part of a budgetary process to tender that?
As I had indicated before, Chair, we'll bring the information back on this.
So the minister has said 3 times now, but bring that back. O'Leary Inverness.
Is there a date when you'll be bringing that back?
Pardon?
Is there a date that you will be bringing this, or an hour time frame that you'll be bringing that information back to this legislature?
No, I don't shoot. What hour will you bring it back?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chair, I'll endeavor to have that information tomorrow or Friday at the latest.
Okay, thanks.
O'Leary Inverness.
That's all for now.
Shall the section carry? Charlottetown West Royalty.
How do we get, under administration, obviously,
162.
that is a big number. Can you bring back the leases?
I'm sorry, I was distracted by a side conversation here. If the member could...
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Can you bring back the leases so we have a complete list of where we're?
The leases that are covered under administration?
Yes. Or do you have the list, Minister?
I don't have it right in front of me, but we'll bring that back.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Can you give me some examples of lease space in the capital Charlottetown area?
Lease space would include areas such as the Auditor General's office, and Wendy could jump in here at any point in time, but legal aid offices, ombudsman office, list a few. But as I had indicated, we'll bring the lease or the listing back.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Not talking to him.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And information on the jackhammers too.
Please. Is there any lease space at the mount? At the mount under this section, Minister?
Yes, there is.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Is that for health services?
Yes, I believe it is.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
How much is that least valued at?
I would have to.
Honourable member, they had mentioned that they're going to bring back all the leases. They didn't have that information. Charlottetown West Royalty.
I guess, but then I asked specifically about an area, and I thought they might have that information right there, so.
We'll bring it back.
When will that happen,
Charlottetown West
Minister?
Royalty.
Thank you. When will that happen, Minister?
When will we bring it back? Is that the actual question?
Yes, it is.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
As I'd indicated before, as soon as possible.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, because, I mean, we're here, I mean, there's a lot for government that has to bring back, and I think there'll be more, and I think that question will be more prominent, because if we're here in sessions, I can't make a decision unless that is brought back to me, so.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
With such a big budget in administration,
Vote for the budget or not?
All right, members, it's not even 1 hour into overtime here.
Save it for 9:04.
Yeah.
We're debating the budget. If we can keep it quiet, the member from Charlottetown West Royalty has the floor.
yes, I'm just wondering, with such a big budget in administration and the salaries at 19,200, that's not even equivalent to basically one FTE. Can you explain why the salary, what that salary's for?
That salary is casual wages associated with cleaning in one of the leased properties. The administration section covers the salaries of the staff who do the leasing.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So that salary's for one property?
That salary is for one casual employee to clean one property.
Oh.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Why just the one property in there? I don't understand why that would be in there.
Other properties have costs of janitorials either included in the lease or they're a contracted service in addition to the lease.
Charlottetown West Royalty. Two more, I can put you back on the list.
Okay, the professional services, with the admin being so high, the professional service, could you give me just a breakdown of that and why that number's static?
And the professional services is the commissionaire fees at the Davies Courthouse.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So the professional services are just going to one location? So that would be...
The commissionaire services at the Davies Courthouse.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, we're sitting in here kidding about bringing stuff back, but the reality is that we're expected to make a decision as opposition parties whether we support the budget or not. I recognize that you don't need us to pass your budget. That's very clear. However, in doing our due diligence, that information is important, and there's still a lot to come back. So I don't think it's funny to joke about that.
If I could, Chair, I don't feel that any of us were joking about this. When we say that we're going to bring something back, Chair, it is because we want to bring back the accurate information. It is no joke.
You're right.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And you are absolutely right. And it wasn't you guys joking about it, it was other people in the room. So that was I meant to start that out by this is no slight to the two people at the table right now, because this is just across the departments. So I'm wondering who is responsible when we have leased buildings, who's responsible for the repairs?
I would have to speculate that that could possibly vary from contract to contract or lease agreement to lease agreement, but with that, we'll bring back the details on that.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And in bringing that back, I guess my question's kind of, because we look at the Garfield Street, that health PEI building, right? And we look at the costs, so we look at the costs associated with the building that the member from O'Leary-Inverness was talking about. I'm just wondering why we would sign contracts where we're responsible for maintenance like that when the costs are already astronomical in some cases. So whenever you bring that back, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm good for now, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
What is the average amount of time the government usually signs a lease for a building or a property? What's the average amount of time?
Member, could you repeat that? I got the average amount of time, but I didn't catch the lead into it.
Just that the government
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you. Just that the government signs the lease for, what's the average amount of time?
There would be variation, but as far as the average, we'll get that information and bring it back.
Can you tell me how long the lease is for
The member from Charlottetown West Royalty has the floor.
Can you tell me how long the lease is for 500 Queen Street?
I would have to bring that back.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That's it for me for this section, thanks.
Shall the section carry? So, as I mentioned earlier, members, I had missed a section on page 162. So we're going to direct building maintenance, appropriations provided for regular maintenance, janitorial services, power, heat, and water to provincial government buildings. Administration, $1,238,800. Equipment, $12,000. Material supplies and services, $6,625,700. Professional services, $485,700. Salaries, $2,363,300. Travel and training, $4,500. Total direct building maintenance, $10,730,000. Questions? O'Leary and Burness?
You're quite familiar with this building I'm going to refer to. It's the old vet clinic at the Access Centre in O'Leary. That building, you're paying for the heat of the building. It's in bad repair from a maintenance perspective. Is there any, are you going to continue to maintain this and heat it in the condition that it's in?
There is interest in that building, and I'd be happy to discuss that with the member.
O'Leary and Burness.
Yeah, I had the Premier up to look at that building too, and I think he had also identified it's not in the greatest of shape and that there needs to be some work done to it. I think the bigger challenge that I sort of see is that it's right beside the Access Centre, which there will be some work under construction there for the coming year under the capital budget, and you know, there needs to be at least some maintenance done on that building to at least make it look halfway safe and reasonable. So is there any money in this particular budget for maintenance till you do decide what you're going to do with it?
So this, I can't speak directly to whether there's funding for O'Leary Vet Clinic in this. This is for all government. I can't give you a specific dollar amount of repairs and maintenance required on that building. It's for all government-owned buildings.
O'Leary and Burness?
Are you responsible for any of the cleaning of that? I know there's a private contractor for the Access Centre at O'Leary to do cleaning. Are they responsible for the cleaning, or is that included in their contract to clean the interior of the old vet clinic?
I would have to bring that back.
O'Leary and Burness?
I know, Minister, you're quite familiar with the building. You've been there many times, and you worked there. You know, as far as that goes. I mean, you must feel that that's not in the condition that should be maintained in for a building that's owned by government.
Certainly agree 100% with the member. I think, though, that we do have to look at, you know, what the best use of it going forward. As I had indicated, that there is interest in the structure, which I'd be happy to have a sidebar because it is interest within the area.
Thanks, Chair.
Just a member from Rustico Emerald for recognition of guests.
Well, thank you, Chair. I did want to welcome a couple of my constituents who are in the gallery tonight. And we, of course, we've got the Executive Director of the PEI Alliance for Mental Wellbeing, Karen Cumberland, who I think everyone should be familiar with. Nice to see you. And we also have their new Director of Operations, who's recently moved to the island with her husband, and that's Jenny Painter. Nice to see you. And her husband's Trevor Painter. And a couple of pharmacists that are growing our pool of health professionals again. So it's really great to see. Welcome, and look forward to seeing you around District 18. Cheers.
Thank you, member. Charlottetown Victoria Park.
This is direct building maintenance, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So I'm just noticing I noticed the increase in material supplies and services, and I'm just wondering if you can tell us what that's for?
Budget or forecast. So the forecast was up by approximately 1.7 million for building repairs and maintenance, increased heating costs, contractors and insurance deductibles, and maintenance costs associated with Hurricane Fiona.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And so that it was kind of like special circumstance.
Yes. And we do have an increase in the budget for 23-24 for increased fuel costs associated with heating our government-owned buildings.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I'm good for their chair.
Shall the section carry? Planning and building construction. Appropriations provided for staff and related services and providing planning and building construction services to departmental operations. Administration, $12,200. Material supplies and services, $6,500. Professional services, $110,000. Salaries, $1,596,800. Travel and training, $46,000. Total planning and building construction, $1,771,500. Shall the section carry? Total public works and planning, $30,586,900. Shall it carry? Capital projects division. Traffic operations. Appropriations provide for staffing, materials and equipment and services for highway signage, pavement line markings, traffic control lights, and illumination. Administration, $30,600. Equipment, $7,300. Material supplies and services, $1,322,100. Professional services, $7,500. Salaries, $2,638,300. Travel and training, $49,100. Total traffic operations, $4,054,900. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm just going to go through some of the line items. Administration, there was an underspend. Can you explain what that reason?
That is, pardon me, a general divisional underspend on office supplies, cell phones, landlines.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Material supplies and services, there was an overspend. And what was that due to?
It is increased costs associated with line materials for the highways, the little raised pavement markers and line paint.
Yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. And I understand there was difficulty, I'm not sure it was last year or the year before, even obtaining some of the materials for I don't know if it was the lines or if it was the paint for the lines, I think it was. Have they changed it? Like it used to have glass in it. Does it still have glass in it for reflective purposes?
There's still glass beads in it.
Okay, there is.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. So has that gone up? Is my understanding that's gone up considerably. Is that correct?
I would have to look at the cost directly of the line of the paint and the beads.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Salaries, there was an overspend, and now we're back to just a little bit above what was forecasted or what was budgeted last year. Can you explain what that overspend was?
We had a number of our traffic crews provide emergency response and traffic control for safety of Maritime Electric crews, our own work crews and that, and they were within this division, so there was overtime associated with that.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Travel and training, there was an overspend of almost double. What was that for?
That was associated with the staff getting to the various sites to perform their duties, whether it be related to the day-to-day operations or Fiona, Hurricane Fiona.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So would any of these overspends related to Fiona be an opportunity to be reimbursed by the federal government with some of their programming?
We would be working with Justice and Public Safety Emergency Measures Office and the federal government under the funding criteria associated with the disaster financial assistance.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. So back to a question I asked earlier regarding, especially in rural areas where it's really dark and you know, I'm going to use the Centre Line Road, for instance. There's been a lot of accidents at the St. Lawrence end. And again, that would be an intersection that we share, where you're coming off the Centre Line Road, it's quite a distance, and it's a fairly straight road all the way through. And there's been a few cars that went, and luckily they went actually past the ditch that was there that was full of water. They went into the trees, and there was a considerable amount of damage. So it was brought up by the actually the local fire department and local residents in the area that something needs to be done to identify prior to getting to the intersection. Is there a possibility that you could have someone look into that for traffic operations to see what they could do to help prevent accidents at that corner? Well, is it an illuminated stoplight or a red flashing light prior to?
No.
I would appreciate that part. Yep, thank you very much.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Chair.
In almost all the other sections where we've had an overspend on materials, supplies and services, it's because of damage related to Fiona. It strikes me that there were an awful lot of traffic signs that were damaged or destroyed during Fiona, but I don't see any increase here. Am I wrong about that, or would that be covered somewhere else?
That materials, supplies, and services is up in this section. So it's line materials, highway signage, marking, and I would be covered in that.
Okay. Chair.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks. Minister, you mentioned a little while ago when we were talking about the cat's eyes in the middle of the road, and I absolutely agree with you. They're great, and they're very inexpensive, as I understand it. I'm wondering whether the budget for those cat's eyes has increased at all. I'm using the British terminology. I don't know if that's what they're called here. It's not something those things in the middle of the road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely no, yes.
If my recollection is correct, as they install the raised pavement markers, they're included if they're on a piece of road that they're completely paving as part of our capital budget. They're included in the cost of the capital budget to do it, so there would not be a cost increase in this.
Okay, I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Capital Projects Administration, appropriations provided for the Office of the Chief Engineer for Administration and Supervisory Staff of the Highway Capital Projects. Administration, $78,200. Equipment, $28,800. Material supplies and services, $36,500. Professional services, $42,000. Salaries, $2,669,600. Travel and training, $50,900. Total Capital Projects Administration, $2,906,000. Shall the section carry? Design. Appropriation provided for staffing, materials, equipment, and travel for road and bridge design. Administration, $9,000. Equipment, $500. Materials, supplies, and services, $5,500. Professional services, $4,800. Salaries, $823,000. Travel and training, $10,300. Total design, $853,100. Leader of the third party.
I'm just wondering what kind of design is it for intersections, new intersections, reworking of bridges and things? Is that what's going on?
It would be for the design of, in-house design of roads and bridges relating to capital budget.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. And have we changed the way that we go about that? Have design parameters changed because of climate change, basically?
They would be following Canadian or national codes when they're designing, but I'm not sure what those are.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
It seemed like it was only a couple of years ago when it was an unusual thing to, we're putting in a bigger culvert because we're anticipating heavier rainfalls in a shorter period of time or whatever. And I'm assuming that those bigger culverts or higher bridges or whatever come with an increased cost. So is that, again, this is just design though, it wouldn't be reflected in here? Okay.
Leader of the third party.
I'm fine for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, design. So, I'm going to go back and ask the question I asked earlier regarding the Confederation Trail in Portage. So, would design of that portion of the Confederation Trail to be used as an alternative route in and out of other than Route 2, sorry, in and out of West Prince? Would that not fall underneath here under design to do an estimate of what the cost would be to bring that up to what would be required?
Given the nature of that project, or the nature of that ask, I am guessing that it may be a service that they would have to do out of house instead of in-house with staff, because it's a complete rebuild, is it not? I'm not sure of the.
Leader of the opposition.
So what I'm trying to get at here is, during question period one day when I asked about the choke point, you had mentioned that the cost would be $30 million. I'm trying to find out where that $30 million came from, and would it come from design? Because design you would have to go in to see if, yeah?
No. Certainly a fair question. Where that estimate, and have to stress, estimate of 30 million came from engineers within my department.
Leader of the Opposition.
So where would I find that, I guess, can I question it here, or is there another section that I can question it under?
I guess you can question it any section that you want to, because it is quite general, but as I've said before, as I said in question period, it is an estimate from engineers in the department. Has there ever been a complete design carried out for what that structure? No, it hasn't. But I think the important thing here too, and not to belabor the point, but that there is a secondary entrance exit for the western part of the province.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, and I'm going to ask, where is that alternate route?
And I told you before, it is the Confederation Trail that goes in right at Portage, right across from the Rafferty Road, and comes out on the West Devon Road, also known as the Beaton Road.
So,
Leader of the Opposition.
thank you, Chair. So I'm very familiar where it is. I mean, it was one of the suggestions
just
I've
asked.
given many times. However,
asked where
so
it
when
was.
you're saying it's an alternate route, but then you're saying it costs $30 million to become an alternate route. So is it an alternate route now? So if something happened in West Prince right now and people had to be evacuated, is the Confederation Trail up to the standards right now that you can either take people or resources and supports in and also out of West Prince?
Yes.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. So what is the $30 million estimate for?
The $30 million estimate is based on the question that was posed, I believe, by yourself, Honorable Member, of a new two-lane access to West Prince, was certainly my understanding. And that would require lead-up roadways and also a complete new bridge structure, not associated with the Confederation Trail structure that is there now, but it would be a secondary access similar to what we have there on Highway 2 right now. So it would be a highway such as Highway 2, but in addition to it.
Leader of the
Thank you
Opposition.
very much, Chair. So that's not how I understood it, nor was that my ask. I had asked about the Confederation Trail possibly being used and perhaps widened, or pavement going on it, so that it would be something that, at least in the interim, we would have an alternate route until such time that a permanent alternate route was established. So my understanding, when you said the 30 million, was to upgrade the Confederation Trail. So that, you're saying it's a separate build, has absolutely nothing to do with the Confederation Trail. Is that correct?
Misunderstanding then, member, between the two of us in the questions, yes.
Leader of the
So
Opposition.
I have
on
one more
Capital
question.
Projects Administration.
One, yes, it's all about design. So I have one question on design, and the estimate to build other than the Confederation Trail that you spoke of, a double lane in and out of West Prince alternate route, new build. Can you table the estimate that was done by your professionals?
I'll see what I can get.
Leader of the Opposition.
I'm good with that.
Shall the section carry? Carried. Bridge maintenance. Appropriation provide for staffing, materials, travel, and services to maintain small bridges. Administration, $5,200. Material supplies and services, $1,964,500. Professional services, $420,000. Salaries, $599,900. Travel and training, $9,600. Total bridge maintenance, $2,999,200. Leader of the third party.
Chair, a few years ago there was a study done that showed a fairly alarming percentage of the bridges on PEI were in bad shape. Can you tell us where we are with that?
Bridge structures, major bridge structures are inspected every 2 years. I believe that there are presently 8 structures across the province that have been turned down and are deemed unsafe for passage. and they were inspected and turned down. It was a number of years ago, actually. But with that, certainly bring the details and that information back, member.
Leader of the third party.
Were there any bridges, I'm thinking particularly on the North Shore, that were damaged significantly by Fiona?
They would fall under capital repair or capital for those bridges. I do recall, I believe, the French River Bridge, perhaps. I would have to bring that back.
Leader of the third party.
A very specific question related to my district in Bonshaw, the bridge over the West River there has been repaired. I would say conservatively 4 or 5 times this winter, and none of it holds up. Very heavy trafficked area, and there was some weird sort of almost liquid. This was in winter time. I'm thinking January or February that was put in, not cold pack. And it seemed to last a little bit longer, but I've never seen it before. I've never seen it since. It did last a little bit longer. Do you know what that is and whether that sort of bridge maintenance, if it's an expensive item?
I really have no idea what it would be. I will certainly go back to the department, get that information, and bring it back to you.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Again, on that particular bridge, I know there's some capital work being done this season. I don't know exactly when it's scheduled, to change the turning lanes up Green Road and into the provincial park there in Bonshaw. And I suspect you'll have to bring this back to Minister, but I just want to check that that bridge will be properly and fully repaired this time. Could you bring that back to me?
That would be part of capital budget.
Capital.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the opposition.
Small bridges. So what would be a small bridge?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in this section, they are responsible for repairs and maintenance of structures greater than 4 feet or 1.2 meters in span or diameter that are not of a capital nature.
Chair?
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you. So how often are those small bridges inspected?
Smaller culvert type, so these smaller ones would be an inspection on a 6-year rotation.
Leader of the opposition.
Because I know there's, in my own district, I can go down Route 12 and in Anglo, Tignish, and also in Seacup Pond, right at the harbour. I'm not sure if the one at Seacup Pond Harbour, I'm not exactly sure how the size of that culvert. But there was an issue last year at Seacup Pond where there was a hole in the pavement and you could almost see right through. So Transportation called and they got out there really quick and they patched it up, but I just am concerned about having that inspected and what the future may be for that particular location because it is quite dangerous. A similar thing happened in St. Lawrence a few years ago where the bridge just collapsed and there was a car actually going over it at the time. So I'm trying to prevent that. And the other one on Route 12 in Anglo-Tignish, I'm getting a lot of complaints from those from North Cape all the way into Tignish about the dip in it with their vehicles. So then there's another concern there, what that culvert is like. So if I could get those tagged, to have someone look at it, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yep.
Leader of the opposition.
Chair? Certainly.
Oh, sorry, the minister wants to finish up there.
No, certainly appreciate you bringing them forward, Leader of the Opposition, and probably if you can supply me with a bit more information as to the exact location.
Yep.
Yes, I'll follow up and
I can give you some nicknames of where they're outside.
Leader of the opposition.
Okay, questions regarding material supplies and services. There was quite a bit of an overspend. Would that be Fiona related? Is that what it is? And if so, was that primarily to small bridges or what was it for?
So what I have here, yes, it was primarily Fiona related, and it is increased funding to repair and maintain various small structures such as culverts, small bridges, as a result of Fiona.
Leader of the opposition.
And again, I'm going to ask this question like I asked before. There will be an opportunity, or maybe it's in process right now, to make application to federal assistance. Is that correct?
We are working with Justice and Public Safety, Emergency Medicine, Medical, EMO, and the federal government to review funding criteria, and we'll submit as part of that.
Leader of the Opposition.
Chair, so during that, was there, so Fiona did a lot of damage, obviously. So was every small bridge on Prince Edward Island inspected to see if there was damage done after Fiona?
I would have to go back and ask that question.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Because I don't see any additional money put into this year's budget for that. So what is your regular maintenance schedule for small bridges?
Inspection.
They do bridge inspections on the rotation that we had spoke of, as well as additional repairs and maintenance or site work based on staff's evaluation of those small bridges at the time of inspection.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So you don't anticipate any new culvert reconstruction, for the lack of a better word, over the past years?
If they are into a total reconstruction, they are usually into a capital dollar amount. They're usually larger dollar values, which would be under our capital budget.
Okay.
Leader of the
This is for
Opposition.
the repairs
Thanks,
and
Chair.
maintenance of.
So it's just repair, it's not pulling that culvert out and putting the new one in, it's just repairs to, I'm not sure how you repair a culvert, like, other than the structure of it. And I'm not sure if you have that information here, you don't, I know. It's a little confusing to understand how you would repair a culvert as opposed to replacing it. So if you could bring that information back, it would be greatly appreciated. Under travel and training, there was an overspend. What was that related to?
That is staff mileage to attend bridge sites, small bridge sites, small structure sites, for inspection purposes as well as Fiona purposes.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So again, how was it determined which ones would be inspected?
I would have to bring that back.
Okay, that's fine.
Minister, I'd asked questions about this section for a lot of years. Back in the late 2007s, it was switched to annual contracts for bridge maintenance. So there's a number of companies that are out there, they bid it on each year. As you can expect, and I know you're aware, the investment that these companies have to make in their own equipment to do bridge repair is significant. And the constant applying each year for a one-year contract renewal really doesn't allow them to make long-term planning. If you were a giant construction company, sure, you've got the equipment, but if you're one of the smaller companies that this is your expertise, it's tricky to plan long-term for your own capital to bid on these each year, and your equipment gets behind. Former Minister, James Aylward, actually, I believe they changed that to 2-year contracts. My personal opinion is it should be longer than that still. Could you take it back to your department to look at making these contracts longer still than 2 years, so that small contractors can make the necessary capital improvements, so when they're bidding on something, they can invest in their own equipment rather than, I think they're at a disadvantage to some of the large companies kind of thing. Could you take that back to your department?
Absolutely will.
Thank you. I don't have anybody else on my list. Shall the section carry? Every year, Premier. Speaking of District 7, Materials Testing Lab. Appropriation provided for salaries and related support costs for the Materials Testing Lab and quality assurance for maintenance and construction operations. Administration, $12,400. Equipment, $23,800. Material supplies and services, $9,700. Professional services, $5,000. Salaries, $1,468,900. Travel and training, $23,400. Total materials testing lab, $1,543,200. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. So under here, I don't see any significant changes in any of the lines. salaries, there's a non-underspend, but I'm assuming there was a vacancy, is that correct?
Correct.
However, I don't see anything here that might pertain to other sections that we've been into as a result of Fiona and damage it may have done. So was there any extra road testing done to see if Fiona had compromised any of our highways?
I would have to look into that and bring it back, but not to the best of my knowledge. I would have to look into it.
Leader of the Opposition.
So I hear a rumor that they're going to move it from Mount Stewart to Tignish, is that correct?
Shall I carry?
I don't know that one.
It's been a long day, hasn't it?
No, you couldn't.
Shall the section carry? Carry. Total capital projects division, 12,356,400. Shall carry. Service PEI. Appropriations provided for staff who deliver quality service experience and ensure Islanders have easy and consistent access to government information, programs, and services, both in person in Access PEI sites or through contactless teleservice in Contact PEI. Administration, 115,200. Debt, 8,400. Equipment, 5,200. Material supplies and services, 87,400. Professional services, 132,900. Salaries, 4,428,900. Travel and training, 70,100. Total service PEI, 4,848,100. Leader of the third party.
Are there any plans to further expand the number of Access PEI sites on PEI?
Yes, certainly you're most likely aware of it. There was an expansion to Royalty Crossing, and in 2024 that there will be a new access site in Cornwall.
Oh, nice. Chair?
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. Are there any plans to introduce new services through the Access PEI sites?
I'm sorry,
Sure. Are there any plans to increase any new services at the Access PEI locations?
They are constant. They will be looking at introducing new services. They are working with other government departments, or I shouldn't say new, expanding services available at those sites. I don't have a list of the services with me.
Leader of the third party.
Right. I think in the PC election platform, it promised in-person registration for telehealth that would be accessed through the service, through Access PEI locations. And can you tell us whether that's still going to happen and what that program will look like?
What I will do, member, is certainly there was an expansion of a couple of services, if I recall correctly, that are available or have become available recently at Access PEI sites across the province. With that, though, go back and bring forward what additional services and see if I can get a timeline on them as well.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
And were any of them related to telehealth? Were any of those new services part of telehealth?
Again, we'll bring that back.
Leader of the third party.
And is there any funding related to that new initiative?
Pardon me.
Sure.
Third party.
So I was asking, in the platform, there was a promise to introduce telehealth through Access PEI, and I'm wondering whether there's anything in this budget related to that, i.e. is it coming this year?
I would have to look into that and bring that back. I believe my understanding is the new services or expanded services will be provided by existing staff. Now, I'm not 100% sure as it relates to telehealth, though. I don't know that answer.
Okay.
Leader of the third
A
party.
final one on this, Chair. There's, health information, of course, is very sensitive material, and I'm wondering whether there's any implications from the Health Information Act if you're going to be running the program through something that is not strictly a health one. In fact, it's just sort of being added on to a whole list of other programs that are there. Is that a concern?
Excellent question, member. I think we will go back, we'll get the information with regard to the additional programs, but to your point with regard to the security of, whether it's health records or any other personal identification, certainly would want to and have ensured that the confidentiality is there, but as well, when we go back to get the information with regard to additional services that may be provided at Access PEI sites, also the security features that have been in place, are in place, and that will be put in place.
Leader, third party?
We know that it's been a real struggle to integrate EHR even within the health system. I presume in order for telehealth to operate through Access PEI, it's going to have to be hooked into the telehealth, the TELUS system that we have. Do you have any idea whether there's a compatibility there?
We'll bring that back.
It's important. Yeah, okay, I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much. Just on salaries, there was an underspend. Was there a vacancy and is now filled, or vacancies?
There were vacancies, and they are in the process of being filled at the present time. I believe I saw the posting close, or a couple postings closed within the past couple of weeks, and they'd be working their way through the process with the Public Service Commission.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Do you know how many vacancies there are and what specific positions?
Positions that I recall in the past couple of weeks, I believe, were 2 intake officers and 2 data entry clerks.
Leader of the opposition.
Are there any vacancies, excuse me, at the west at any of the Access PEI locations?
Yes, I believe there's a receptionist position vacant in O'Leary. If my memory serves me correctly, I did see a posting out for that, as well as a customer service rep in Alberton. They may since have been filled. I'm going from memory here. There are other, 4 other vacancies, as well as a reception position in Summerside. Again, that's been posted. Majority of these positions have been posted and working through the process.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much. So this is more just a comment on this. So I know we have Access PEI locations at Tignish, Alberton, and the Knoll area, and I'll keep it that part of it. And a lot of the staff, customer service representative staffs are interchangeable between the locations. And so I'd love to say we have the best staff at Tignish, but I have to say we really do have good staff in West Prince at all the locations. So I work closely with them quite often, and so I really have to give a shout out to just the excellent work that they do, and they go above and beyond and make it, especially in the rural areas, when people come in and they may have a question that may not pertain specifically to a service they provide, but they'll go above and beyond to try to help those persons. So that is greatly appreciated, and it's greatly appreciated in the community. So I just wanted to make sure I pass that along. Thanks.
Chair, I would echo those comments. Appreciate it.
Shall the section carry? Carry. Total service PEI, 4,848,100 shall carry. Total Department of Transportation and Infrastructure shall carry, or 254,261,800 shall carry. Thank you, Minister.
Chair, if I could just one quick closing comment.
Sure.
So the leader of the opposition and myself gave accolades to the Access PEI staff in West Prince. I want to give a big thank you to my Chief Financial Officer.
Should we have a vote on the window? Should we have a vote on the window? It's freezing. Go outside for a while.
Ernie's got this chair all warmed up.
Minister, are you ready? Are you ready? Sure you ready? Minister, do you want to make a motion to bring a stranger to the floor?
Yes, please.
Shall the motion carry? Honorable members, we are in the PEI Housing Corporation. We are on page 133 of the budget. We are debating general. And could you introduce yourself and your position for Hansard?
Marguerite Middleton, Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Housing, Land and Communities.
Welcome back, Marguerite. Members, questions? Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Minister. Fairly big section and important one. Minister, can you just give an overview before we get into things about, just if people are watching, what the difference between the Housing Corp is and the regular department?
The regular department. Well, I guess the distinction would be, for many, many years, the PEI Housing Corporation has had a mandate to own and operate the province or the corporation's inventory of social housing, so seniors housing, family housing. Now that the housing division from the previous department has been merged with the land division and the municipal affairs communities division, we've also, our mandate's been expanded and to include a broader mandate for housing in general, or making or increasing the supply of housing across the entire continuum while continuing with our mandate for social housing. You know, that's the short explanation of where we are at this point in time.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I guess I'm glad to have that discussion. I just kind of want to move a little slower on this section because it is a big change, and the responsibilities of municipality and land are pretty extensive. So a lot of my questions will be like, do we have enough funding, and are we relating all departments in this journey? I guess my question to you is, if you have a social mandate in the PEI Housing Corporate, why wasn't the Minister of Social Development included on that committee, the Housing Committee, the Executive Committee?
Well, I think, let me give you one example of perhaps, well, I didn't choose the composition of the committee, but let me give you one example. Part of my department's mandate is to improve processes for permitting of housing. And one of the things we see is that that process is often tied up in administrative tasks that take place in the land division, but it also encompasses processes that take place in other departments like environment and transportation. So we do have the Minister of Environment on that committee. We do have the Minister of Transportation on that committee. And there's been a lot of discussion. I mean, the land division itself is undergoing a Lean Six Sigma process to improve their processes generally, and that needs to encompass every touch point in that process, which includes those two other departments. It's very crucial that we figure out how to streamline that process and integrate the tasks that take place interdepartmentally. So, you know, to your question, it's I think those two members on the committee are important to have there.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, and I'm glad we're having this discussion. I mean, it's a $56 million budget, and those two members are important. But I would argue that having the Minister of Social Development, who's responsible for a lot of our low-income islanders and would have access to that, is not there. And they're the ones that need the housing the most. And I'm just confused about why. It's hard for me to start to ask questions when the committee's set up that why can you as the minister lobby to have the Minister of Social Development on that committee? Like, why isn't she on that? I don't understand it.
I suppose I could lobby if I feel that the need arises, but you know, we do have There's certainly a lot of overlap between our clients, our client base, of course, but the Minister for Social Development and Seniors is responsible for a whole suite of programs for income supplements, whereas our side of that ledger, we deal with the housing requirements for people with low income. And so, there's an argument to be made that there are two separate administrative tasks and serving two separate purposes, but I take your point that there is a lot of overlap, but certainly if I felt the need that we weren't making the type of deliberations and decisions in that committee without the minister there, then we might ask her to take part.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you for this discussion. It's important for me to get the context of that, because I
want
really want
everything you need.
I really want that committee to work and streamline and make things better, especially for the clients of social development. I see that in this, administration is up on the first line. I don't have my other book. So this would be, are these numbers because it's a new section, are these numbers correlate? So Housing Corporation came directly from Minister of Social Development Housing, and now it's over with it should be exactly the same. We're talking about apples and apples here.
I think that's fair to say.
Yes, we are.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, then.
Yes.
And no, because some of it didn't relate to some of the other sections. We're talking about a new department.
That's true.
So,
It's Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you. Certainly. Sorry. So administration, what is this? Who's in charge of the Housing Corp? Is it the deputy minister? And is administration is up a little bit? Can you talk about that increase in spending for 2023-24?
Well, I'll answer the first part of the question. The deputy minister, in essence, acts as the CEO of the PEI Housing Corporation at this point. Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And so there's a CEO, but then is that it? I'm just confused by that process. Normally, a CEO would how does that work? So the CEO has full responsibility. Can you just talk about that structure? Because I know it's a little bit different.
It is, I think, unique in government for a corporation of government to act and manage that corporation within the department itself, rather than being spun off as an independent corporation with a board of directors. And there is certainly discussion about moving in that direction. I think it's something that I hope we can turn our attention to at some point in the future. Like I said, it's been discussed, and I think probably warranted to help serve the needs of the clientele and the mandate of the corporation going into the future.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And without a board, who keeps the CEO accountable?
Honourable member. Can we work that into the budget somehow, your question?
Oh, certainly. So administration, do we have enough administration dollars here to put in place to keep the CEO accountable of this $56+ million budget?
The administration budget, I don't think, do you want to go ahead and make that point there?
The administration budget includes things like office supplies, telephone charges, rent, insurance, property tax, professional fees, internet, cell phone, miscellaneous. It's not salaries. It's the cost to run the office, so to speak.
Perfect.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Is there any money spent on professional services to keep the CEO accountable in this position?
I'd have to bring that back.
We do have regional boards for family housing.
And the financial statements are audited by external auditors.
Yeah, so there are, I can't remember the number, it's 8 or 9 regional family housing boards, and certainly the the books are audited each year.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So does the CEO work directly with the boards? Do the boards keep the CEO accountable?
Honorable member, they're good questions, but we're actually debating the budget.
Yes, and I'm just trying to figure out, is there any positions in your, does the CEO operate with any positions? I know they work underneath, but who is a paid member of your department that keeps the CEO accountable for? I mean, it's one person.
CEO is the deputy minister. So in the structure of the PEI Housing Corporation as it exists right now, which is different than, say, the PEI Liquor Corporation or any other Crown Corporation, is the deputy minister is accountable to executive council, like every other deputy minister for what falls under their responsibility in their department, which in this case, the PEI Housing Corporation.
Great.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I'm just worried because, I mean, in a standing committee, you had a deputy minister come in and talk and ask the chair of that committee, where are the gaps when we were talking about housing 2 years ago? So I'm just worried that if that's the case, I just don't know I just want to make sure the accountability piece is there, because this will be the main thrust. We need this to get this right in Prince Edward Island in the next 2 years. It just has to be done. So I will ask, I don't want to get into too much. If there's other people on the list, I can ask a few more, but
I have others on the list.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead with somebody else.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to go back to the questions that I asked and I was told to ask under this section. So the Rosedale Center in Montague is owned by the Housing Corporation.
It has an assignment at CMHC.
Yeah, it does fall under PEI Housing Corporation. There's an agreement with CMHC. At one point, I believe the facility fell under health, but it does fall within our department at this point. I think there's two long-term care facilities that have CMHC agreements, so they've been transferred to us.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And so what are the I guess, did Housing Corp just come into possession of that, or has that been like that for a while?
If it was funded through CMHC, we would have to have an agreement.
Yeah.
When it was created.
Yeah, which we don't know the date. No, sorry.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So what are the plans with the Rosedale Center? Is your department working on anything?
Yeah, there are ongoing plans for the future of that center. I don't know if any firm decisions have been taken about what exactly we'll do with it, but certainly one thing that's under consideration is to turn it into housing units.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair, which the community will be thrilled to hear because that is kind of what they've been advocating for. I guess I'm just left feeling a little bit confused because I've been trying to get my hands on the assessment that tells us the building needs to be demolished, because that's what I've been told every time I ask. I'm told this building's going to be demolished. It's not fit for human beings to be in. And so I keep asking for a copy of this assessment and I never got it. So do you have assessments that say this building is sound or not?
I have never discussed an assessment that's been done on the building, but the possibility of demolishing it has certainly been discussed. So that's likely the result of an assessment, but I've never been made aware of the assessment taking place would have happened before my time here, but certainly demolishing it, building housing units has been discussed.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And my last question on this specific thing. If it can be salvaged, I think making it into housing is a brilliant idea. Will you get your hands on a copy of this assessment if it's been done and table it for us if you get your hands on that, please?
That exists. I don't see why not, you know.
Thank you.
I would note that, you know, the
Minister.
replacement of the facility would fall under our capital budget.
Of course, yeah.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Okay, thank you. So, I don't know what I want to go to next. So the budget address included a mention of a 4-year, $25 million infrastructure fund through the Federation of PEI Municipalities. And this was to work with communities outside the capital area to develop construction-ready lots for Islanders to purchase and use for future homes. And I'm wondering how much of this funding is allocated for 23-24?
No, that's a different program. That's, this is the one recently announced. You're talking about the one that'll be administered through PEI FCM.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. It was through the, like in the budget document when they were, the day that the Lieutenant Governor read.
Okay, did you just mention Federation of Municipalities?
Yeah, yeah.
There are two separate programs, but the one most recently announced is a community infrastructure fund, yes, that we've allocated $1.25 million for this year.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. And so what's the budget plan for this fund? How long do we see this? It's 4 years. So yeah, what's our plan with that?
Well, it's a new program, and we're certainly not planning to spend a huge portion of that budget this year, but we need to stand up the program, figure out how it will be administered and rolled out, and I think when we fine-tune the model, we'll be able to ramp up the spending that we've allocated towards it in subsequent years.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm wondering, is there any money in this budget allocated for funding to develop density, higher density in the capital region?
No, there wouldn't be any spending commitment for us on that front. Certainly certainly that's the type of thing that through amendments to the Planning Act we might include as like minimum development standards that then roll down to municipalities. And it's also, you know, discussions that we have municipalities. I mean, those discussions are being had at every level of government. The federal government is encouraging municipalities to increase density. Our municipal affairs department is encouraging density, making better use of existing infrastructure, which is another way of saying more density. And our lands division is also, you know, through planning and development of official plans and bylaws, encourages all those things. So that is a general discussion and not really a point that we would budget money for.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. So on the same fund, it seems like it will prioritize development of single detached family homes.
On which one, sorry?
The same fund there, the
Okay.
infrastructure fund. Is that the expected outcome? That it's kind of like, seems like single detached homes in rural areas?
I certainly wouldn't want it to be targeted to single detached homes. I think I'm not sure how you're getting that sense, but that certainly wouldn't be the way I would encourage this program to be used. I think we need to concentrate on more affordable, more attainable, higher density development and denser. Yeah.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. So that is there anything in there that sets that parameter that it's not because I agree with you. I think that we need to look at other sorts of development. So is there something in there that encourages that, or is it just kind of hoping that it will lead to these other
This is another new program that when we have policy staff that we can roll these programs out with, those criteria will be developed, and that is certainly the way that I will be directing it to be rolled out.
2 more questions, Charlottetown Victoria Park, and then I can put you back on the list.
That would be lovely. So I guess then we haven't, if we're not at the, we're kind of at the, we haven't designed it yet stage, so we don't know what the measurement looks like to ensure that this program is reaching the goals that we had laid out for it. I'm assuming that will also be part of your direction to the team designing this?
Can you restate the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that the programs we roll out are successful and they've reached our desired outcomes. So I'm assuming we don't quite know that yet, given your answer to the last question. So I'm wondering if the measurements or the, oh my gosh, words, but the, I'm going to say measure because I can't think of the word I'm thinking of right now, to evaluate it. That's not the word either, but you know what I mean. So will that also be part of the program, that we are able to evaluate this program?
Yeah, I think we have to, I think we'll have to decide what our KPIs are, how we're going to measure the success of the program. Certainly bang for buck, housing units per acre, I don't know what it might be, but we want to make sure that we're rolling out high-density development, creating housing. I mean, this is making efficient use of services. It's really strong focus of a program like this.
Charlottetown Victoria Park, 1 more, and then I can put you back on the list.
Okay, that would be great. So what is the municipal transition fund that goes to Three Rivers?
Is that in the PI Housing Corporation?
I believe so. Maybe not. There was a
That was
bit of
municipal
confusion.
affairs.
That might be in a different section.
That was municipal affairs. We covered that. We talked about that quite extensively here.
Thank you. I'll put you back on the list.
Thank you.
Charlottetown Victoria Park. Charlottetown West Royalty?
I noticed, I'm going through the past and just trying to figure out what has happened in a year. In your salaries, I noticed that a year ago, there was 4 addiction workers in there, and in the new PEI Housing Corp, because we talked about that, and everything was the same. Everything's the same. I do not see any addiction workers in the list of jobs that are here. Maybe I'm wrong. Seems.
What gets handed out is only permanent positions. So addictions workers, if they're not on the list, could be temporary or casual, and they wouldn't be included in the salary handout.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
That doesn't make any sense because last year they're in here. There was 4.2 FTEs. And now on the sheet that I got, which I think should have been fairly similar to the one that we got before, they're not here. Maybe they are. Just let me have a look again because I don't want to.
Honorable member, do you know what section, or to give a little bit of clarity, do you know what page
Table
you're on?
contacts? No, just joking. It's in the handouts. It's under Prince Edward Island Housing Corporation Employee Salary List.
Is there a page number you could at least?
That's a good question,
direct
Chair,
us
and
to?
I don't think that it comes with a page, just kind of a handout.
All right, Charlottetown West
It
Royalty?
would be nice to have them numbered.
Charlottetown West Royalty, do you have a question?
It's also, I'm just going to speculate here, it's also possible that those were left behind in social development seniors.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
But that's why I started asking about this section, if it's the same. It it doesn't make sense for us to be able to, in PEI Housing Corp., if you're going to take over operations of emergency, transitional, and social housing programs, and I'll get into that later, that we don't have the addiction workers. Where are the addiction workers? I'll ask for an intervention from the minister who has the addiction workers that we need in our province.
The stranger?
The list of permanent salaries was prepared by Social Development and Housing, who had it last year. And this is the list they provided. My guess is they are included in the 12.5 service workers, but I would have to go back and confirm that.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, that, in the last year's, it is 5.2, and now it's up to 12.5. Then why would you switch out a title of such importance? Because I'm just trying to figure out how many addiction workers we have. So if you had 4.2 before and you have 12.5, that should only be 9 workers. Like, did we hire more addiction workers?
So again, honorable member, I believe that our stranger has said that that would probably, and I don't want to put words in our stranger's mouth, but might fall under the Department of Social Development and Seniors.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it was included in last year's budget. If you say it was, I'll take your word for it, but we don't have addiction workers in our Housing Corp budget.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So the 12.5 service workers, can I get a breakdown of what they do?
I'd have to bring that back.
My understanding, those are service workers for our housing units, other than maintenance, like I believe cleaning and might be janitorial and something else that I can't remember right now.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So are we sure, we're talking, because when I look at service in the Department of PEI, I think of service to the clients that we're representing here. I'll ask you guess, are the service workers different from the maintenance workers, which might have been just described?
They are.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So, because I have further questions about where afterwards, I have to know where the addiction officers are.
We don't have any addiction workers, PEI Housing Corporation, but we can bring back to you why you may have seen those last year, if in fact you did, and why you don't this year, but we don't have them in our budget this year.
Charlottetown West Royalty, 2 more questions and then I can put you back on the list.
Yes, please, after that. You said the shelter workers here. What are the shelter workers for? You have 2.5 FTEs.
So that doesn't include staff that would be at Park Street. That's a separate item.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Oh, no, I just asked you what the shelter workers here do, and I wasn't talking about Park Street. Just
okay, so what's your questions?
Just what the shelter worker, what the 2 shelter workers, 2.10 shelter workers do.
Yeah, I'll have to bring back, you want specific, you want location, duties and responsibilities?
Charlottetown West Royalty, a follow-up to that.
Well, I mean, if it's important enough that shelter workers make this program, but addiction workers don't, I do need to know where those shelter, what those, I'm basically just picking one line here, and I have to know that we know what we're doing here, because there is a big change from social development over, and I'm just trying to figure out where do I find the 36 employees on this list that work at Park Street.
All of the employees at Park Street are temporary or casual because it's only got a 1-year temporary variance, so your list is permanent employees. No temporary or casuals are on this list.
Charlottetown West Royalty, I have one follow-up question, and then I can put you back on the list.
So if those are temporary workers, there's 36 of them, all their salaries are not budgeted for in here because they're temporary. Is there any plans to make those employees full-time permanent?
Well, we can't make them full-time permanent until we determine what happens with Park Street with the variance from the city, right? We can't hire a permanent employee to work in a temporary shelter.
Charlottetown West Royalty, I can put you back on the list.
Please do.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So just kind of jumping off that a little bit, and if this was asked, you can just tell me, I just don't remember hearing it, but with the Park Street, what's happening in Park Street, all the different, like, you know, the shelter and kind of that service there. I'm wondering, I know that the permit to operate is up in October, so I'm wondering what the plans are for October, and if there's any plans that are happening within your department that you could share with us.
Yeah, we are beginning the plannings for public consultation. I've spoken to staff as recently as yesterday, the day before, about how we're approaching that, what it looks like. I mean, the city will also have a public consultation process, you know, whether it's to change the use to permanent or extend the temporary use, whatever it may be, based on our own public discussions and what we recommend going forward. So we have a public consultation process to go through. The city will also at some point have to consult on the land use. They have an obligation to consult for changes in land use. So all I can say is that we're starting that process. We've discussed it with the city, how it needs to roll out and unfold. But the first step is to organize what that looks like and set a date for it.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And as I lead into my next question, one thing that I would highly suggest is that this consultation be done in good faith before, so that people actually do have an opportunity to shape what a service might look like, or to have say in, you know, if they've got concerns or they've got ideas, that they're genuinely heard and incorporated, because the public consultation that was done with the overdose prevention site was just not. So I hope that you learned from that.
I don't know how it was conducted or anything about it, but I do know that public consultation is an art. Sometimes it's done well, sometimes it's done poorly. Like, you know, and if you put a mic in the middle of a room and just let people say anything they want, it's not really a productive use of time. So yes, I would prefer to see something where we're actually receiving input and making decisions based on what we hear.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
And so, will you promise me something? Will you talk to the people who were involved in the consultations to find out what went wrong and what we need to do
Just
differently?
say, don't do that.
Yeah, and don't do that. Okay, you will do that?
Yeah, I've already said it, actually.
Okay, good.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And how much money is allocated in this budget to the public consultation process?
It would, yeah, under professional services, yeah. How much? Yeah, I don't know if we've got a specific line item in there, but it's, where? Yeah. Yeah, it would be inside of professional services somewhere in that budget, but, yeah, it could just be included in the miscellaneous.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And in that, within that consultation budget, is the consultation does your plan involve just consulting in Charlottetown, or are you thinking of a wider island-wide consultation? Because these concerns and issues and homelessness and all those things are not just a Charlottetown issue. And I think it's really important that we start having these conversations as an island, because eventually we will just not centralize these services and offer these services to people in their community. I hope that's the goal. And so I'm wondering, in your consultation plan, perhaps you haven't gotten this far yet, is it just in Charlottetown or is it the island at large?
For the outreach center here in Charlottetown, the future of which we're going to be trying to decide, that consultation process is just going to include Charlottetown.
Charlottetown, or sorry.
Yeah, but certainly, as I've stated here in the House, the issue of emergency shelter is an ongoing discussion with the City of Summerside. As I said, I've had contact with the mayor there. We're looking, our staff are bringing back some options for how we might proceed there, but certainly at some point in the future, I would foresee some sort of public consultation about how we're approaching the problem there.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a good idea, because I think that Islanders would have a lot to offer there. And there's also the education component to that as well. Does the Community Outreach Center fall under PEI Housing Corp?
It falls within my department where you want to, it is, we have inherited it as part of our file, yeah.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And so I know that there was a substantial increase to the budget for the Community Outreach Center this year, or I guess since you took over that contract. And so I'm wondering, I know that there's been it's been in the media the other night that they were saying that, we're outgrowing the space. It's not accessible. It's not the right space. And so is there anything in this budget? I mean, obviously, we keep pouring money into that building. I mean, they have a beautiful, not new kitchen, but the kitchen's been redone, and they put up a wall and they put in window, they're actually doing physical work to the building. And so how much money are we going to waste in a building that we're not going to use? So I'm wondering, what are our plans? We must be having discussions about this.
Well, any of the work that we're doing there is to keep up the services that there is a demand for. I wouldn't say that it's an opulent facility by any stretch of the imagination. We're making modest investments so that we can service the demands of the clients there. And I wouldn't say it's a waste, but we are trying to keep our head above water until we decide what we might do in the future.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Yeah, I certainly don't think it's a waste either. They're doing really good work there. And I also know that clients are also saying this isn't the right location. And so, it's going to be a tough summer for everyone, as we know that population grows. And popping in to visit at the Community Outreach Center, there's not a lot of space for them either. It's just like, it just doesn't feel like, I know that the services being offered there are great, the space is not. And so I really look forward to hearing things progress on this. So I'm wondering if you can tell me what is covered by the administration budget here.
Again, office supplies, telephone charges, rent, insurance, property tax, meetings, professional dues and fees, internet, cell phone, and then there's a line item there, there's no budget in it, but miscellaneous.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So I noticed that the debt budget line is the same as it was last year. Just wondering why that would be.
That's the interest and bank charges and that on mortgages that the Housing Corporation holds.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And there's a $1.4 million increase to materials, supplies, and services. I'm wondering, actually, this might have been asked, I'm just wondering what's driving that cost. If it's been asked, you don't have to answer it.
It's been asked, but I could tell you again. There's some increases for Park Street, there's the demolition of Stewart Memorial Hospital, and operating expenses for some of the new purchases for the new units.
Charlottetown Victoria Park. One more question, I can put you back on the list.
That would be great. So the professional services budget is expected to increase by close to $600,000. I'm wondering why that is.
Services. So those are all related to Park Street, policing, security, and transportation.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
You said policing? Where do we pay the policing costs?
Policing and, yeah.
We do.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
How much does that cost?
Park and Outreach Center. Park Street and the Outreach Center, it's, the full contract is 306. We pay half and Social Development and Housing pay half.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Sorry, Health pays half, not Social Development.
Oh, does that mean that those facilities get, I didn't know that. I never heard of that contract. Is that something new? When was that contract? Is that put in place? When did we start that contract, the policing contract?
February.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And this is the first time, so it started in February, so it would have been in the last budget?
No, it's a 13-month contract. Or 13 and a half, maybe.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Can you table that contract, Minister?
Sure.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you. So,
Could be.
does that mean that there's policing overnight at Park Street, or is that is there a police officer there at all times?
I'm not sure if it's 24/7. It's 2 full-time officers, I believe.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Just some questions on Park Street. How much was, I know that there's 36 staff and they're not in here. How much is the collective payout in staffing? How much is that 36? How much would it be for the whole year?
They're included in the salary dollars. So the total dollars in salary that we see, our budget estimate is 6.8. They're included in that. They're just not included in your listing of positions.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I just find that just a little confusing because I figured when I get both documents that they should match up. They should, all the salaries that are in this document are in here, so they don't match up?
The handouts only provide for permanent positions.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So out of that salary line, how many more temporary positions do we have other than the 36? 36 at Park Street.
14 more.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And where are those 14?
They could dispersed throughout. They could, there's.
The whole department.
The whole, they could be, let me see, I should have a listing here, but they could be temporary admins, they could be data entry clerks, they could be navigators, they could be anything.
Charlottetown West Royalty, 2 more, and then I can put you back on the list.
Okay, yeah, so I'd like to go back on the list. 2 more, let me think.
Or 1 more.
No, 2, I'll take 2. In the handouts, in the handouts, it references the Housing Action Plan quite a bit under programs. Does that mean that everything referenced here is following the Housing Action Plan of 2018?
That's the program code that those grants were paid out under. Yeah, it's like the name of the account that the grants were paid out through.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So, because I know under the programs, there's housing programs, and then there's Housing Action Plan, specifically says Housing Action Plan. That refers, in my mind, as an MLA, that refers to a document. Then I'm going to go back to the document and see if those things relate to the Housing Action Plan in that document, and they really don't.
That is literally the account code that those payments were made under.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not confused. I know that you've amended or reduced your target for the vacancy rate from 4% to 3%. So what's the time frame that you're planning to reach that target of 3% vacancy rate?
Sorry.
Is that under the Housing Corporation?
Yeah, well, I mean, investments in housing are going to impact that.
Feels like it was the
I think it was in the throne speech, wasn't it?
That's where the 3% figure came from, reduced from 4.
In this mandate of the government.
Within it.
Leader of the third party?
All right. One of the issues we have with the handouts that we've received is that the breakdown we get is from last year. We don't have a breakdown for the grants budgeted for this fiscal year. We just get the figure. And I'm wondering why that's the case. It's difficult. I have to ask questions, for example, on this year's grants to ask for breakdown because we've only got last year's in front of us.
What's that?
They're always the previous years. All of your handouts are for the previous year's actions.
Sure. Okay. So thanks. So I will ask them for a breakdown then of the grants and the budget line for this fiscal year. So, I mean, the total 40,000 or so, 30,000, 35.
Where are we?
35 million, excuse me. I can go through them line by line.
I think all of these are grants, right?
Sometimes it's, sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
Sometimes it's possible to extrapolate from previous years, but really none of these figures line up with previous years, so I can't make assumptions based on what last year was.
No, in previous years, you had one line item, one total. So this year, what we've tried to do with the new department is break it down into 5 different types of grants rather than one total of $45 million. That we were trying to make it better.
Leader of the third party.
And I do appreciate that, but asking us to pass a budget line of 10,785,000, for example, for affordable housing developments without knowing what that is, because that's quite different from the 3.5 million that was estimated for last year. I realized the forecast was higher than that, but can you give us a breakdown on, yeah, we'll go through the 5 areas that you just described, the affordable housing development, 10
Do you
million.
want me to tell you what the 7.2 increase is?
Yes, I think that's what we're getting at, is it? Sorry, I'm just getting a little lost, but
Sure.
we can narrow down the focus of the question. We'll try to answer it.
Sure, I'm really just I'm being asked to pass a 10 million, almost $11 million budget line for affordable housing development without knowing at all where that money's going.
Okay, so there's $7.285 million in here in new funding. Do you want me to go through it line by line?
Sure.
Okay, so Affordable Housing Development Plan, there's $670,000 of new money. In the rent-to-own program, there's $1 million. In the $25 million infrastructure program, there's 1.25. There's a platform commitment for tiny homes of $1 million. There's
Right.
125,000 in the closing cost program, 125,000 in a co-op program for nonprofit organizations, $250,000 in community care capital loans, $365,000 for energy efficient upgrades in the for the Housing Development Challenge, and $2.5 million in interest rebates for the Housing Challenge.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you. So I think there were questions perhaps in question period a couple of days ago about the rent-to-own program. So we have $1 million budget in this fiscal year for that very program. Have you had a chance to come back with, give us any sort of idea of how that program's going to work?
Well, I know it's going to be complicated. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And the program itself is actually administered by finance, so we've initiated discussions with finance about how it will actually operate. And one of the problems that we have at this point, and this is relevant to the discussions we've had about moving this budget process along, for me, when I said yesterday that we don't have a budget for this program, part of our problem is this new department, having been separated out of the old department, this division, and moved into an entirely new department, we don't have a staff. We're operating on a skeleton staff now, and all of these new positions that we're proposing in our budget, we can't post. The Public Service Commission will not allow us to post until we've got an approved budget. So we've got very limited resources, but we have budgeted for policy analysts, program managers, project managers to help stand up all of our new programs and commitments. So it's going to take us, we're going to need more resources to develop these programs and stand them up. So at this point, we've got very limited information to report on exactly what these programs will look like. We need staff to build them.
Sorry, Minister.
Yeah, go ahead.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the bottleneck here is we don't have a design for this program because we don't have staff there to create that design.
That is a big problem.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
The tiny homes line, which was also $1 million, can you tell me a bit more about that?
I think we're trying to just develop a vision of exactly what that looks like, the concept. We've been, well, I haven't, but my staff has done some research, some site visits on other tiny home communities, and we're trying to, again, develop a concept of exactly what this looks like and who we're targeting, what location. So again, those are ongoing discussions, but not fully fleshed out yet.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. So the $1 million that's budgeted within this affordable housing development line for tiny homes, is that in order to, is that a capital expense to build tiny homes, or is it to?
It's my understanding, yes, yeah. It may include costs for other associated costs, but you know, we've got the Holland College construction program building these for us.
Leader of the third party.
This is a critical thing. I actually got an email from somebody whose son owns a tiny home and is really having trouble getting permits to hook it up to water and electricity. Do we have the legislation and regulations in place so that people with tiny homes actually have the ability to live in them?
I'd be interested in hearing what those challenges are. Yeah. If you don't mind passing them along,
I will
I'd be
absolutely
certainly interested, yeah.
Okay.
Could be a building code or something. Leader of the third party.
So as far as you're aware, that your department has not done any work on producing new regulations specifically related to tiny homes?
Regulations, I'm not aware. It doesn't come to mind right away if I've been made aware. But again, I'm interested to hear exactly what the challenges this person conveyed to you and what sort of considerations we might need to take into consideration.
Sure. Okay.
These probably things that they may have learned from some of the research they've done, some of the site visits they've done to other tiny home communities, but certainly something I'm willing to look into for you.
Sure.
Leader of the third party.
I'll try just in order to get this on the record, because I don't have the email in front of me, so I may not get all the details exactly right, but I think it's a good example of where the issues lie. The tiny home was built in Summerside by a reputable builder. The owner of the tiny home applied for a permit to have it connected to electricity and water. I don't know exactly where in the province this was. And they were asked to certify that the home was built by Red Seal builders, carpenters, plumbers, electricians. And they were assured by the people who built it that indeed it was, but they could not provide them with documentation to prove that point. So they were not going to, your department was not going to issue a permit. That's just one example of where these tiny homes, which are new, a new idea here, are running into problems, or at least sounds like they're running into problems.
Well, it needs to be, they need to be regulated like any other housing. They need to be built to code, and tiny homes are somewhat popular these days, and anybody can slap together a tiny home. It doesn't mean that it should be hooked up to municipal services or electrical grid. So there's some considerations, but we had our design that's being built at Holland College, designed by an architect, and to the best of my knowledge, they should be being built to meet or exceed code.
I guess you're making my point that currently we don't have those regulations for tiny homes, so they're being built in this sort of regulatory vacuum.
Well, they should be covered by the building code itself. If there's something that needs to be covered specific to a tiny home, it should just be a home that's tiny and meet or exceed all the building code requirements.
Sure. So, we should have a sidebar on that, but can I continue on with a couple of questions regarding this?
Yeah, two more if you don't mind.
Sure.
And then
So when you're talking about tiny homes here, are we talking about building tiny home communities, if I can put it that way, a number altogether, or are we talking about some zoning changes to allow people to put a tiny home on an already existing property where there's a house?
I think both. I think this program is probably focused on a community. We've certainly explored other tiny home communities as a model. As I said, we haven't settled on anything yet, but I think that we're also exploring some interim measures to our interim amendments to our Planning Act that would set new minimum development standards, which would roll out provincially to allow more density, whether it's accessory units, garden units, more density. Many of the things we've already talked about, which maybe includes a tiny home.
Okay.
Leave the third party.
Thank you. Well, one of the things which has flowed from Fiona is use of the wood that's on the ground for buildings below a certain square footage. I think it's 600, but I stand to be corrected on that, and many tiny homes would be less than 600 square feet. Would it be, am I right in thinking that these tiny homes would qualify for that exemption and be able to use locally produced wood?
I couldn't tell you, but my guess would be that there's been exemptions made for maybe accessory buildings that aren't dwelling units. I think the purpose is to have seasoned wood or that's structurally sound, something that's maybe not as important in an accessory unit where you're parking your drive-on lawnmower rather than sleeping under a roof at night. So speculation, but
okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Charlotte Victoria Burke.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the grants, and so we see various vendors and 11 various vendors. I'm wondering if you can give us a little bit more information on who those are. One is for temporary shelter supports, the various vendors for temporary shelter supports and the 11 various vendors for housing program health office.
I'm not sure where we are.
She's looking at this one, for example. Like, so what was disclosed is anyone, for the most part, over $250,000. So when you see 18 various suppliers, for example, they would be less than $250,000. Many of the, like mobile rental vouchers, for example, they're provided to people, so we're not going to disclose, there's FOIP issues with disclosing names. So the 18 various vendors in the housing program could be to developers or building, it could be to people. So we're limited in certainly what we can disclose, but we've disclosed for the most part everything over $250,000.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Okay. Those are big line items for that, but okay. The other thing that I was thinking about after hearing about the staffing issues, side note, it kind of blows my mind that we would, during a housing crisis, separate ministries to have no staff in housing during a housing crisis. It's insane to me. Anyway, moving on. So the other thing I was looking at is under the employee salary list for the Housing Corporation, there's a seniors outreach worker, and I wonder, what is that position?
The dark of the night.
The seniors outreach worker, isn't that the one that goes to
Business.
the board?
I think so.
Oh, nothing.
She's asking what the seniors outreach worker does.
The seniors outreach worker, was that the question?
Yeah.
I believe that's our Champion Court pilot project.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And so would that falls under this section then?
Yes, PEI Housing Corporation.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Of course. In my mind, it was under social development and seniors. This is hard to get used to.
Yes, well, we're in a new world.
Yeah.
We're in a new world now.
Whole
Yeah.
new world. So, okay, well then I'm going to ask some questions about that. So I have lots of questions on kind of where this originated from and why Champion Court, but I will stick to the budget. So how is this program going so far?
Well, there was an assertion in the House here one day that issues that were being relayed from the tenants to the outreach worker were not being dealt with. We followed up with that, and to the best of our knowledge, everything has been addressed. So I would be happy to hear otherwise. If you can bring any specifics about that, certainly. Maybe there's a breakdown of communication, but I'm told that any issues that have been brought forth have been relayed to our maintenance team to take care of, and that there's nothing left on their list.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Well, that's very interesting.
Sure
Because
is.
the things that I'm hearing are kind of like things like range hoods and things like that. And there was a rent review, and a few seniors had said to me they didn't want to pay their rent because the things that they had brought forward still weren't done. So I'm going to confirm with that because that was only like a week and a half ago. So I will confirm with that. I will take this opportunity to say that the person who's doing it, I cannot remember their name, and I wish I could to give them a shout out because I'm told that they are a lovely person. And none of the seniors believe that it's them why this isn't getting done. They do believe this is being communicated. They're just frustrated why it's not getting done, and they do not blame that person, just for the record. So I'm curious. So obviously there's money here to evaluate this program, and if it goes well, are there plans for the future in this, or what? How do you what does that look like?
Yeah, we're definitely tracking how it's going, and that was part of why I followed up on the assertion you made here in the House. because I'd like to know that it's actually valuable for the tenants, and have talked about perhaps rolling it out to a new location. But that's just a preliminary discussion I had with staff.
Victoria Burke.
Thank you, Chair. When I stopped into another government-owned building, they were very jealous that Champion Court got that and they didn't, so they're talking. One of the concerns that I heard, and just kind of to let you know, is the security issues, that they're still experiencing the security issues they were facing there. So those would be another outstanding thing. So, I mean, there's the seniors outreach worker. Is there also money to support the work that they bring to you? In terms of, obviously there would be the maintenance. I'm assuming there's a budget in here for maintenance. Would there also be a budget in here for security concerns in government-owned buildings?
Material supplies and services includes repairs.
Includes what?
It includes repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that relates to security, though. I can't say specifically about security.
Victoria Burke.
Thank you, Chair. Another concern that I've heard from seniors living in publicly owned seniors' homes, that they're worried about their neighbors. And when I was out campaigning, they would say, "Oh, don't knock on their door. They have dementia. They're not doing well. Don't knock on their." And it became very obvious to me. I started to ask questions to say, "Well, do they have family? Is there someone who looks after them?" And there were some of them that didn't. And so I recognize that these are independent living buildings, and I also recognize that I'm told we don't do the assessments we used to do for seniors moving into seniors housing. I'm told that stopped because of COVID. And from what was explained to me was that a few different seniors who had this assessment done, it was very specific. Like, they talked about sorting garbage, they talked about how well they keep their house clean, they had house visits. And those kind of stopped. And so the concern is that, well, there's two concerns here. One, concerns of people who may be experiencing dementia and getting increasingly worse, but have no one to look in on them, or no one to kind of assess that perhaps they're ready to move on to the next level of housing. And then we've got a group of people who are, I'm assuming, because we don't do these assessments anymore, combined with the fact that we don't have any housing anymore, that there's people who are living in publicly owned seniors' homes that are not able to live independently and healthily with their neighbors. And whether that be assaults happening, whether that be, like sinks overflowing or setting fires, there's a lot of fear in there. So I'm wondering, do you see this, this seniors outreach worker, do you see that as part of potentially their work?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, a lot of our public seniors housing is in my district as well, and I came across many of the same issues as you. I know that you're right, it is independent living. There's certain limitations about services that we offer there, but yes, there's been discussions about assessing whether this is the appropriate housing for people to move into, but then there's also that issue of determining when they might need to move on to something new. And I have been involved with relaying concerns of residents where it resulted in tenants being moved out, moved on to more appropriate housing.
Victoria Burke.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm thinking about, and I can't remember the numbers here, but the Housing Corp bought a bunch of new buildings. Was there like 16 new buildings or something? Am I pulling that out of the air?
It's, yeah, I don't know the number of buildings, units, upwards of 200 new units over the last couple of years.
Victoria Burke.
Thank you, Chair. And one of the concerns that I brought up before in here, and was the maintenance, the amount of maintenance that you, and one of the things that also the seniors tell me is that when there were enough maintenance workers and there were enough of the people kind of taking care of these buildings, that the people in these positions would kind of take the role of checking in on residents and having conversations with residents. And I know the residents really miss the time that, and obviously I understand that's not part of a maintenance person's job, but it was just kind of something that happened. And so they're missing that connection. But one of the things that they asked actually came from a senior that asked me to ask you was, we've bought these new units. The units they feel don't have enough maintenance or cleaners and all that stuff. So they wanted me to ask you if there's money in this budget to ensure that, regardless of if we can hire them or not, that there's money in this budget that the new units that we have will be properly looked after, and it won't be at the expense of buildings that are currently up and running.
Yeah, so we've got, we did mention new funds earlier for $780,000 for operating expenses just on new purchases. And also note under materials, supplies and services, our repairs and maintenance budget is up $1.2 million over the previous forecast. It's
Honorable Charlottetown Victoria Park, 2 more. I can put you back on the list.
Okay. So I'm wondering now, I think I'm done there. I'm wondering about the Family Housing Board. What is their role?
There are, I think it's nine regional family housing boards that administer the family housing units in their regions.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And do you think that they're well-resourced enough?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we need 9. I think there'll be a review of that structure as we move forward and consider the entire structure of the Housing Corporation. But it's certainly been a topic of discussion whether that structure serves us well now and how we move forward with that.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the home heating program, and there's a big bump in that program. I'm wondering if you can explain what's changing from last year to this year.
We've increased the threshold to be eligible for it. Yeah, a whole bunch of new money, yeah.
Can I put you on the back?
Yes, please. Thank you.
So yeah, there's $4.5 million more in that budget.
Charlottetown West Road.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the line for McDonald House under the Housing Action Plan, $432,644. Is that the actual money that did go out?
Charlottetown West Road.
Well, I'm looking at the estimate from 2022 to 2023. It was only supposed to be $353,200. What was the discrepancy? It's basically the same line because this was last year's grants. Why is there a $70,000 difference?
Well, I think previous year's grants was.
Might have them with them. I mean, this is literally what we paid them, what they got paid last year.
Okay, you want to tell them that?
That's literally what they were paid out last year. So they could have requested additional funding or.
Charlottetown West Road.
Thank you. Is there any other money in that program? There's not. Where do we find the housing? Where do we find the housing line? Who takes care of the shelter support line?
Who answers it, or?
Who was the contract with?
I'm not sure. I'll have to get that information for you. The contract for the the shelter support line?
Yeah. Is that contract with the Salvation Army?
Don't know.
We'll have to bring that back.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
There's no chance that you know the volume of calls to that line?
I can tell you when it's coverage.
No, I don't think that's in our budget book.
I don't have volume. I know when it's answered, how many hours a day, stuff like that, but I don't have the volume.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I think it is with Salvation Army, but we can bring back more details.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And that's an important one. I think that we need to know how many people are calling that line and who operates that line. And if we come to the floor of the budget at 8 o'clock at night, I think we really need to know that number. And I think it is with the Salvation Army. And I was just trying to figure out if that's the difference between the $353,200 in the estimate for last year and then the $432,644. Could that be the difference? I'm just trying to figure out how much we spend to operate the shelter support line.
The 432 was paid to Bedford McDonald House, so it wouldn't include anything paid to the Salvation Army.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
With respect, Bedford McDonald is run by the Salvation Army.
I think what she's saying is that
It was paid directly to was
the
issued
shelter
to
support
Bedford.
line wouldn't show up on the same line.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
It's paid out of this budget. It's somewhere. And I'm just trying to figure out why it's not included in this and how we do that. That's what I'm getting. So I guess I'll ask for you to bring that back. So yeah, it's just important for me to move forward with either further questions, because if we don't know where we are and we don't have the data with people calling in, where are we with the problem?
Well, I can tell you I've just received some data. And for the month of April, the number of unique callers was 127, 95 of which were Queens County, 5 in Kings County, 21 in Prince.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So out of that 95, did we find temporary solutions for everybody who called in to that line? In the Queens County, sorry. 95 seems very high in April.
Not all of those are for shelter, and in fact, only about half of those calls are actually people seeking shelter. Some of them are for information of various sorts or requesting transportation.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So that line, to let you know, Minister, that line is in the Salvation Army contract, and they are, it's hard for me to even start to ask questions there, because if we don't know that simple information, I don't know where to go. Maybe I'll ask you, do we have a contract with the Salvation Army to operate Bedford McDonald House and the shelter line at this time?
We have a contract with Salvation Army to operate Bedford McDonald House. Yes. And I'm quite sure that the shelter line is operated by the same, but I have to get back to you with the details.
Yeah, and don't worry about it, it is.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
The contract expired March 31st. Is there a contract in place now?
Similar to the outreach center, we're operating status quo until we have a budget. We can't sign any contracts until then.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
That is being run from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Is there any discussion to change the hours of that back to the 4 o'clock or back to something additional, given the volume of people, 95 people calling a housing line, people need supports? Is there any discussion about moving it forward and following the homeless action plan from 2019?
I haven't been a part of those discussions, no.
Charlottetown West Royalty, 2 more, then I can put you back on the list.
That's not to say that those discussions aren't happening, but I haven't been a part of them. Certainly staff are working with our partners on a day-to-day basis and improving services where they see fit.
The homeless report on shelters from 2019 states that we have to move towards 24-hour supports. Minister, is that something that you will look into? Is it in this budget to do that? It's one of the 3 main recommendations in that report from 2019 that this government has ignored for 4 years. Are you going to change that and look at doing that, Minister?
Yeah, certainly willing to have those discussions with you. We do have some services that are available 24 hours a day. So how we expand those 24-hour services, I'm open and willing to consider that as we move forward.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
You have disjointed services that are operating 24 hours a day. You don't have coordinated services to provide what, at the desperate time of people's lives, is a similarity of having a home. And that's where the difference is, and that's where I think we've really took the liberty of changing that definition. Minister, there needs to be a coordinated plan with this. And my last question before I lose the floor is that centralized case management is very important. Is there any move towards case management at a centralized location from the minister so that we know and we have consistent data to support our homeless people and one point of contact for the person that is unhoused in our province? It needs to be one point of contact. Minister, is there anything in this budget for that?
Can you restate the question specifically of what?
Yep, no problem. In the same report of 2019, which is one that I recommend that you have a look at it. And it frames where we needed to go back in 2019. What we did as a province is we went completely in the opposite direction of that. In there, it says we needed coordinated case management so we don't lose our most vulnerable people. So we're there to coordinate services with them. I'm confused between social development and now the Minister of Housing. Who's responsible for that? Because if we don't follow the person, we lose them. And right now, everybody's contributing and working very hard, but we don't have a central leader to solve this problem. And I'm asking who that central leader is. Will you look at coordinated case management coming back to the department so we can get control of this file?
Yeah, I'll get back to you with some details about that, but we do have coordinated access programs. I'm not sure, the HIFA system is a central part of the whole coordinated access program, so that exists. I'm not sure how much further you're asking us to take this, and as I said, I'm open and willing to hear about those suggestions.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. And kind of jumping off from there, but there were 2 reports that I refer to quite often. One of those was a needs assessment done by the Rotary Club in Montague, I believe. And the other one was one that was done for the Department of Social Development and Housing. And I was going to talk about two of the recommendations, and the member from Charlottetown West Royalty addressed one, and that's the plans to make the emergency shelters 24-hour services, because that was one of the recommendations from those two reports. Another recommendation that was made was that any service that has to do with people who are unhoused is that the services should be delivered in their communities. And so I know that we're starting to see, like Summerside starting to get some attention. So I'm wondering what is in this, is there anything in this budget to spread out those emergency shelter services? Will we be seeing any new communities with emergency shelter services?
These are, like Lighthouse is in Prince County. We have Chief Mayor Bernard is on Lennox.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the services are spreading out on a needs basis. As you said, Summerside is a developing community with these services, and we're working with them there. The Chief Mary Bernard shelter in Lennox Island is certainly a service in that region. There has been needs assessment ongoing in Kings County, so we can determine the capacity that we need to implement there. It will be an ongoing process, and I think it's important that we work closely with the municipalities. I think last summer, even here in Charlottetown, that was a learning experience about how to collaborate with the municipalities on a file that has overlapping concerns and responsibilities. So it's going to take a collaborative effort with the communities that are struggling with these issues.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And one of the things that Fiona certainly highlighted was that it's not just people who are unhoused who require emergency shelter, that there are other reasons why we might find individuals or families displaced. And so one of the things I know, the community that I grew up in Sherbrooke, their community center is not new anymore, but one of the things that they did was they made sure that it was equipped with all of the things that community members might need in the event of an emergency. And so, you know, there's showers, and there's a generator, and there's kitchen, and there's all of those things. And so I guess, are those conversations that you're having? Like, are you starting to see or starting to think that, and maybe I'm making some judgments and assumptions here, but is it something that you're starting to have conversations about? Or are you starting to kind of look beyond emergency shelter services as simply for people who are unhoused, but looking at it from a perspective of climate change and things like that?
We might be getting outside the purview of my department with emergency shelters. Disaster relief certainly is not something that we're dealing with. But just to expand on what I said in answer to the previous question about needs analysis for shelter service, that needs analysis is across the whole housing spectrum, so not just emergency, but transitional, seniors housing. We need to be strategic about targeting services where they're required, and that's an ongoing effort to understand the needs on a region-by-region basis, community-by-community basis. But in terms of emergency, like disaster, that's have to defer to the department responsible there.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And it's so unfortunate, and this is no slight to anyone, but it's unfortunate how we look at things in such silos here, right? Like, emergency shelters should be something that we're talking to municipalities about and working with municipalities and encouraging them to, and supporting them to do those things too.
And I was recently in Ottawa at a municipal affairs PT meeting, and it was disaster relief and emergency shelters, big topic of discussion, and climate change adaptation and extreme weather. It's definitely something that municipalities have on their minds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And it's, you know, it's one of those things you don't realize you need until you need it. And so I would love to see us getting ahead of that as a province. Kind of switching gears a little bit, I'm wondering, does your department have like a a maintenance plan for, I'm not talking just kind of like seniors buildings, but also like, I know, like whether it be duplexes or any housing units that the Housing Corporation owns. Is there a maintenance plan or a maintenance schedule for them? Do they get inspected, or how does that work?
Well, our housing staff are developing a 3-year maintenance and repair plan, and that would include all of our properties. It's based on I mean, there's a lot of common needs in there that will be addressed.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And is this plan something new in your department, or is this something that we've done before, they're just coming up with a new one?
I believe it's something new.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
That is really good news. Another thing that I talked about the other day was the state of some of the houses that I didn't even realize were owned by Housing Corporation until someone pointed out to me. And, you know, they were pretty run down and they were pretty bad. So I'm happy to hear that we're looking at this, because it's embarrassing that our province owns these and have let them fall into such terrible states, and that we're saying, the government, not we, government is saying it's okay for people to live in these situations. You know, it's just not a good look, but anyway. So I'm wondering what your department uses as a definition for affordable.
Yeah, well, all of the PEI Housing Corporation properties are based on an income threshold, and the rent is geared to income at 25% of gross income.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Happy to hear that. Okay, I'm gonna switch gears again. And so when you were talking about the plans for doing like a needs assessment and not just looking at specific housing, but on that whole continuum, where are we? Is that needs assessment budgeted here? Is that something that is being worked on? Because I just keep hearing about needs assessments that are done and then we ignore them and then we do new ones, and I don't know what we're looking for in these. So I'm wondering, is this are we working on a needs assessment right now? And is the one that was completed for social development and housing back not that long ago not relevant anymore? Or what? Why would we do that again?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost you a little bit, but I will say I know that we do have the one ongoing needs assessment right now for Kings County. And I alluded to that somewhat today when I answered questions from the member from Surrey Elmira about needs in the Surrey area. But beyond that, I'm not sure about any other ongoing needs assessments specific to a region.
I'll just remind members too there just to keep their conversations just to a low level. Charlottetown Victoria Park, 2 more questions and I can put you back on the list.
Okay. So I'm wondering what we would see in this budget for, and I'm hesitant to use a term because I fear that we're all kind of using different terms for different things, but what I'm wondering is money in this budget for people who are not able to quite live independently for various reasons. They may, you know, whether it be health reasons or whether it be just kind of cognitive abilities or physical abilities. Is there money in this housing for or in this budget for kind of like not assisted living, that's not the word I'm looking for, but supported living?
Housing, rent supplements.
Well, no, yeah. I think I'd fall back on the fact that we both agreed on earlier that the PEI Housing Corporation operates independent living residential units.
Charlottetown Victoria Park, 1 more question, I can put you back on the list, okay?
That would be great. So, but you just said that you looked at housing on the continuum, so whose responsibility is it then? So you're responsible?
Well, okay, let's, yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about transitional housing, yes, there is money to support all of the transitional housing that we've traditionally supported and that in some cases we operate, or that our partners operate through grants or direct operational budget, because there is, they are supported.
Yeah. Can I ask just one more?
You can have a follow-up. Yeah, Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you. Is there any new money in the budget for new transitional spaces or units or?
I'm not sure exactly how to answer that, but yes, because we will continue, there'll be announcements in the near future about additional transitional housing that we will own and operate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlottetown Victoria Park. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the home renovation program line, there's 5.15 budgeted for this year. Last year, I see that considerably more than that, over $1 million more than that was spent. And I'm wondering why we've budgeted less this year than last.
For home renovation programs?
Yeah, it was 6.2 last year, and we're budgeting 5.1 this year. The 6.2 was an overspend, I should say.
Mm.
When we pay it in, when they actually get the work done, and it's gone slower than anticipated.
Okay, yeah. So we are actually increasing the amounts available in both the Seniors Safe at Home program and the Seniors Home Repair program, increasing those to $15,000 and $8,000 respectively. I think that the budget is just reflecting that those applications are going out a little slower than they may have previously been.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, I'm just a little confused about the three budget lines that I have here in front of me. Last year's budget estimate was 3.2 million, and we spent almost twice that, 6.2. So can you explain, let's go bit by bit, why there was such, I have no issue, by the way, with spending more on home renovation programs, particularly for seniors, but if you could just tell me why that was twice what was budgeted.
So we had, I can only assume we had more applications.
Yeah.
We honored them.
Yeah, we've had
Substantial increase in the applications.
they're very popular programs, and we've certainly had a lot of applications for all of our home renovation programs. As I said, we've increased the limit for Seniors Safe at Home, Seniors Home Repair, and there's new money of $500,000 and $400,000 respectively for both of those, and another $250 additionally for the low-income home repair program. And I do know we've got somewhere between 3,000 and 3,500 applications a year. So they're popular programs, and our forecast was double over what we budgeted last year. I'm not sure what we actually spent. Yeah.
Well, that's just a forecast, it's not actual.
It was a forecast, yeah. We're not sure what the actual is yet.
But it would have been based on the applications at the time the forecast was done.
Yeah. So we budgeted slightly less than what is being forecast for last year, but still almost double what we budgeted last year.
Go to the third party.
Right, a lot of figures and things in there, and I want to come back. I know that you've increased the amounts per application, and that's great. But we're still going to spend less money this year than we did last, and if that money is being doled out in larger blocks, that means less people will actually be eligible, or there's less money available per person. you say you got 35 for 3,000 to 3,500 applications per year. I presume we didn't manage to fill all of the applications that came in last year. So if it's a popular program and it was oversubscribed last year and we put the limits up, I don't understand how we're budgeting less this year.
Because we pay out when the work is actually done, and there's quite a lag time in getting the work done.
That's one possible explanation. There is, these are paid out when the work is actually done, and there is quite a lag time. It's certainly difficult, as everyone would know, to get tradespeople to do the work in some circumstances. So there's, while the applications are up, the actual schedule of the payouts is lagging somewhat as well.
Leader of the third party?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it just, I hope that we're going to be serving more islanders with better programming, and just the numbers don't support that goal. I'll move on a little bit. In the budget, it said that government will invest a further $250,000 this year to launch a low-income home repair grant, building on existing programming, assuming that's what we were just talking about, through the PEI home renovation program. So how many people do you expect to help with that new funding, that $250,000?
Last year we had, this is disabilities, not low income.
No low-income home repair.
I have home repair, disability, seniors. They didn't give me low income. But I don't know what's the disabilities one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many additional applicants that $250,000 would support. Presumably they had a number in mind with that budget increase. That's something I can bring back for you.
Leader of the third party?
Thanks, Chair. So these home renovation programs, I can understand why they're very popular, and they're great, and I'm really happy that we offer them here on PEI. Not only does it improve a person's living accommodations, but it reduces every month, when it's done well, their operating costs. So there's all kinds of benefits here, and I think it's a great investment. I'm wondering, though, the home renovation program, the eligibility criteria for them are already for, again, it depends what your definition of low income is. So I'm wondering what, this is a specific low income home repair grant. What is the eligibility? Presumably it's means tested. What are the criteria for that?
I think that the eligibility criteria are still under development, like many of our new programs. So I think that's yet to be determined.
Leader of the third party?
Okay.
And that won't be set in stone, of course. For instance, we've increased the threshold this year on the fuel program.
Okay.
Leader of the third party?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to go back. It's the same section. We were talking about tiny houses a little while ago, and I see from the budget speech that it talks specifically about these being funded in rural areas. And I'm wondering why that is not available, why it's just available in rural areas, the $1 million that we were talking about a little while ago.
It's a good question.
Leader of the third party?
Yeah. I mean, we have housing issues throughout the province, of course, but I think I asked you a question about whether this is to build houses or create new zoning exclusions or new types of zoning to allow tiny homes to be used on existing properties. And I was thinking particularly densification in more urban areas. So I wish I could find, oh yeah, here we are. No, it's not. Excuse me, I thought I had the quote from the budget, but I can't find it.
Yeah, are you sure that that's
Yeah, actually I
targeted
found
at
it.
rural areas?
Yeah, government will also invest $1 million to create tiny home communities in rural PEI where islanders can purchase smaller, more attainable homes to build equity rather than paying rent. So, yeah, it's very specific that it's in rural PEI.
Yeah. Well, that, I think I would fall back on my comments earlier about potential amendments to the Planning Act that would enable these types of, whether it's accessory dwelling units or what do they call them?
Garden suites.
Urban suites or?
Garden suites.
Garden suites, to enable these, I think the densification that you're referring to in urban areas would be better served that way through bylaws and Planning Act amendments.
Leader of the third party, two more
I'm-
questions, and then I can put it back on the list.
Actually, I'm fine for this section. I'll pass it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Minister, in this budget, is there an external review, some kind of an external review that the Housing Corp or the department is in now with an external organization?
Of the corporation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Financial audit going on.
Yeah, there's a financial audit ongoing. I'm not sure if that's the kind of thing you're looking for, though.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So is that's a financial audit? Is that a yearly thing, or is that?
Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And is that looked at the service delivery providers that you're associated with too?
No.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, and that's the only one you have going on right now? There's?
It's the only one I know of.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah, no, okay. I'll ask some questions on Smith Lodge, so transitional housing. In the previous budget, we have a book, and then we had in the book, and I don't know why we didn't go with this before. We had the estimate forecast and then the estimate. The Salvation Army, Smith Lodge, it was $643,500 to conduct transitional housing in Smith Lodge. That was in 2022-23. I'm looking at, in the new budget, is reported on at the same time. I don't see that number anywhere in the handouts, which is confusing. Can you let me know if what you have for that number? For Smith Lodge, Salvation Army?
That's the new one.
That's,
Last year they got 227.8 less that is 643.5 is this year's budget.
643.5.
643.5 is this year's budget.
Should have given you the answer.
I think he's looking for, it would be included in this, whatever you got. How much that was. I might have it for you, actually.
Bear with us one second.
Sure, no, take it. We have time.
If it's a number two, you can bring back.
Chair.
Yeah, we might have to. Just give us one more second.
Obviously, when the payment was made, it wasn't.
Yeah, we'll have to get that for you.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, Okay, so the next, can you find maybe your section, I'll just give you some time to find your section on transitional housing, because I do have some questions that I need answered. How many beds are operating currently at Smith Lodge Transitional Housing Facility?
When was that? Last update you had?
The week before I went away, there was 14 of 16 full.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
Oh, you said 14 of 16 full?
That's correct, yeah. Charlotte, how much royalty?
Could be full by now. I didn't check since I returned.
So that is part of that contract, that $643,500 contract. Back then, there was only 9 beds operating. So the 14 beds right now, where are the additional 7 beds, where are those right now in that facility?
Where are the beds?
Yeah, maybe I'll be clear, because what happened with that facility, and I'm just trying to figure things out based on the budget, is that Deacon House was there. Deacon House was a shelter it was over by the hospital. This government moved it from there into Smith Lodge. There was operating 8 beds at Smith Lodge. Then, once Park Street opened up, they removed people from Deacon House to Park Street. I want to know, is that the extra additional beds, is that operating again under the Smith Lodge contract?
Smith Lodge will have 18 beds. It has 18 beds.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
So there was renovations supposed to be done to the Deacon House, the former Deacon House side of things. Did those renovations get completed, and is that where the bed capacity is there?
Yeah, Deacon House no longer exists, as far as I know.
Okay, Charlottetown, West Royalty, 2 more, and I can put you back on the list.
I know Deacon House no longer exists, but the space formerly known as Deacon House, and the space was supposed to be renovated by the previous minister and then changed back into housing under the Smith Lodge contract, which is the Salvation Army. Is that operating now, currently?
Smith Lodge is operating, but Deacon House isn't. Smith Lodge is operating. Deacon House is not.
Charlotte, how much royalty? Your last question, I can put you back on the list.
Seems like I'm not getting as many questions as other.
It's all right here. It's all right here. I think you're on for 35 already.
Yes, we're going to do quite better than that, Chair. So what I'm saying is this government announced that facility as a 28-bed facility back in 2020. Only a certain amount of beds opened up. It's the facility I'm talking about. Is 16 the capacity of that facility? And I will have to ask more questions. It's 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so if it's
So hold on, Charlottetown, West Royalty, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. So the guest just mentioned that 14 out of 16 beds were open, and now the minister just said 18 beds. That's my math at this time of the hour is not working very well. What is it 18, 16? How many beds do we have at Smith Lodge?
Yeah, no, it has a capacity of 18 beds.
I'll allow one follow-up.
I think that we went through this in question period one day, and I confirmed that same number. Sorry, 16 thrown out there, but it is 18.
So, honorable member, if you have one follow-up question, I can put you back on the list.
Again, that was announced as a 28-bed facility. That's still 10 beds short of where it needs to be. We're in a housing crisis where people need that transitional service. Is there any chance that we're going to get more beds open at that facility for needing Islanders?
Not at that facility. My understanding is, and I, as you know, wasn't here when you were saying that it was announced as 28 beds. I think it was, the facility as it previously existed had more beds in it, but it was a different type of facility, and it's been reconfigured to meet the needs of those who are in transitional housing. There's more room. It's been rearranged and to be better suited for the tenants that will be there. So that's all I can tell you. That's been conveyed to me, that it's got a maximum capacity of 18 beds, and that I do know that the way it previously operated had more room, but that's what it has now, 18.
Thank you, honourable member. I'm going to put you back on the list.
Thank you very much.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at this handout here, the PEI Housing Corporation grants. And the middle section where it goes from ELB, the Lucy, down to 18 various suppliers under $250,000 each. And they're all explained as the housing program. What would that be for?
Again, the accounting codes here.
It's just the accounting code, it's just how they with the man, it's supportive housing. It's like rent supports. Rent supports for the most part.
So the program, as Maggie explained previously, housing program here is the accounting code that they were entered under. And so these would all be grants for supplements, I believe, housing supplements.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
So like rental supplements.
Supportive housing payments.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. That's just so much money on that. And one more question on that. What is the community care R&B? It's a little bit farther down the same list.
Community care R&B.
It was money paid to a community care facility to help them, as I recall, upgrade some of their rooms.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm assuming that if this was something that the department, that seems like a small amount for that. I imagine there's more community.
That was just 1 month.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. It's just 1 month. So do we, sorry, I don't understand. Like, for 1 month, you said?
That was only 1 month's payment.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
And that was all that was
There was
needed?
more paid out in this fiscal.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So looking at the Seniors Home Repair Program and the Senior Safe at Home Program, are those, do we have more money, have we added more money to that in this budget?
To both.
You already asked those
Charlottetown
questions.
Victoria Park.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'm wondering, I'm going back to the book, under the section where it is supportive housing, and there's quite a big jump in grants from last year, and I'm wondering if you can explain that.
You're on the grants handout?
Sorry, I'm back on page 133 now. It's also under grants, but it's in the book, supportive housing.
On page 133 on the bottom line.
Supportive housing, yeah.
Correct.
Do you want me to give you the rundown of what makes that number up, the increase?
Yeah, please.
There's new funding for the Native Council Shelter at 134.2. Additional funding for Blooming House of 80,000. Increase to the Adventure Group for the Outreach Center of 889,900. Pierce Alliance 28.2. Bedford McDonald additional 90,000. Smith Lodge additional 227.8. Lifehouse 260, and Chief Mary Bernard in Lennox Island 100,000.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Okay, thank you for that. So the funding to Peers Alliance, I know that Peers Alliance is funded in a few different spots in the budget. Can you tell me what the the funding to Peers Alliance was again, please?
It's to help fund an outreach worker.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Okay, thank you. So there wouldn't be anything, the funding, never mind, I know the answer to that question. So I'm going to jump to rental supports, and I know it looks like there was an underspend by $3.3 million in the middle of a housing crisis, which seems crazy, especially with the amount of calls I get from people who can't afford the rent. And I'm wondering if you can explain this underspend.
It's probably just because we broke it out into different areas. With the breaking out of everything from one line item, where you had last year one lump sum item of grants, some of it is just realigned differently in supportive housing, rental supplements. Some of it is just in the break apart.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
That makes sense. And do you have kind of the one number to compare to see if there was an underspend actually, or would you have to kind of add up all the different lines?
We'd have to add up all the different lines, but our original budget was 35 million and our forecast was 44, so it doesn't appear that there's an underspend anywhere. We're quite over.
Charlottetown Victoria Park. Two more, and then I can put you back on the list.
Okay. So are these, I'm wondering who the recipients of this funding is. So are these mobile rental vouchers or rent supplements that go with the units?
It's a combination of both. And most of those are paid to individuals, so obviously we don't disclose those grants.
Charlottetown Victoria Park, one more.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So in the 2019 election, one of the commitments that the PCs had made was to extend mobile rental vouchers to post-secondary students, but that's not something that we've seen yet. So I'm wondering if we will see a commitment from you, Minister, on allowing students to be eligible for rental vouchers.
Certainly willing to have that discussion with my department.
Thank you, Charlottetown Victoria Park. I'll put you back on the list.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. So you just had trouble talking about the Bedford McDonald contract. I didn't really get a number for it. You said to bring it back, but you just said there was another $90,000 for Bedford McDonald House, but we couldn't present we didn't know what that money was for. What's the extra $90,000 for?
I'd have to bring that back too. It was new funding in the budget.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
You're asking me to carry a budget, but I don't even know if we know our own numbers here.
I'm sorry, did I hear carry the budget?
No. Please.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Sorry, did I miss something?
Let's cover increased operating expenses.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Now, would that be on top of the?
Yeah, that's new money.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And that's just for the operation of the 10 beds at Bedford McDonald House?
That's $90,000 in new money this year.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
With no sign of that opening up more than 12 hours a day?
You still have the floor, Charlottetown West Royalty.
Oh, okay, sorry. So in here, in the old book, we had Community Outreach Center was a line in the old book. For $398,600 was the last number we had for 21-22, $398,600. I don't see that line in the new book for the Community Outreach Center. The old number is 398.6 for 2021-22. I don't see an outreach number line in the PEI Housing Corp grants.
And where is it?
Is it
It's under
there?
grants. Which is here? I'll give you the number 1 sec. I'm just trying to figure out where it's represented in the budget lines.
It's in supportive housing.
Supportive housing? Okay. And so it's under supportive housing, and the actual figure, the grant for the outreach services, the Adventure Group Community Outreach Center
This year.
for this year is 1.5 million and some change, 1.539.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, so it's
890,000 new funding. So it's almost doubled. Yeah, it's a full year this year.
So it went from $1.5 million, which equates to about $4,200 a day. It's moving up to 800, it's moving up another 890,000?
It's moving to 1.5.
Yeah, we're paying out 1.539 million this year, and that's an increase of 890,000 over last year.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I'm just wondering if you're sure about that, Minister.
Those are the numbers we have in front of us.
Because in the budget...
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Thank you, Chair. In the budget, it said that there was an additional $800,000 for the Community Outreach Center.
That's what I just said, 890,000.
So my question to you is, does that move from 1.5 million to 2.3 million?
No.
It's moved to 1.5 million.
1.539.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
It moved to 1.5 million, but that contract expired March 31st. So we're talking about last year. That was the contract for last year. In this budget that was brought down 3 or 4 weeks ago, in the budget, it says there's an extra $800,000 for the Community Outreach Center. So what you're saying to me is that it moved from the rates of $400,000 with the Salvation Army to $1.5 million, and that equivalates to $800,000, when I don't see the math in that. Is that contract moving to $2.3 million?
Charlottetown West Royalty, 2 more, and then I can put you back on the list.
I'm just confused, because we're talking about last year's contract, the one that expired March 31st. Minister, what did the last contract was $1.5 million. What is the contract now for this operating year, and is that, what is that new money for? It's got to be new money.
I think the question was, what is the contract for the operating year?
We paid out the 1.539 in 2023.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
In the handouts, there's, it says that the $250,000 in the handouts, it says for the Adventure Group that has an action plan. I have a feeling that money was for Fiona money. The next line, the Adventure Group Housing Action Plan, it says 1.174761. What is that funding for?
That's the actual amount that we paid. That's the actual grant. That was the actual grant that they were paid last year, the 1.174.
Honorable member, do you have one follow-up question? I can put you back on the list.
Thank you.
So if that's in the book that was paid last year, I don't know where to get the money. We're trying to work on a budget for the future, but I don't know where that money is coming from. That's why I'm asking these questions. So, what is that contract staying the same as it was last year? Because the minister just said he paid out 1.53 million and said that there's no new funding for that. Is that contract staying the same? Is there a contract in place right now, and is it staying the same for next year?
We have to negotiate the contract. We know we have 900,000 in new money. Hopefully, that all works out, that that's what the contract totals. We don't know specifically what they're going to ask for this year. So we're operating right now as status quo.
So I'm gonna move to a new member here, but I would just remind all the members too, just to keep your conversations down, please, while our stranger and minister have the floor as well as our questions. So I'm gonna move now to Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So, as we kind of talked about in here before, we've lost over 1,800 housing units priced under $1,000. And I'm wondering if part of that is driven by rent supplement agreements expiring. Would you have any way of knowing that?
We have rent supplements agreements with lots of properties.
I don't know if that's the case.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
I'm wondering, so we know that obviously it's important to build more to relieve the pressure on the housing market, but there have been concerns that for every new affordable unit we build, we've removed, many more are removed. So it's all kind of just happening very fast. I'm wondering, is there any funding committed to the Housing Corp to track the loss of affordable housing in PEI?
I guess it, I had a presentation today by some staff that, you know, there was a figure that was very surprising to me, that we lose about 400 units, somewhere between 200 and 400 units a year just in, I'll call it attrition. Units that are no longer usable, abandoned, fires, all kinds of different reasons. That was quite a surprising number to me. Anywhere between 200 and 400 units a year just lost. So those are, that's one metric. I'm not sure that we're tracking specifically what you're looking for.
636 units under rent supplements.
Under rent supplements. So I'm not sure if that's what she's asking. Though.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess that we don't really have a fulsome picture of specifically, I mean, we've used census data in our office to kind of figure this out, but we don't have any, government doesn't have any sort of understanding of just how much affordable housing we're losing and the reasons why. So you were saying that there was some loss to 200 to 400 units lost to the fire and
Fiona.
Yeah, all those things there. So is that something that you think should be something that we're investing in understanding?
I can't answer, well, I can't answer your specific question right now. We have data analysts that track very detailed information about a number of things around the housing market. And if you have specific questions that you'd like me to bring to them to see if we're tracking exactly what it is you're looking for, I'd be happy to do that.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
All right, that sounds good. So I guess this question, I'm going to ask it anyway, even though we've kind of talked about this a little bit, but I'm wondering how you see this budget reversing the trend of affordable housing loss, or maybe not reversing, but attempting to reverse the loss of affordable housing.
Let me just back up to the previous question quickly. We are starting to gain some better insights into data, housing data and PEI. We're participating, and this is a years-long process that we've been a part of to knit our data together with federal data kept by Statistics Canada, the Canada Housing Statistics Program, I think it's called. We're going to start gaining a lot more granular insight into housing data here in the province through participation in that program. And we've just recently had our first batch of data released through that program that's given us some visibility. You asked me earlier about how we define affordable housing. Prince Edward Island Housing Corporation, as I said, answered is it defines that as 25% of income for those that are under a certain income threshold. So with our broadened mandate to increase the supply of housing in Prince Edward Island, build new affordable housing, when we build affordable, when we talk about affordable housing, it's under that definition of PEI Housing Corporation for clients that qualify for that housing. We are working on, those aspects of our mandate that are quite new to us, encouraging market housing, which ultimately we hope is to drive down or at least halt the rate of rise in rental prices here, which is being driven by demand and lack of supply. So on the supply side perspective, that is one way that this budget is going to help stabilize rent rates.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
My brain can't process that answer right now. I'm getting tired. Thank you for that. So one of the things that I know...
Those are all...
You have the floor, Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I just don't want to have to... Didn't want to have to ask the question twice. So one of the things that I know there's a lot of federal money for right now is co-op housing. And when I spoke to the former Minister of Social Development and Housing, we were talking about, I can't remember exactly our conversation, but he told me that there was someone within the department who was being kind of a liaison between people who are interested in co-op housing and connecting them to the federal program. I'm wondering if that's still happening.
I'm not sure who he was referring to. It may have been a consultant that had been engaged at the time. What I will say is that it's a big interest of my own. We have a mandate to do this. It's been announced that there's money in the budget to explore the co-op housing sector and partner with. We'll be actively looking for a partner to initiate a pilot project. We'll look at how we can fund that, collaborate with a partner to fund that, build the capacity and the knowledge around co-op housing sector and how to stand up those units and see if we can build something that's repeatable, that we can continue to build upon and build that co-op housing sector. It's something I'm really hoping to focus on.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. It's a really interesting model, and I went to a information session that was put on, I didn't even know how long ago now, a few months ago maybe, and they were, so basically the room was full of people who were really interested in co-op housing, and the range in age and diversity in the crowd was really cool. And a lot of the people there, including myself, had no idea that these this funding existed, and they had questions, and they wanted to be connected with people. And so I'm really happy to hear that the department is looking into all of these things. And I would really love to know if that person is still in that position, because I think that that's a really important kind of space holder while the department figures that out. If, you know what I mean? If I were to call tomorrow and say, I'd like to be hooked up with, I have questions about cooperative housing, it would be really neat if your if Housing Corporation could say, actually, I'm gonna put you through to the person who's doing this, right? You know what, because there was such an interest, and I think if we advertised this, and if there was a support person, a contact person, I think we would get a lot of traction with that model.
And so, sorry, Honourable Member, what was your question there?
I guess my question, I really was curious if there is a person, and I mean, maybe there could be an intervention, I don't know, or is that something that you would consider doing in the department in the meantime? Because the funds are there now, and they might not be there forever, you know? And so I know that your department right now has a lot of work that is going to be ramping up very soon when the budget is passed, and so I would hate for this to get lost in the shuffle, because this is something that we could do right now. So is there someone / would you look at that as a possibility?
Yeah, the person you're referring to was a consultant that helped us explore a bit about the co-op models that exist out there. So that person's no longer engaged with us, but yes, if we're going to dive into this sector and create a program to help encourage and invest in these co-op units with our partners in the community, then we're going to build some capacity in-house to do that. Yeah.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really happy to hear that. And I'm assuming you have others on your list?
I do.
Okay, can you put me back?
Okay. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarifying, when we asked about that $889,000, was that money spent, or is that future money?
It's future money.
Yeah, that's new money this year.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And it's directed to the current outreach center?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Is it yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Charlottetown West Royalty.
So if it's directed to the current outreach center, and you tell me you don't have a contract, how do you know that it's such a specific amount of money if there's no is that contract signed?
We can't sign contracts until we approve the budget.
Charlottetown West
Just
Royalty.
operating a status quo basis at the moment. They'd be getting the monthly, or however we disperse to them, that they've been getting all along.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I guess, yeah, okay. There's the outreach center was allocated $3 million by this government. What was that? I never found out what that money was for just recently, and I want to ask, because the outreach center is in this budget, and this is where the money goes, and there's been $3 million budgeted in the capital budget for that, and nobody ever told me where that money was going.
So your question, sorry, Honourable Member,
Capital
is
budget.
is a capital budget related question?
No, it's related to the adventure group and the outreach center.
So what specifically, sorry, is your question?
Where is the
What does Mr. Twill want to know?
Minister of Action? Come on. I've been asking
The
this
member
question.
from Charlottetown West Royalty has the floor, and what is your question?
That's
Honourable
my
Member?
question. I stick by my question.
My friend Mitchell wants to know.
What is your question? Sorry.
My question is, what is the $3 million that is going towards that facility? Where's what? I don't
Again,
even have a clue where it's going.
I don't want to speak for the minister, but is that is that capital budget spending?
Oh, gee.
We're not here to discuss capital. We didn't bring any information on capital budget.
Okay. Charlottetown West Royalty.
And I just thought I'd ask. So let's just let's move on a bit. Is there a contract, the Minister, do you have a contract with the Charlottetown Hotel, the former Best Western Hotel right now? Does the province have a contract with that hotel? And how many rooms are there? Is that in this budget?
Right here.
We have a budget for, right here.
Well, it would be, yeah, hotel rooms. I don't know if there's a contract.
Yeah, we do have a budget for hotel rooms. I'm not sure if there's a contract with, did you say Rod Hotel?
No, the Charlottetown Hotel, the former Best Western.
Well, I know that we have had clients in that hotel. I'm not sure if it's a contract or
Charlottetown West Royalty?
short-term arrangement.
Yeah, so who does the case management there at that facility?
There wouldn't be a case manager for a specific location. When someone would phone the shelter line, the case manager would line them up with a place to stay, but there's not one assigned specifically to the Charlottetown Hotel.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I guess I just haven't been able to get any information on that from any of the ministers, so I'm just asking now, how many rooms do we have there? And do we, are we going to increase capacity?
I'd have to bring that back. I don't know if we have a contract for a specific number or if we use them as needed.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yeah, any information on that would be very helpful. So in under here, we talked about the contract with Smith Lodge for $643,500 in 2022, 2023. Is that, are they responsible for scattered transitional housing units?
Those are units in that building.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Charlottetown West Royalty. 2 more, and then I can put you back on the list.
I hope that's not the answer, because in the standing committee, Guest said that there was that unit, and there was scattered units around town, around Prince Edward Island, that they are managed from that contract. How many scattered units outside of Smith Lodge are there in that contract? How many transitional housing units do you have in Prince Edward Island?
I think I answered this in question period 2 weeks ago. And I don't have the number in front of me right now. Yeah, you're looking at answers.
There's no point.
All right, Charlottetown West Royalty, 1 more, and then I can put you back on the list.
So this is important because I don't think we have enough transitional housing units. I've been on this for 2.5 years, and I'm worried about this. This is an important piece, from shelters to supportive housing to transitional housing, and I just don't think we're where we need to be. So I'm asking you, are we increasing the stock? What are we doing with the transitional housing units, especially in the area, because this is much needed, and I don't know. We just heard that apparently the scattered units are now with Smith Lodge, when I'll go back to Hansard and check the reports where that's not the case. They're scattered around. Your own housing director said that. I'm just confused right now. I need to know that we're looking at, when we know what we're talking about when we're talking about transitional housing. So how many scattered housing transitional housing units do we have in our province?
Transitional housing units?
The scattered program?
I'm not familiar with a scattered program.
Charlottetown West Royalty, I can put you back on the list. Do you have one follow-up?
Well, just one follow-up.
Yep.
These aren't my terms, Minister. These aren't my terms. They're your department's terms. And I'm trying to figure out where we are. And I understand protecting people's privacy. I don't want to know where they are. I want to know that the stock in transitional housing is improving and we're managing it properly. That's what I want to know. Are we doing that, Minister, in our province?
I think I referred to this earlier, and we are continuing to build our transitional housing stock in the province. I will have announcements for you, hopefully in the not too distant future. There's 13 units that were announced right beside Smith Lodge on Weymouth Street of supportive housing. It's in the design phase now. That's already been announced, but there are also unannounced initiatives that we're working on.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back for a second to the affordable units, and whenever you had said the 2 to 400, those were units that we hadn't known about, which really makes the amount of units that we need simply to keep up with the population growth much higher than we even.
That's already factored in.
It's already factored in, okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. The other thing that that I'm thinking about is the affordability agreements that we have with developers in building new units. The 20-year agreements that once they expire, the rents can go back to whatever, and they're no longer affordable. So do we keep track? Do we know when those are set to expire, and how do we prepare for that?
But this is a relatively new program for us, so there are none of those expiring anytime in the near future. That's certainly something, as those roll off the end of the contract, that that we'll take into consideration in calculating our whole affordable housing supply.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I don't feel like I'm good, but I think I'm good.
Thank you. Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you very much, Chair. The King Square line for $535,593. Could you tell me what that line is?
I assume he's on grants. I assume you're on grants?
Yes, I am.
It would be supportive housing. There we have 50 units in there. Construction down in King Square. It would be supportive housing monies. It would be supportive housing funding.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
How many units would that be for?
50.
There's 50 units in that building. I'm not sure how many we funded, but there's 50 units in there.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
If we have a definite amount, shouldn't we know how much we funded?
We know exactly how much we paid. I can't tell you tonight how many units that was for, because you could pay one for 1 month and one for 3 and one for 6.
Charlottetown West
I'd have to
Royalty.
go back and get that.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So is that transitional housing?
It's supportive housing. It's low income. There could be someone in there in transitional. I don't know.
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's supportive housing.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Because transitional housing is 365 days minus 1 day, so I was just wondering if it's transitional, so.
It's rent supplement is what it is, supportive housing.
Okay. And that's a great program. That's a great program. I know people that have used that, different organizations have used that. King Square has been a great partner. They've done incredible work around town, and we have to do that. My concern lies too, is that people that are using this service, we need to make sure that we're staying with them in the continuum. So case management and various things. And I know that there's been a couple issues in those units. I need to know from the department that you're aware that we have to support people when they get to this stage. Minister, when we're using these units, if there is damage to the units, if there's any kind of damage that's done to the units, what does the department do in that case so we don't lose these units in the future if there's damage?
We have been on the hook for damages in the past, yeah.
We send in our maintenance people and repair.
I think we've been on the hook for significant damages to some of the hotel units we've used for housing as well.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Do you know how much is it in the budget right now, and what budget line would that be under damages to units.
It'd just be in repairs. It would be in repairs. It would be included in the repairs and maintenance budget. We wouldn't have a separate line item for damages to hotel rooms.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And the reason why I'm saying this is because unfortunately we did lose units at the Queen's Arms because of various reasons, and that program really wasn't managed ideally. So I think that we need to go back and learn from our mistakes, and I'm just asking these questions to make sure that we can let King Square and various places know that we're working with them, and we understand that we're taking a risk as a province and a risk as legislators to make sure that, hey, you know what, we'll be there at the end. And it's glad to hear that the repair budget's there, but organizations that help support the people should not be on the hook for any potential damages. So I'm just trying to get assurance that the minister's aware of that, and will continue to look at that and work with these organizations.
Is there a question there? Sorry, Charlottetown West Royalty?
The question is that the minister was aware of these damages. Is this a growing problem? I guess, is it a growing problem? Are we how are we doing as the Housing Corp to make sure that we're supporting our most vulnerable people and are making sure that we keep those relationships with our stakeholders if we've had to pay out a lot? Are we doing everything that we can?
This is with respect to damages to properties?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's certainly a risk that we're well aware of when we, with the clientele that we're dealing with mental health and addictions issues. I can tell you that it was a factor in the recent incidents in Summerside Motel. So it's difficult to prevent based on some of the tenant issues, but it's something that we accept as a cost of doing business.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
That's important for our stakeholders to hear that, because, and the people that are allowing us to fund these facilities, because if we start to lose those facilities like we potentially did at Queen's Arms, there's only so many of them, and I'm just worried that we have to make sure that we're there. Just some questions on Park Street, which I kind of got into before, Minister. You said that it was up to code. Can you give me an update on? And this is very important. The sprinkler system and what we're doing there with that, because I would argue that we got a variance for the code, but I don't think that facility is up to code, and I'm worried. So, Minister, could you talk to me a little bit about where we are with that?
Well, I wouldn't call it a variance. I just know from my experience in planning on City Council, where we had many applicants, particularly in downtown Charlottetown, it can be difficult to meet the fire code as it's written. But the fire marshal has the ability to approve alternative measures that in his professional experience meets the code, the safety requirements of the code. And there are consultants out there that you can pay to have those types of plans written for you. And I've directed people to those consultants who write alternative safety plans that are then approved by fire marshals. In this case, the fire marshal would never given us an occupancy permit if he didn't feel that those measures upheld the safety standards that are required.
I'm sure that they did.
Yeah. So going forward, if we transition to a permanent model, I think that we can, then invest in more permanent safety features in those trailers. I think with the uncertainty we had last year about whether it would be permanent, those temporary measures and the investments to stand that thing up as quickly as we did were adequate, according to the fire marshal, but certainly we'll look at what's required in the future to improve it.
Charlottetown West Royalty, 2 more, and I can put you back on the list.
And I'm struggling with timelines. As you said, if we decide, and I know there's some things you can say and you can't say, but I have to assume that we're going to move forward, and I have to assume that the contract and what the fire marshal said is due up in October. If there's things that have to fall into place very quickly in order, and I'm just trying to say is that, have you spoken recently to the fire marshal, and do we have to have a discussion about the sprinkler systems? How much are they going to cost? Are we putting them in? Is that something that needs to happen? Because I'm under the impression that we need to do that, and in politics aside, we just need to do it. We need to get it done and have that ready to go, or else I don't want anything to happen when it starts to get cold. And those are full, basically semi-full now. We didn't predict this, and it's a good thing that the former minister did this and took this initiative. And I'm going to give him a compliment because he did this, and it was very important, and it was at the 9th hour, and I understand the difficulties of it and the rigors that he had to go through with us asking tough questions. But I have to know that we had a year. I don't want to take our foot off the gas. I want to make sure that people using that facility are safe from fire, safe from different things, and I kind of want to bring that to the minister's attention. So do we need to, are we putting a sprinkler system in there right now?
Not right now, no. And I don't want to, when I use the word if, it's because there are other levels in government here, other decision makers, and I don't want to prejudice our public consultation process. I've said this before, I have my own ideas about where, and I think everybody does, maybe has their own opinions on where we go, but I don't want to prejudge what might happen, but we're making plans to make those decisions. I think that based on the outcome of those, we'll certainly, and not just the sprinkler system, but if we move towards a permanent solution in Park Street, then we have the certainty to make further investments in all kinds of infrastructure there, including the sprinkler system. And we'll work with the fire marshal to upgrade fire and safety equipment there as we move forward with that facility.
Honourable member, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a follow-up question. And again, this is, I don't know if I can drop this because with conversations that I've had, and I'm just, and it's very respectful of this conversation, and I think we're both worried about this. But with conversations that I've had, I think it's something that needs to be done, and that was the impression that I got. And I mean, I understand where we are, but we're facing, I don't want to end up in another situation where it's October and I'm having to ask these questions and we're scrambling, we're not doing something right. So I guess my question is, will you go and have these discussions with our fire marshal and the media?
I think my staff already are having those discussions. I think it's already in the works. Let me confirm that for you. Okay. But it's also something we have to, any of the upgrades in the infrastructure at Park Street will be part of our capital budget plan as well.
Good, thank you. Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I'm just wondering, and I recognize that probably a large bulk of this money, if there is money dedicated to it, would probably be through the capital budget. But I'm just wondering if there's any money in this budget being allocated for any upgrades that were highlighted in publicly owned housing since Fiona.
Capital budget, yes, and there will be money definitely upgraded or earmarked for major capital repairs and upgrades to to our publicly owned buildings in that budget.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And would things like emergency lighting and railings along hallways, would that fall under capital?
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I think I'm good, Chair.
Did you want back on the list? Charlottetown West Royalty.
I'd like to see additional funding for Blooming House. So their budget went from $200,000 to $275,000. Was that for last year?
We have
If
80,000.
it's in your grants, it's last year.
And
Sure,
we have,
that's right.
We have $80,000 in additional funding for this year for Blooming House.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
So there were 75 additional last year, 200,000. I think this is a project that goes back from, it's kind of a joint project between former government and this and a few various people and a few very concerned, passionate people that got this off the ground, and thank goodness they did. That's a facility that has about capacity for 8, and they're saying that they're very busy. And the money is incredibly appreciated and good for government to do that. But it points the need at a bigger problem, and the people that have owned or started it, Brent and Liz, they're talking about starting another facility or doing another facility. Have you had discussions with that minister, with that group?
I haven't personally. I know that staff in the department have, and they're one group on an ever-growing list of groups that I will be getting out to meet immediately after the house closes. We've got a spreadsheet going and organizing a road tour, and it's going to be very exciting, and to meet a lot of the people involved. Our partners doing great work out in the field, and I look forward to specifically meeting the people at Blooming House.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Right, I'm glad to hear that. And may I suggest too is to talk to them about their doing great programs, but there's another step or another level up to that, so that they can participate to move to more of a transitional housing, because what they're saying is that you have to book in there and kind of cross your fingers at times to get a bed on any given night. It's a difficult process, and I'm worried about the problem getting worse. Is there anything outside of your talks to Blooming House that we're doing for women, for unhoused women in our communities that we could be doing better?
Yeah, there are other shelters that are specifically targeted to women and women and children. But I just want to back up a little bit to what you're saying about Blooming House. And I did say, yes, they've been in discussions with our staff, and I think there is some discussion about expanding their services. And overall, as I've alluded to already, we are planning to expand we're working our way up from the bottom of the spectrum from emergency shelter to transitional supportive, attainable market housing. And right now, yes, we are building out our transitional capacity, and some of that scattered housing and motel, hotel housing that we've been making use of will transition away from that as we build our capacity with our community partners and properties that we operate ourselves. So that's, forgot what your original question was.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
It's good. It's just kind of building awareness to the problem and trying to identify it. And I just wanted to kind of actually say, good job increasing that budget. But it points to a bigger problem of what we have to work on as a community. Talking a few things about in the Summerside area, you mentioned that you did talk to the mayor. Is there anything direct funding in here for housing issues in Summerside?
For new initiatives?
Yes.
Yeah, not specifically to Summerside.
Except for the Native Council has a shelter there, 6 bed.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Well, that's Yeah, but he's asking about new initiatives, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And I guess, and then you mentioned, Minister, that this is related to Housing Corp. You mentioned you met with the mayor. You're talking with the mayor of Summerside. You have Park Street units. You've talked about potentially doing something similar down in Summerside. How far did you get with these discussions? And because the problem is immediate. The problem is immediate in the Summerside. Like I can't stress that enough. There is. Precarious living happening, and I want to know that it's not just good enough to come to talk and say, hey, we're talking to the mayor, which is great, but what are we doing for immediate action to help our unhoused community in Summerside?
Yeah, so I've talked to the mayor a couple of times. I was happy to hear that he met with spoke to some of our staff about some of the ideas that they're proposing, just getting an idea of the scope of the problem there as the mayor and council see it. My understanding now that is back with our staff to explore some options that they will present to Summerside. And yes, in my discussions with the mayor, he talked about potential sites that they had in mind, potential models that they had in mind, whether that is, if we use our experience here with our modular units for standing up some emergency housing, seems like a logical choice, but there was also some other options that he presented to me. Certainly the Boys and Girls Club's been doing incredible work. I was happy to take part in an announcement there a couple of weeks ago on their new transitional housing. And when my staff get back to the city of Summerside to discuss those options, we'll advance that and see where it takes us next. But it's priority, and the need is immediate, like you said, as it was immediate when we stood up the Park Street facility here last year, and we'll work as quickly as we can to help address the problems as the mayor's identified them there in Summerside.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
How many people are unhoused in Summerside?
Don't have that number with me.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And are we referring to like who might be in the HIFA system in Summerside, or?
Well, that
I could pose the question to my staff.
No, yeah, just like
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. Just to get a ballpark figure, is like we don't really know. I just want to know what the Minister of Housing thinks the range of people who are unhoused in Summerside is at the moment.
An honorable member, I appreciate the question. I'm just curious as to how that pertains to the budget.
Well, I see an awful lot of I see a $56 million budget that we're debating here with people who are unhoused in a community that is living in precarious housing, that just got evicted, that we were supposed to be taking care of their housing units. We've got time on the clock, we've got issues in our province, and we've got the housing minister here, and I've got to get good answers from these. So I think it relates to you can say affordable housing developments. Is it in under that section? Is it in under supportive housing? It could be on any number of things. So for the unhoused community in Summerside, is there any supportive housing in this budget for them?
But honorable member, I do think you asked that question originally. You asked it before. You asked like what were some of the programs that the department was looking at in Summerside specifically. So,
well, he was asking about new funds, but is there money in this budget for supportive housing in Summerside? Yes, there is.
Okay. Charlottetown West Royalty?
And how much would that be? How many units?
How many units do we have in Summerside?
Yes. How many units do we have, and how many units are we going to add in the next, when this budget gets approved?
In Summerside specifically? There are 7 family housing accessible units in West Prince, we have 61 units in the family housing program. We have 54 units in West Prince for seniors housing program. Go on.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Thank you, that's great. So under rental supports, how many rental supports are we providing in Summerside? And were people that got evicted on rental supports living in the places that they were? Do we know that? Do we have that data?
It's not in the motel or hours.
Emergency shelter. Yeah, so we had clients in the motel in Summerside.
Yeah.
And they were there as emergency shelter clients. And yes, some of them were evicted.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So they were in the hotel as emergency shelter clients, and then they got evicted. Did they all get evicted from the units? And how many people were they all emergency shelter being supported by the province at that time?
Don't think they all were our clients. I have to bring that back to you.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I didn't come prepared. I think we had those answers. We talked about it question period, but I forget the details.
And that is very appreciative. If you can bring those back, that'd be great. Charlottetown West Royalty, you have the floor.
So if they were emergency shelter, which is under this section, was that being operated as emergency shelter when they got evicted? Was that facility, which I've toured, Minister, I went and saw it. I saw their staff. They're not there anymore.
Sorry, honourable member, can you
Just emergency shelter.
do that a question back into the budget?
No, just the unit.
Yeah, this is related to
Correct.
emergency.
It's in emergency
shelters that
shelters.
the government's lost.
Correct. And so
So-
what specifically is your question, sorry?
I just asked my question.
Charlottetown West Royalty, you have the floor.
Is there any chance? Did we lose units? Are we able to get these units back?
It is my understanding, yes, that we still have an opportunity to access some of these hotels.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And this goes back to my further questions, where we have to make sure we're supporting our people where it's not just good enough to say, oh, here you go. We have to make sure we monitor them and have government officials reporting back to you to know before problems get out of hand. I don't know why there was a blanket eviction, and I'm worried about the people down there, and it's just I don't see a solution for them right now. In the media, we heard that they were to call the emergency support line. I mean, that's a problem. That's a problem, and I'm very worried about this. So. What do you think as the housing minister we should do for emergency shelter? We've just lost emergency shelter space in Summerside. Minister, what do you do as the Minister of Housing in that situation?
We just discussed the initiative that we're involved with, the mayor and council in Summerside, to stand up some emergency shelter facilities. It looks like it will probably be in some in some way similar to what we've done here in Park Street with some wraparound services. And I want to point out that our director of housing is on the mayor's housing task force in Summerside as well. And they are working on a number of initiatives to deal with housing across the whole spectrum there in Summerside. So we have some representation there in Summerside on that task force. We have ongoing discussions about standing up some additional emergency housing with the mayor.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And that's a short to long-term plan in my mind. It's a good one, and I'm glad you're talking, and I appreciate that, and I no doubt I have confidence in you to get that done, and your housing director to get that done in the medium to long term. I'm worried about the immediate. In that facility, correct me if I'm wrong, that facility is up for sale right now. I went, I knocked on the door, I tried to go in, I tried to talk to the people, I tried to do whatever I could. It seems like it's up for sale, and you always talk about us just complaining all the time, but here's an idea. Has there been any idea about looking at that facility and working out a deal to get that back so we could get housing stock back into the market?
Our staff did look at, but first of all, there's 2 hotels that have been at issue in Summerside. Our staff have looked at a hotel motel in Summerside, and it served our purposes for some short-term needs over the past winter, but it is not ideal as a structure for emergency shelter as a long-term solution.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
I don't understand why not. It was good enough for them before. They just wanted to live there. What is it a problem with, did you inspect it? Did you?
I think what ultimately took place and in tenants ultimately being evicted is a symptom of a lack of controls and security. If you look at our Park Street facility, it's a low barrier facility, but it's also, it's got a lot of security as well. There's a lot of, it's staffed, monitored, and that's why you don't see types of behaviors and damages and the kinds of issues that resulted in these tenants being evicted from a motel. It's not an ideal model for long-term emergency shelter.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
But it is an ideal for the continuum, whether it be supportive, transitional, emergency. The structure itself, and I'm just going over it, the structure itself, it can be renovated. We're talking about building a mental health campus. We can build a medical facility, and within a year we can get that started, but you're telling me that we cannot buy or not look at purchasing a facility that we could renovate and get done. People got evicted. They don't have homes anymore because of this. And I'm saying to the Minister, have you done everything you can to solve an immediate problem? And it's right there in front of you. So I don't know if having no kitchens is the barrier we should fall on here. Is there an opportunity to go back and revisit this to make sure that we've crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's? On this side of the house, I'm saying to you is that this is a crisis, and I will support you in making decisions. Other communities across the country do just this. We are in that kind of a crisis here, and Minister, I'm asking you to go back and revisit that and potentially do all you can in Summerside.
Is there questions or Charlottetown West Royalty?
No, I was like, will the Minister go back to his department and go back to see about using that facility? It seems like a perfect facility to look and discuss about how the province can add housing stock to the market. And this is an idea from the people in Summerside. I mean, if it's not going to be suitable, we can make it suitable. We have the resources. You are the provincial government of Prince Edward Island in a housing crisis, and we're sitting there with housing not being available to be used. And I'm asking you just simply, just like I did 2 days ago in this legislature, to look at something a little bit outside of the ordinary. I'll ask the question again, will you look at this as an option right now because we are in a crisis, Minister?
We looked at it narrowly for the issue of emergency shelter. That's what I was referring to as it not being suitable. We have a number of units under construction, affordable housing units under construction in Summerside right now. And we'll look at opportunities. My preference, I've stated this before, is in terms of affordable housing supply is to build new units. We can acquire strategically, and we have existing units in various places in the province, but I can ask my staff if they think that hotel is worth adding to our inventory for some other purpose other than emergency shelter.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you very much, and that's great, and this is a good discussion. I think this is a great opportunity. I thank the Minister for having this discussion because these are important things. Looking at, if you were to look at the Park Street model, we have those in there. You talked about having that in Summerside, but I always thought there was an opportunity if we had more time to make a maiden PEI solution to that. The Park Street, the doing it as quick as we could, it was great. But I saw people in the province build a COVID center at Borden very quickly, and it was pretty impressive how fast we got that up. Can we not do the same thing and find a maiden PEI solution if we have to go that route for Summerside? But this is the time to start to look at that. Minister,
I think that's one of the options that the mayor has already presented to me. That's not exactly the same model as Park Street, but they've got ideas. We're going to take their lead. We'll work with them for the best solution that meets the needs of their community.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Yeah. No, that's great to hear, and it's just, these are questions. I don't think we can talk too much about this because I don't know. I'm worried about where we're going. The minister mentioned HIFIS, and I just have a few questions on HIFIS. That's an important database system. I've gotten numbers all over the place. Is the province putting data entry into HIFIS as soon as they get it? What's the delay in putting in? Is that up to date? Is everybody registered in the HIFIS system that is unhoused?
The HIFIS system is distributed amongst many of our partners in the community that input data. It is the coordinated access model, and that's my understanding, is that our partners are recording their clients at the various services that they're using, and if there's any concern with data management, it's on the back end where we may not necessarily be doing a good job of removing people from the system or updating it when they move from some of the services that you're using through to transitional housing and beyond. I think we need to do a better job of determining how well we're serving those customers. We are tracking them now as they access some of the primary services that were set up to track, but we need to do a better job of data management as people are moving through the system.
Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yeah, because I'm not sure your numbers jive with some of the areas that I have been trying to figure this out, because we don't know. I could ask you all kinds of questions on unhoused populations. I'm worried we don't know what that number is. And the HIFIS system, the SPDAT, how you record that, and the point-in-time counts are very important. Minister, John Howard Society does the point-in-time count. We're talking about housing. We're talking about emergency, transitional. When is the point-in-time count that John Howard Society does?
I'm not sure what the interval is. They do it if it's monthly or at some other interval.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I think it's a lot less than that, and I'm just saying that, but mixed with that and the HIFA system, and we need those broken down into different regions. This is becoming a problem all over Prince Edward Island. So, because in order for us to look at these numbers, where we have a shelter line where 95 people called in April, that data is important, and I think the data, and I've asked the former minister, I've asked different people for data. I don't get it, and that's got to change. Minister, will you look to improve the data collection or the data sharing with this legislature, because it hasn't been great up to this point.
Sorry, what was your question, honorable member?
Yeah, it's will you share the data that I've asked for a million times over, written questions, whatever. I'm having trouble doing my job here because I'm not getting the data from that.
Honorable member, you were doing a great job. My quick question to you is how this relates to the budget.
Yeah.
When you're talking about written questions.
Sure.
Written questions are not covered in the budget.
Can I reframe?
You can.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to do it for you?
That's every 2 years.
Sorry?
Google told me.
What?
John Howard,
Charlottetown West
2
Royalty
years.
has the floor unless the minister wants to interject.
Yeah, I do. That's good. The former minister said it happens every two.
The minister is going to take the floor. He has an answer for your question.
Oh, perfect.
Well, the member pointed out that some of these numbers don't jibe. Well, the John Howard point in time for unhoused is one metric. Our HIFA system is a case management tool, a client tracking tool, and it's not everyone in the HIFA system is not necessarily unhoused. Many people, for instance, that use the outreach center are not homeless. Many people access it for the services that are there, for a place to go. They might have bad situations at home. They might be at risk of violence at home. It's a place of refuge for many people, beyond just unhoused people. So they're recorded in the HIFA system as well as clients of the outreach center. So you can't expect those numbers it'd be very difficult to match those in any meaningful way with John Howard point time numbers of unhoused.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And what I'm saying is, do you have enough resources, Minister? Because this is the coordination piece, is that you can have service delivery providers all over the province, but if you're not doing a good job as the coordinator of those things, if everybody's not putting in the data on the same levels, and it changes. You need more coordination in your department, I do believe. We've lost the coordination and given our great partners a chance to get out there in the communities, but the reporting, and everybody's doing it a different way. And I think the minister knows this is happening. Everybody's trying to serve, and when we're trying to serve, we forget to record the data, and we're struggling. So, Minister, do you have enough in your budget to look at that? And that's what I was talking about the homeless report in 2019, is that's what that says. That's what it says in there, and we didn't do it. So here we are, and everybody's working very hard. Everybody's working very hard, but we don't have a centralized spot for data. Would you agree with that?
Well, the HIFA system is a central part of our coordinated access system. I think what you're asking for is for us to strive for continuous improvement, and I think that that's definitely operationally, that's what we strive for every day, and there's certainly enough in our budget to do that.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, because I'm worried about that, and I don't know if there is. I really don't. I don't know. And the former minister, he can chirp all he wants. He doesn't want me to go after him right now. I tell you that. No.
We're in budget, not
So the working group that looks, the working group.
Is there anybody else on your list?
No.
I've just got a few more hundred. No, I'll be finishing up here. Maybe. the working group that oversees the community outreach center with community partners has been there for a little while. They meet regularly. That is an important piece, but not all people, not all groups are on that group, Minister. Why are some groups not there? Do you know?
I don't know if this is specific to the budget, but if the minister feels it is.
It is very specific to the budget.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It is very specific to the budget because we're talking about approving a budget and making sure that we're all working together to coordinate and make sure we're at the table. And I'm wondering why different organizations are not there when we're looking at considerable money of taxpayers' money going towards this. And I want to make sure that we're all working together. And I'm just wondering if I can ask the minister what groups aren't there and why they're not there.
And sorry, they're not where? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Chair. They're not participating in the working group.
Not participating in the working group?
Yes. That's the government's terminology, is not mine.
It's an advisory, it's an advisory role. We can't have everybody on it.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Do you know why MCPEI is not at the table?
I don't.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Is Salvation Army at the table now?
I don't know the composition of the advisory board at all, actually. I know that MCPEI has representation on staff there.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Can you table the minutes for the last year of those meetings? Just the minutes, just the agenda?
Yeah.
Honorable member.
Well, it is.
Honorable member, that specifically is not a
Okay, that's not budget.
budget-related
Okay.
question.
Okay, this is, so we've put funding into the curling club repeatedly. Is there any is there any money in this budget to make that facility accessible?
Yeah, that would be in the capital budget, yeah.
That's capital budget, honorable member.
Great. So there was money in the capital budget?
Honorable member, we're debating right now the operating budget.
Yes, we are.
You have the floor. Charlottetown West Royalty?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. So the money going into that facility and the money that is allocated here, and there's an extra $800,000 for operating it. I'm wondering the advisory group that oversees it does not have accessibility PEI at the table, and are they not there because we don't have an accessible facility?
Struggling to understand the question. And I think maybe it's because it's getting a little late, but
I don't know.
Are you asking, is it not an accessible building because there's nobody from?
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty, maybe if you could rephrase the question.
Yeah, is the outreach center accessible?
I don't believe it is.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Is there any budget? Is there any money in this budget?
Not in our operating budget, no.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I'm just worried. This is the reason why the group's not there. So I'm just saying is that just recently there was talk about moving the facility. Is that happening? What are we doing with the facility? Are we building? Are we making it accessible or not?
Honorable member, I do think that might be a capital budget related question again. I know it's blurred a little bit, but I'm curious if your line of questioning is not going in too much into capital budget.
I don't think so, because this is an emergency. We're talking about emergency. We're talking about this is the minister responsible for this. 700
Correct.
Islanders have reported to be using this facility, and I'm wondering what the future is at the moment for this facility. And is the minister, I want to know if we can do things on the fly, but what are we doing for accessibility of that facility, and why is it not in this budget, and why hasn't it been done thus far?
So I think the honorable minister answered that question previously, honorable member, with regards to, you had asked the question if the building was accessible, and the honorable minister had answered that to his best recollection that the answer was no.
I know.
Charles, how much
Is the question stand or not, Chair?
What is your question, sorry?
The question was the question I just posed. Are we making the facility accessible?
There is no money in our operational budget. I can't tell you right now if there's money in the capital budget. I believe that Resource Abilities is on the oversight and leadership team at the Outreach Center. It certainly should concern us all that it's not accessible, and I think that we should all work together to make sure that it is. Whether we invest in something temporary, certainly when we decide on the future of the Outreach Center, whether it's permanently in that place or moved somewhere else, we'll make that a priority.
Charles, how much relative?
The Salvation Army Home Heat Grant went up exponentially. Minister, this was last year's numbers, $3 million. What are we forecasting for, because there's no forecast in here, what are we forecasting for that program?
That's additional money.
Yeah, we got 4.5 million additional this year. We've increased the threshold for people who can apply, so there's a big increase in the money that's been assigned to that program.
Charles, how much royalty?
And that program is a good program. It's much needed money. There's going to be a large increase in taxation happen very soon on our island. Are we taking that into consideration with this program moving forward in the next 12 to 18 months?
The program currently is evaluated based on income.
Charles, how much royalty?
Did we hit the $3 million? Did we spend all that money last year?
The home heating program is administered by the Salvation Army. We give them the grant and they distribute it.
Charles, how much royalty?
So then you would know, because this is last year's, they hit the $3 million mark and went, did they go over that?
I understand they did.
Charles, how much royalty?
And that was based on, was that based on the price of oil or demand?
It would be based on demand because you're evaluated based on your income. So the price of oil wouldn't be a contributing factor in determining if you were eligible.
Charles, how much royalty?
But the $3 million going out to the families would be.
$3 million was the grant that went to the Salvation Army, and they distributed the home heating program.
Okay.
Charles, how much royalty?
And how much of that was administrative fees?
That I'd have to bring back. None that I'm aware of, but we'd have to bring that back.
Charles, how much royalty?
How does the Salvation Army get paid for that, administering that? That's a great deal of work for them, and they do a great job with that program. Where's the funding? There's just one budget line in here.
It's one total grant. I'll have to find out if there's a percentage of that is allowed to them as administration. I don't have that answer today.
Charles, how much royalty?
So it's $4.5 million next year, so that's an increase of $1.5 million, is that correct?
4.5 is new money.
New money.
Yes.
Oh, new money.
Charles, how much royalty?
So is that program going up to $7.5 million?
No, last year their budget was actually $136,000 and we gave them $3 million. So this year their budget will be 4.5. plus the 136.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
So it'd be $4.636 million.
Yep, exactly.
That's an important program, and is accessibility, and it's important to talk about this because Islanders need to know that that program's out there, and it's very important. I know a lot of people that use this. When it first got going, it was very difficult for some people to get into that program. Have we rectified that, or are you getting data back from the Salvation Army to make sure that people can get this money and know about this program efficiently?
Well, I think the fact that we paid out over $3 million last year, it's obviously well subscribed.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
How many Islanders use that program?
I think, sorry I believe that the stranger had said that the program is administered by the Salvation Army. So unless the stranger knows how it's administered, and she also did indicate that she would bring anything that she could back. Charlotte, how much royalty?
So you're saying I can't ask that question?
You can ask the question.
I don't have the answer. We'll have to bring that back.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out is that if there's going to be a 17% increase in home heating, or this program could jump, thanks to this government unable to work out a deal with the federal government. And that's what you guys talked about for a year.
Honorable member, Charlottetown West Royalty, you have the floor, and the questions are on the budget.
If we have $4.63 million, what happens if we surpass that number?
We would have to go back to Treasury Board and seek a special warrant.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Yeah, and I'm just, this is actually a good thing the government's doing. This is fantastic, but what it does is it signals that people are struggling out there. And a lot of people in Eastern Prince Edward Island use it.
So, honorable members, you do have the floor. Do you have a question specifically to the budget or on PEI Housing Corporation? I do have another member that would.
Oh, do you? Okay, perfect.
Rusko Emerald.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm asking about the home heating program line, and do you, when you're bringing back this information, can you bring back the amount of money allocated by fuel provider, fuel supplier? I would like to see that. Do you think you can get that info?
I can ask them. I don't know if they track that or not. I would have to ask the Salvation Army for that.
Rusko Emerald?
And the reason I bring this up is I was talking to a fuel supplier, and they had concerns that their clients were actually being given to a different fuel supplier when the Salvation Army asked to help them. And in fact, they actually had a call where the Salvation Army tried to pay the Coast Guard bill when they fill up their tanks. So I just want to make sure that maybe we just understand a little bit, make sure that the money is going where it should go and that there's no irregularities. If you're able to bring back any of that information, that'd be very useful, I think, for me anyways, represent my constituent. Thank you.
We can ask the question. I don't know what they track.
Thanks.
Thank you, honorable member. Shall the section carry? Carried. Total PEI Housing Corporation, $56,639,700. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, stranger. So, honorable members, we'll be moving on to the Department of Health and Wellness. If the minister is ready, Minister, you can take the floor. And members, we're on page 106. tell me when you're ready. You ready to go? We're still in. And you have a stranger, Minister?
I do.
Honorable members, we are on page 106, the Department of Health and Wellness. There's been a request to bring a stranger on the floor. Shall it be granted? No, the other chair is used to, he likes putting motions forward all the time. More asking for permission. Good evening and welcome. And can I get you to say your name and your title for Hansard, please?
Karen Stanley, Director of Finance for the Department of Health and Wellness.
Welcome, Karen. We're going to get underway. First department is and we're on page 106, Minister and Deputy Minister's Office. Minister and Deputy Minister's Office, appropriations provided for the administration of the Office of the Minister and Deputy Minister. Administration, $22,700. Equipment, $1,500. Materials, supplies, and services, $7,500. Professional services, $25,000. Salaries, $420,300. Travel and training, $22,700. Total Minister and Deputy Minister's Office, $499,700. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Travel and training, there's an overspend. Can you explain why?
In-person meetings have started up again, and during COVID, we had reduced the budget for that, but because they started up again, more travel was done, particularly to the West Coast.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Salaries, is this a little bit of an increase? I'm assuming that's the regular
Economic increases,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. There was a consultant fee for Community Health, for the Community Health Engagement Committee. Could you guys, for $25,000, can you give me a breakdown of what that money was used for? Specifically?
It actually was not used in 22-23.
Mhm.
You'll see that the professional services is actually zero.
So why was that not used?
It's my understanding that the committee just was not active last year.
Leader of the Opposition.
Is there a particular reason why it wasn't active?
And not that I'm aware of.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, isn't that a little unusual for a committee not to be active for a whole full year?
Again, I wasn't minister at the time, so I really can't comment on why the CEC wasn't active.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. But I mean, if I was presenting this budget and saw that line, the forecast with nothing in it, and it was regarding the Community Health Engagement Committee, I would definitely question why that committee didn't meet in a full year.
Yeah, and we will be engaging this year for sure. That's why it's in the budget.
Leader of the Opposition.
But my question was, why was it not active in the year past?
I did not ask that question in the budget. I just.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, I'll pass for now.
Okay. Before I get to the Leader of the third party, did you have anything you wanted to table or no?
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, you can just pass that to the clerk. So if any members do want a copy, you can just go right through the clerk. The clerk will make copies if there's not copies already made. So we will continue on with questions going to the Leader of the third party.
This is just a general question to start, Minister, and just so I know where my question should land. When we're talking about federal health transfers, does that appear in the Department of Health and Wellness or in Health PEI? Where should I ask those questions?
They actually are in both. The revenue is with the department, however, the majority of the expenses obviously are with Health PEI.
So
Leader of the third party?
You'll have to forgive me if my question is not directed in the right place then, because I wasn't sure on it. The first question, we had a strategic plan for the department, but that expired in 2022, and I'm wondering whether you have a new one underway, or is it finished?
Provincial health plan? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we do have a provincial health plan. It's in the draft stages now. It's probably going to be released in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
Leader of the third party?
Okay, that's a big piece of work.
Yeah, that's a big piece of work.
And one of the strategic goals of the it's the outdated plan was to develop an accountability framework. And I'm wondering whether that is something that's going to be prioritized in the new plan.
Oh, I think the accountability framework is a very important part of how these two departments interact with each other and how it's managed. So would be an important part as we move forward.
Go to the third party.
Yeah, and I mean, how health and wellness interacts with health PEI is one of those things, and there's a lot of other stuff. I mean, I could go through a whole list of things that was in the previous strategic plan, particularly related to accountability. But if there's another one coming in a couple of weeks, I will not do that. Are there any other plans outlined in the Health and Services Act? Like, are there any other plans that you're working on beyond the strategic plan?
In the act, no, not in the act itself.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
There were consultations that were held in 2022, on the 2022 to 2030 provincial health plan with a promise to complete it by the fall of last year. So is that the one that you're saying is going to be ready in a couple of weeks? Okay.
Yes.
I'll just remind you to make sure you do answer. Thank you. Leader of the third party.
So the Petrie report identified some pretty big gaps in the health human resource situation on Prince Edward Island because of an absence of a human resource plan, which I'm assuming will also be part of the wider strategic plan. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, obviously we use the PG report as a foundation for future healthcare needs, and we've also had 2 town halls to actually interact with our healthcare professionals so that they get some feedback on the actual PG report. I think it was about 2 weeks ago.
Leader of the third party.
So how much of the budgeting for your office has been devoted to developing a plan with measurable goals? Well, firstly, are measurable goals a part of your new strategic plan?
So it's not in this particular section.
The strategic plan is not? The staff related to it are not in this? Okay, all right.
Leader of the third party, 2 more questions, and I can put you back on the list.
Sure. So one of the areas where we're struggling is in rural healthcare. Again, this is, to me, the minister's office is a place where the sort of high-level oversight and direction for the province comes from. And you did answer some questions on the strategic plan, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions on this, but if you feel that they belong somewhere else, that's all right too. We saw upwards of 400 Islanders showing up to a meeting in Western PEI. You were at it last week. And I'm wondering whether you have your overall strategy, what your overall strategy is for the rural hospitals on PEI.
Well, with all due respect, it doesn't really apply to this particular section of the budget. To comment on that, it's not, rural strategy and the budget would not be in this particular section.
Leader of the third party.
Right, so can I ask then where that would be an appropriate place to ask it?
What's that? It would mostly be in Health PEI. It would be in Health PEI's budget.
Yeah.
Right, again, I'm looking here for strategic planning.
Yeah.
Health PEI.
And it really wouldn't.
Leader of the third party, 1 more question.
Sure, I'm fine for this section, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Minister, have you received your mandate letter yet from the Premier?
No, I have not.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So basically, a mandate letter, as you would know, outlines the objectives that each minister will work to accomplish and maybe some of the challenges that will be addressed in your role. So how can you move, how do you feel, or do you feel comfortable moving forward without a mandate letter?
I do feel comfortable moving forward in a mandate letter, without a mandate letter for the short term, for sure. And again, I think with the strategic plan and the PG report and all those pieces that we put together, I think that'll form the basis of what we do in the future.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you. So without a mandate letter, what can you specifically state what your plan is for healthcare as you oversee the operation or the delivery of healthcare on Prince Edward Island?
So I don't want to get repetitive, but again, back to a budget type of answer to that question. I'm not sure how I would relate that back to the budget. I guess the short answer would be that we've made a record investment in healthcare of, of about 14% increase. So again, that would be the short answer to that non-budgetary question.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, but it is a budget item. Line, as far as I can see, you have to have, it is funding for the ministers and deputy ministers' offices, and they provide, administration. They are the ones that are overseeing the delivery of healthcare in Prince Edward Island. So there has to be a plan, and that plan would have to be developed within your, if you don't have a mandate letter, even if you had a mandate letter, you sort of have to create a plan from that and how you're going to move healthcare forward. So my ask is, again, from the minister's office and the deputy minister's office, what plan do you have to move healthcare forward in Prince Edward Island?
Again, Leader of the Opposition, I don't know how that is a budget-related question. I do understand your angle, but if you can tie it into like a specific dollar figure inside the minister and deputy minister's office. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. Well, I think it fits in there wherever it's professional services, whether it's salaries or what have you.
But again, I mean, at a $500,000 budget, it basically it's the stand-up and the operation of our office. That's pretty much that's all that's in this section.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, I'll move on.
Are there any more questions? Shall the section carry? Carry. The Community Health and Policy, Health Policy and Planning. Appropriations provided for planning, development, and implementation of departmental and federal, provincial, territorial policies and strategic initiatives. Administration, $25,300. Equipment, $4,700. Materials, supplies, and services, $1,800. Professional services, $237,300. Salaries, $819,300. Travel and training, $16,600. Grants, $85,300. Total health and policy and planning, $1,190,300. Any questions? Leader of the third party.
So is this the section where we would find the National Pharmacare agreement negotiations happening?
No.
Leader of the third party.
Where would that be?
Pharmaceutical services.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks. Professional services in this budget section, a lot was spent on consultants in this section. I don't know if you can go through the list in the handout and get a brief update of the progress that they've made, job comparison updates, for example.
Sure. One of the largest items in this would actually be for the external long-term care COVID review and for the members of that oversight, that panel. So that was about $150,000.
Leader of the third party.
So that review, you know, we've been eagerly awaiting that for some time. It's been promised 2 or 3 times. Do we have a date when we can expect to see that, Minister?
On the review panel, I know it's very close to being completed as well. I don't have an actual date.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. So originally we'd allocated $60,000 for that project, and the costs and the timeline as well have sort of ballooned beyond what it was originally planned. Again, it was supposed to be released in the fall of 2022. Is there any explanation why it is now 2.5 times what the original budget estimate was?
I actually don't know why. I think it just became broader in scope than what we had originally planned, but I do not know why.
Leader of the third party.
So the terms of reference for that, are those publicly available, Minister?
That's a great question. I do not know the answer whether the terms of reference are public. I'm not sure. I believe they are, but we can take that back.
Leader of the third party.
So this expansion of the report, is that a change in the terms of reference, or?
I think we may have just underestimated how much work was going to be in it and what we needed when we originally set the $60,000 budget.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, so we actually presented a FOIP request for this to the Department of Health and Wellness, and we were told at the time that the request would have to shift to Executive Council because that's where the records reside. So I'm wondering who is actually in charge of this report. Is it your department or is it Executive Council?
Executive Council is who they are reporting to. However, we are paying the bills.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, so this is a budget debate, and so I think it's fair to ask you questions on this report, even though I understand they're reporting back to Executive Council. I wish that weren't the case, but so again, can I ask who's in charge of this report? I know they're reporting back to Executive Council, but project funding lies with you. So is it you, Minister, or?
Well, I mean, it's an external review. That's the point of the review. That is an external review.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. I'll move on from that. We've been waiting for a very long time now for midwives to actually start work here on Prince Edward Island. How are the contract negotiations going with the midwives?
Good. Actually, I know when we were briefed on it months ago, I recognized the challenge of maybe attracting one, but we have a project lead person scheduled to start in this month or next. And we also have 2 other job offers outstanding, correct? Here? One, we have a project lead, so we've hired a project lead. And again, back to the lead time with midwives, they like to give 6 to 9 months in order so that they can leave their current position. But we do have a project lead that we have successfully hired.
Leader of the
Great.
third party, 2 more questions, and I can put you back on the list.
Thanks. I find it interesting that midwives are required to give 9 months' notice to move from one place. So I noticed in your announcement the other day about the 7 countries where we are looking to hire foreign graduates, that it was RNs and midwives. So that suggests to me that we're having a bit of problem hiring the folks that we need. I mean, this has been going on for years and years. Are we having problems hiring the midwives that we need to provide services for island mothers?
I mean, I think again, we have a project lead and 2 hires, so I believe we need 2 more is what we're trying to fill, those 2 outstanding positions. There is only about 400 in Canada, to my understanding. So again, back to kind of the information that we received, I'm pretty pleased on attracting 3 to start the program, especially an experienced midwife, because they identified that project lead must have 10 to 15 years experience. So I think that was, if you look at across the country of those 400 midwives, I think only maybe 100 to 150 have that experience. So not to be pessimistic, when we were first presented with that data, I'm pleasantly surprised that we've been able to attract a project lead to our program.
Leader of the third party, 1 more, and then I can put you back on the list.
Great, thank you, Chair. Is that project lead currently on Prince Edward Island doing her work?
Her start date.
It's with Health PEI.
It is, again, it is a Health PEI hire, but it's I'll say July to be broad, but it's very imminent that her start date is coming. The project lead.
I'm sorry, I missed that?
I think her start date is sometime in July, if I'm not mistaken, but it is a Health PEI hire.
Okay,
so it wouldn't be
so she hasn't actually started work yet?
I do not believe so.
Did you have a follow-up question, Leader of the third?
I have a few follow-up questions on midwifery, so you could put me back on the list,
I will
Chair.
for sure. Charlotte Victoria Park?
Yeah, and that should be an LPI question, really, like on that.
Okay.
To explain that.
Charlotte Victoria Park?
Sorry.
I can go back to the Leader of the third party to continue on his questions.
Sure.
Okay, Leader of the third party?
Right, this, again, I'm not sure whether this is, I realize it's largely a capital question, but in order for our midwives to work effectively here, we're going to need a facility for them. So I hope, Chair, that this question is not viewed to be out of line with the operational budget. I understand that work is underway at the Mount to create space there. When is that expected to be finished?
And again, that is a LPI question, but again, it's on the timelines of her arrival. There had to be some modifications to the Mount, but we can speak more to it in the LPI budget. But okay. Yeah, that it is, they're lining up very well.
Okay. Leader of the third party?
And are we hoping ultimately, and I know because in some provinces they have tried to roll out midwifery services, and it's a tricky thing to do, and supports have to be there, and there have to be a sort of critical mass of midwives able to cover for each other, or else they burn out. And New Brunswick had that's exactly what happened there, and we don't want to repeat that. So do you have a time frame for when midwifery services will be available to island women across the province?
I think we really should discuss it in the Health PEI budget, if you don't mind. Again, Kelly would be able to give a little more perspective on that program too as well.
Okay, I will hold my questions on that. I have other questions on this section.
Okay, let me check with Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Yep.
Okay, Leader of the third party, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We hear from nurses especially who'd like to have some sort of more control and transparency about their schedule. I'm talking here about scheduling software services, which is part of this section.
No, it is not. That's Health PEI.
Oh, that's also health.
Yeah, any one of those operational type questions.
Yeah, any operational type question would be Health PEI.
Thanks for the clarity.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
Negotiations with private nursing home operators.
That actually is covered in a combination of both this section and more particularly in the seniors health section, which is next.
Right, so are you going to allow, if it's partly in this section, negotiations with private home operators?
You can ask the question and I'll do my best to answer.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So it cost us $20,000 last year, but only $2,700 was budgeted. So I'm wondering whether those negotiations were more protracted than we imagined. Like, what was there more complexity there, or what?
Sorry, well, can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Last year, the negotiations with private nursing homes cost $20,000. It was only $2,700 budgeted. And so I'm wondering whether those negotiations didn't go well, or, what happened there?
No, we ended up hiring an outside negotiator, which obviously would be more expensive than if we had tried to do it ourselves. But that being said, the negotiations went quite well. We were able to come to a shorter term deal because, as you're aware, with the long-term care facilities, the agreement expired in March of 2020. So we do have a new agreement which went until March of 2023, and we'll actually be starting negotiations again in probably late, sometime maybe this summer, early fall, about getting into a new agreement.
Leader of the third party.
And will that agreement be more than the single year?
That is the plan, yes. The agreement was set to expire set to March 31st because, to be quite honest, we wanted to get the money to the facilities. And the issues that were left would take more time and more work. So in order to get the money out to them as quickly as possible, we've concluded the contract in March 30th, 2023.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. And are there any sort of performance metrics that are demanded of these private nursing homes in order for them to qualify for public funding?
That is one of the things that we are going to be negotiating with the new agreement.
I'm glad to hear that.
Leader of the third party.
That will be in the new contract, will it?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Chair?
Yeah, leader of the third party.
The Director of Specialty Services, can you tell us what that position does?
Actually, that position is no longer with us.
Okay.
He went back to his position at Health PEI. He was only with us one day a week, but he was helping consult on larger projects across the health system. But we felt that that would be better with Health PEI, so when his contract expired in December, we did not renew it.
I
Leader of the third
understand.
party.
I had a couple of other questions on that, but they're redundant now. Thank you for that explanation. So what are the federal provincial initiatives with the New Brunswick Minister of Finance under the grants section?
That is annual funding that we provide them. I believe just as part of a FPT organization, we provide them with funding, but I can get more details on that.
Yeah, okay.
Leader of the third party.
Do we have any other sort of reciprocal agreements or agreements like this with other provinces?
I'm not leaving the FPT chair.
Yes, and actually you will see that when you, a few sections later with the National Health File, we're actually the lead in this one. So instead of paying the Minister of Finance of New Brunswick, people are actually going to be paying us this year.
Leader of the third party.
Okay, I like that. What is the Maritime Sport Support Unit for $75,000? Is that the Maritime SP SPOR Support Unit?
Yes.
Or?
Yes.
It is, okay.
Leader of the third party.
And is that multi-year funding?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
And can you share a report, or can you update us on the nature of their work?
I'll bring that back.
Leader of the third party.
That's all I have for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Shall the section carry? Seniors Health. Appropriations provided to support seniors' health policies and programs, as well as for the inspection and licensing of community care facilities and private nursing homes in Prince Edward Island pursuant to the Community Care Facilities and Nursing Homes Act. Administration, $18,000. Equipment, $7,200. Materials, supplies, services, $10,400. Professional services at $270,000. Salaries, $1,402,500. Travel and training, $33,900. Grants, $6,294,100. Total seniors help, $8,036,100. Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much. This section's budget has been doubled, so can you tell us why that's doubled and how much of that is federal dollars?
I'm going to start off by saying this is actually a new section. So previously, we had the funding that was in here was, some of it was in the section that we just finished, which was community health. Some of it was in inspection services for community care facilities and private long-term nursing homes. But we have a new director of seniors health, and so we have actually put everything under one place to hopefully provide better services and policy work for them. So that's why if some of the numbers look a little bit odd, it's because we were actually just in the process of developing a new section, so we needed new funding for it. So the federal dollars, actually, there's quite a few federal dollars in here under the Safe Long-Term Care Fund in the 2022-23 forecast. However, most of those did actually expire on March 31st, 2023. So the grants for 23-24 is primarily the primary caregiver grant.
Leader of the opposition.
Okay, so, well, thank you, Chair. So you're saying there's a new section. So when you talked about being part of, or majority of this used to be the old, right here, it's community care facility and private nursing home inspection?
Part of it was, yes. But when I had been talking about previously about the long-term care review, that was in the community health. If that was done this year, it would have been in this section, because we did a significant reorganization during the year.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the caregiver program, when will we see that implemented?
I guess, I mean, yeah, we've had a lot of interest on the primary giving program. Obviously, there's going to be some policy work in order to do that. Our focus in the short term will be the wait list for LTC and community care, to focus on those first. Again, because there's a lot of policy work in order to administer this program, determine eligibility, and so on and so forth. So it's gotten a lot of interest from the public on how we deliver this program. But the primary scope will be to help those ones that are on our wait list to stay home longer.
Leader of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I've also received numerous calls on this. It was also in our platform too. The delivery would have been different. So I've had, what do I tell people to call me to say, oh, they're excited to see this, when is it going to happen? I'll be able to stay in my own home and have a family member to care for me. I think you mentioned it in the House one time was up to $1,500 per month. So when will those individuals who are they're not yet ready for long-term care, but they're in need of a family member or someone to help care for them in their own home, they can't live independently?
Yeah, again, I think it's a great program, and I think we have to be cautious and go slow as we move it. Again, there's about $5 million in the budget to administer it in the first year, and I think we will continue to add levels to that program. But I think we need to be ensure that the program's delivered correctly and the eligibility is quite. How do you use this? Is that it's very defined, and that we can. There's a lot of people doing it now. There's no doubt. That's where a lot of the inquiries, people have been doing it for long periods of time, and they're excited is not a very good word, but they're intrigued by this program and how it helps them support being a caregiver for sure.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, there is a lot of interest in it, and there's a demand for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, when it was released, that you guys were going to move this forward, that created a lot of interest, but there was no clarity on it, and I'm still, I guess the clarity is right now, you just mentioned, specifically aimed now for those who are waiting long-term care. But that doesn't help those who are living in their own home but still need some assistance. So what do I tell those people now? Like, what is the plan to help those individuals? When will that be?
Again, I don't want to use the budget excuse again, but again, from this perspective, it's a new program. I think we need to go slow, and if it sees the results that's its intent, I think we would like to expand it, because that's part of our philosophy, is to, you know, community-based care first, to keep seniors at home as long as possible. So, you know, again, I think it's important that we go slow, we do it the right way, and that it's clear, concise, and that we can continue to expand it over the years.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I know, so you said it was $5 million that's going towards it, is that correct?
5.2, yes.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
So that's a lot of money, you know what I mean? So we have questions on the implementation of it, what the criteria is, how many people do you anticipate will participate in this program?
Again, I think we'll take some recommendations from the long-term care review panel about what we have out there. We'll look at our wait lists and all that. So again, I think it's important to understand that we got to create the policy. It is in that conceptual place, but policy work is going to be very important on this project.
One more question, Leader of the Opposition. I can put you back on the list.
Sure, thank you very much, Chair. So I'm a little bit disappointed in this, because I actually thought it was going to help those individuals who have reached out to me. I've had one on the way down this morning who reached out, who's living at home but still needs some assistance. She's in a wheelchair. Her grandson was going to hopefully be able to provide some of that caregiver assistance, so he wouldn't have to go out and work the hours that he has to do now to maintain the place, and also to provide a service to her. So what do I tell these people?
Again, I think it's a great program from a conceptual perspective, and again, back to our philosophy of community care first. I think this is one of the main numerous steps, including, you know, the life alert system and the virtual monitoring that we're going to implement. So community care is the basis of all of our programs. I think we've seen the stats that our seniors are in hospital or long-term care longer than anybody else in the country. So again, this is the shift that we need in order to maintain our seniors in our communities as long as possible.
Leader of the Opposition, do you have a follow-up, or?
I have some more questions on this, but I just have one. Maybe I'll go on this one.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
I don't know.
No, it's okay. $5 million. So how was that determined?
Again, from a budget perspective, I think on anything on a variable function like this, we have to start with a number and then work toward that project, you know, on the delivery. So again, it's back to our envelope of what we have in our funding. We have to determine some amount. So again, it is, I don't want to use the word pilot, but I think we need to go slow in this program and ensure that it's delivered correctly. Because once you're in the program, I'd assume you would most likely stay within that program. So again, we'll have some solid budgetary numbers for the next fiscal year as well.
I'll come back on this.
Thank you. Leader of the third party.
So I'll follow on this line of questioning, Minister. And so we budgeted this year, and we're being asked to approve $5.2 million for this program. When do you actually expect it to be up and running?
Again, from the department's perspective, the policy work on this, it will not be simple or easy or fast. So I think it's important that, again, it's important that we do this program right, that we don't go too fast out of the gate and create any disappointments, or that the eligibility criteria is well thought out and monitored and can be, again, managed correctly.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks. Yeah, I want to avoid disappointment here as well. And just a very back of the envelope, or rather back of my budget book, calculation here. The maximum is $1,500 per month for the family or caregiver. If we were to enroll today 300 families or 300 caregivers in that would, again, that's a very ballpark figure that I'm just doing on my scribbled at the side of my book here, but that would accommodate up to 300 folks. Is that what you consider to be a pilot project?
Well, I think our long-term wait lists are about 190 or so, give or take. I mean, obviously, that's what our wait lists are looking like for LTC right now. So I think we're trying to support those people first. And again, I think in the levels of care that we provide through the primary caregiver grant, we will start there for sure. I think those eligibility, I think, is pretty clear that they've been determined to be LTC eligible. So that's very defined, so I think we would work on that list first and then move on from there. And again, as we move through the year, that 198 will most likely, as people go on the list or new people come on the list, your 300 number may be somewhat appropriate.
Leader of the third party.
Thanks, Chair. So in order to qualify for this, the individual that you're caring for has to be LTC eligible, or it has to be in a good state of health?
No, I think that'll be the priority, excuse me. I think that's our main priority at this time, obviously, is to focus on that particular group of people. But again, we will expand the program as we move down that road to other eligibilities. But I think, again, back to determining eligibility, they have been assessed and been put on an LTC list for a place. So if there's a possibility to maintain those people in care, I think we should look at it. Again, back to that community care philosophy and measures that we're doing, that's what we want to try to accomplish.
Sure.
Leader of the third party.
So of those 192, of course, not all of them will be in a situation where this program will be suitable for them. You need a family member or a caregiver who is able to do that, and their needs must match up with that. So I'm wondering where else we're going to find folks who will qualify for this program.
So we're doing the primary giver survey now. Again, I think it went out 3 or 4 days ago in order to determine some needs and to understand how we'll apply this program. So that's an important part. So we encourage anybody to participate in that survey, and we'll learn a lot from that primary caregiver survey that we launched a few days ago.
Leader of the third party.
So currently we have, and this was just a discussion, I don't know if it made it to the House or not, yes it did, of folks who are in beds in hospitals currently waiting to get into long-term care facilities, and their families are being charged up to $3,000 a month to stay in hospitals where they don't really belong, and they're causing a backup, of course. Would any of those folks, if their family was able to look after them, would they, since they are all presumably eligible for LTC, would they fit with this program?
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't established the criteria, so I think it would be a little premature to kind of comment on whether they would be eligible or not under this program. But I think most families, I know myself personally, if I could take care of my parents at home in a manageable way, that would be my choice. But and we're trying to again remove some financial burdens to people who make that choice.
Leader of the third party.
Again, it's tough for us to give our stamp of approval or thumbs up to a large expenditure like this without any sort of clear idea of what this entails. I'd really like to know, because like I'm sure everybody else in this House, this was, I think it appeared in all party platforms to varying degrees and in different guises. But will this program be eligible? You've said that, and I'm not sure if it's a blanket thing, but in order to be eligible for this caregiver grant, that the individual being cared for will have to be LTC, will have to be at a state of health where they require long-term care. Is that correct?
No, I think, again, back to the survey and establishing the criteria and learning what kind of caregiver activities are happening out in the communities. I think it's important we understand that. But again, from a priority perspective, I think everyone would agree we need to look at that list first, depending on acuity, because again, it will help our facilities operate better, if we have people that can stay home longer. So again, I think that's a strategy that, back to community-based care, is what we want to act on that for sure.
Leader of the third party, two more, and then I can put you back on the list.
Thanks, Chair. So elderly people who are, can't quite live independently but would need some supports, they may not be anywhere close to having medical needs that would require them to be put into an LTC, but there may be a family member who would be able to allow them to stay at home and age in place and all of the benefits that come from that. Are you anticipating this year? I hear you saying that your priority is folks who are waiting to get into LTCs, but folks with less severe, if I can put it that way, medical ailments, who could get by with not even a full-time, because it's $1,500 a month, so we're not looking at a full-time position here. When do you anticipate that those folks with less severe medical issues would be eligible for this program?
Without saying repetitive, we are going to rely heavily on the primary caregiver survey and what's happening out in the communities. I know for myself personally, when my mother was sick, that we had some private support and enabled us to, through her insurance program, and allowed us to keep her at home longer. So again, I think those supports are important. So again, I think we need to understand the challenges in the community. Again, for my mother was ALS, so that may be a disease that's easily identifiable that we could support.
Leader of the third party, one more question?
Sure. Finally on this, I know we're talking in the seniors health section of the budget here, but ALS, for example, can strike younger people.
True.
Will the caregiver program, is there an age cutoff where there will be an eligibility for this?
We haven't determined that yet.
I'm sorry?
We haven't determined that as of yet. Yeah.
Okay.
I would assume, if you're a caregiver, it would not really depend on age. It depends on the level of care that you need to provide.
Precisely.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you had a follow-up, Leader of the third
No,
party.
I'm good on that particular thing there.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So this is a new section. I want to ask, are veterans care paid first by the province?
Veterans care? Last resort, most of our programs.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Normally, most of our programs are payer of last resort.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So here we would say Veterans Affairs pays, and then we would come in?
That's correct.
But isn't that counterintuitive to what's happening across the country? Aren't the provinces supposed to be first payer, and Veterans Affairs covers the rest?
I'm actually going to suggest maybe that's actually a health PI question, because it's an operational issue, so.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, it's operational. Okay, I'll ask those questions then. So in the budget, this is a new section, and I mean, it's nice to see. I was going through the old section in the department. So it was community care facilities and private nursing homes. So I've got the budget from 2022. The numbers, shouldn't the budget estimates and what's in here under budget estimates for 2022, 2023, shouldn't those match up?
No. Because what we did was when we created this one, some of the work was already being done, but it was being done by different divisions. So that's why there's actually quite a bit of reorganization, particularly within this division of items. So items such as grants, the 3.49, you would have seen that last year in the health policy and strategic initiatives. Some of the salary dollars were in strategic and health policy and strategic initiatives. As I said, it was a big reorganization that we did during the year.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I guess, so those are like, so if you looked at it in here, you look at administrations, the same, equipment is the same from the 2023 budget. Travel and training is the same, 20,900. But then you look at professional services, last year was forecasted at 9,800, and then that line in this budget is 91,000.
And that is because last year in the health policy and strategic initiatives, we had put around $90,000 in professional services for a strategic, for a seniors consultant. And so obviously when we set up the new seniors division, we moved that money from the strategic initiatives division to the seniors division.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
Okay, so that's why it's yeah, it is roughly the differences. And I guess, you probably knew these questions are coming, but no, it's just kind of weird looking down and seeing.
Oh, absolutely. I'll have to admit, it will be very difficult to compare last year to this year.
Yeah.
Because of the, some of them will be straightforward, but the majority of them will be very difficult because of the restructuring we did.
Charlotte, how much royalty?
Yeah, and I appreciate this conversation because obviously some of them were the same and then some of them were off and so, but no, I appreciate that explanation. So the professional services was for a senior consultant in another section, but it's here now. What was that consulting for?
And actually, you'll notice that the cost was only $16,800.
Yeah.
We actually used that money to hire staff instead. We had decided that the best way to do that was, instead of hiring a one-time consultant, would be to actually bring someone in-house.
Charlotte, how
That's
much?
actually how this whole division was born.
Charlotte, how much royalty? Two more, and then I can put you back on the list.
Okay, so you hired somebody full-time instead of, so the consulting fees were too high. You were going to consult, what was that going to be on the act, or on the, was it around the time when there was a lot of tension around this section? Was it around that time you were going to consult and just decide to hire somebody instead?
No, it wasn't about the community, the inspections per se. It was more about the seniors' health plan and how we were going to implement the items that were in the strategy and in the plan.
Charlotte, how much royalty? One more question.
That's what we like to hear. Following the plan, following the plan.
That's what this section is all about.
Wow, this should be patted on the desk over there. We got somebody following the plan over there for what? But then again, so if we in the past, if we didn't use the consulting fee and we hired staff instead, why are we forecasting a massive jump in professional services to $270,000 for next year if we decided to go in a different direction?
Just one second. There's a couple of reasons. The consultants, the increase in consultants this year, the biggest part of the jump, $125,000, is for a variety of platform commitments that were made regarding analysis, evaluation, outreach for various initiatives, including the seniors' health plan, care at home. So we are planning on getting consultants in order to evaluate some of the stuff that we're doing.
Do you have one follow-up, Charlotte, how much royalty? Or I can put you back on the
Okay,
list.
but that, yeah, I'm just confused because I thought we were moving to like, we know we're gonna have to evaluate these, but we just hired the staff and now we're going back to consultants.
When we hired the staff, it wasn't necessarily to evaluate. When we put the money in, what we decided is we weren't at a state to evaluate it yet because we actually had to properly implement it, which is why we got the staff.
Okay.
Thank you, Charlotte, how much royalty? I can put you back on the list.
put me on the list.
I'll go to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So you just mentioned that some of the new budgeted consultation will be for caregiver. Is that correct?
Some of the professional services?
Yes.
Yes, we will have money in there to do the consultants, our analysis and evaluation and outreach, and I think I mentioned the seniors' health plan. Care at home is actually a separate initiative, and that has to do with utilizing community care facilities and keeping people at home, but maybe using some of the resources of community care facilities. I don't know a whole lot more about the initiative, so I can bring that back.
Minister?
Can I correct?
Sorry, Minister.
I want to correct one thing actually I said about the primary caregiver grant. It's actually community care, not LTC. LTC would have a higher acuity of care required, so it would be community care. My apologies. I do, yeah, it makes more sense.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So earlier, just going back to the caregiver, and so you're primarily looking now at those who are on the LTC list. So how is that list populated?
Health PEI.
Leader of the Opposition.
So how would someone get on that list? Like, explain the process. Would somebody have to call to say, you know?
It's a health PEI question.
Be an assessment process.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
I'm just asking these questions because I think they're very important. And it was mentioned earlier that it's $5 million that's being budgeted for this particular program, with not a lot of information on it, like the criteria, the plan, who's the whole encompass of who it's going to benefit. So that's why I have many questions on it, or had many questions on it, and it is quite concerning. How do we support a budget line of $5 million if we really don't know the benefit of the program or those who are going to be receiving it, even the amount of people and what people will be receiving that support?
I don't remember. I would say again, you mentioned that was in your platform as well. I don't imagine your criteria was in your platform as well either.
But we weren't.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. We weren't elected, so it's yours now.
True.
All right. So, yeah.
Congratulations. There you go.
So can I have an answer to that question?
So Leader of the Opposition, what is your question?
My question is, how are you going to convince me that I'm going to support a budget line of $5 million for a program that is not, there is no plan for it, there's no criteria set for it? This is your opportunity to convince me that this is, we know it's a good program, but just by the name of it, obviously, but we need to know details.
Well, again, that's why we're not launching a program until we develop the proper criteria in order to deliver. I think it would be irresponsible to launch a primary caregiver plan 4 weeks after an election without working on the criteria. And again, back to the survey, that's what we're doing. We're doing the primary caregiver survey to establish that we do have the criteria correct. But I think everybody, as you say, all parties agree that this concept is very valuable and very important. So we will continue to work on implementing it.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but it would also be irresponsible for us to approve a $5 million line that does not have a plan. So my question is, it's the same question I have. How can we be assured that this is going to actually help those individuals who need it, and to what population is it going to encompass?
Same question, same answer, with all due respect.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, so thank you very much, Chair. So I'm just not getting any answers to this. So it is very, very difficult for me to try to get off this line of questioning for a $5 million. I'm saying it's $5 million. I don't disagree with the overall concept of the plan, which I am trying to understand the concept, but I think it is for individuals to stay in their home a little bit longer, to be able to have assistance to stay there by generally a family member. So that's just in general, but there needs to be some criteria set in order for this plan to be implemented. And one doesn't ask for $5 million without a plan. You can't go for a mortgage on a house or buy a new vehicle without having the details. So this is what I'm saying. We need to have more assurance that this money is going to be spent, and it's going to be spent properly. So I'm not getting any answers. I know if I ask any more, I'm going to get the same thing, so I'll just pass.
Are there any other questions on this section? Leader of the third party.
Thank you. So there's a line item here under professional services. which is for private nursing home association negotiations. And I'm wondering how that's different from private nursing home negotiations.
Sorry, I'm going to ask where you saw that line, just so that I can give you
Sure.
a proper answer.
Yeah.
Leader of the third party?
I'm sorry, ask me to.
Where, was that in the
Oh,
handout?
it's under professional services. There's a line item for private nursing home association negotiations. I think I know the difference here, but
I'm thinking that would be, is that in your budget, or is that in, for last year?
I'm sorry, I don't have those details in
Yes.
front of me.
No, just because, as I had mentioned before, we're going into negotiations again this year, so it's probably what we're budgeting for next year, for the 2023-24, but I'm just going to try to double check that.
Leader of the third party?
Yeah, I guess to rephrase the question, I'm wondering what we're negotiating with the nursing home association rather than individual private nursing homes.
We actually negotiate a master type agreement with the association, which is made up of the various private nursing homes.
Yeah.
And then when we actually sign the agreement, it's actually Health PEI that signs it, and we sign individual agreements. But the individual agreements are all based on the master agreement that we negotiate.
Okay.
Leader of the third party?
I get it. Thank you for that explanation. And as you know, we've got a few, at least a couple of private nursing homes that currently they failed their inspections and they've got a temporary license. So how are you working to ensure that those long-term care facilities are operating at appropriate levels, meeting the regulations that we have? And do we have enough money in the budget to oversee and monitor that and enforce it?
Yes, and actually, that's part of the reason why you see such a big jump in the budget here, because we have, we started as a federally funded pilot project, and we're going to be continuing it with provincial funding. Infection prevention and control staff that will actually be working with the facilities to help with some of the issues, because that's what we found during COVID, that's why people in the private nursing homes would get sick more often, was because of those items. So we do have funding in here to help work with those facilities to make that better. In addition, we've got a dedicated complaints officer that we had dedicated one staff last July. Now we're hiring a permanent staff in that. So we're trying to work towards improving that with the facilities. We also negotiated the new contract with the facilities, and we're starting other new ones. Yeah.
Leader of the third party?
Thanks, Chair. We know that other provinces have gone through reviews of their long-term care facilities for the same reasons that we are, because there were it really highlighted some deficiencies and some problems during COVID. And you mentioned there a couple of things. Infection control, I think, was one of the things that you mentioned. We all know that air quality in airborne diseases is a really important thing. Is there funding here? I guess this will be partly capital as well, but is there anything in here related to improving air quality in nursing homes?
We actually did, during 22-23, quite a large project with the private nursing homes to help them originally in the summer to purchase fans and heat pumps and air conditioning units in regarding to that. As well, we did other ones for larger ones in relation to infrastructure and equipment. So I believe the total amount of that program, we spent $3.2 million on infrastructure and another $600,000 on equipment in 22-23.
Leader of the third party?
Yeah, thank you. And of course, we don't have our report back yet, so we don't know what the recommendations are going to be, but there are some pretty standard, there's a lot of words. There are a lot of things that are the same throughout, whether it's Ontario, Quebec, or here, that have been recommended about having single rooms, ensuring that staff don't go from one facility to another, for example. Do you have any sense from, and I realize the report's not public yet, but are those the sorts of things that we will be funding in order to improve the health situation in LTCs?
I don't know what's in the report. I do know that with federal revenue that's coming in, we are hoping to set up a capital fund for private nursing homes to help them with those things. But right now, we don't have any details on it because we're still working on the funding from the federal government.
Okay.
Leader of the third party.
I'm really pleased to hear that, and moving beyond the concerns regarding COVID. Heat is becoming, it wasn't an issue in this province 20 years, or I shouldn't say it wasn't an issue, it wasn't something we really thought about. We're thinking about it a lot these days. And I'm wondering whether in the, I'm pretty sure there are regulations regarding maximum temperature that one can, where it is safe. You mentioned some of that grant funding through the federal government will go to improving health. Are we talking air conditioners and heat
We
pumps?
did a lot of that last year, actually. We reached out to both community care facilities and private nursing homes and had a program in place to help them with that. Now, of course, because it was July when we started, some of it did not get actually in place until later in the year, or later in the summer, early fall, but it will be helping for this year.
Leader of the third party. 2 more questions and I can put you back on the list.
Thanks, Chair. So the equipment that was installed in community homes and LTCs, is that in common areas so that there's at least part of the facility where there's a temperature that's comfortable?
That is the intention, is that it was for common areas instead of individual rooms.
Right.
Leader of the third party.
And is the hope that we would actually expand that out to individual rooms as well?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, all right.
Did you have one follow-up, Leader of the third party?
No, I have some other questions on this section, but none directly related to what I just
Okay, I'll put you back on the list.
Yep.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Thank you, Chair. Just, for example, Sherwood Home closed down. Would it relate to this section if a community care facility closes down, what due to inspection, would that be related to this section? Would this section look at that at all?
In what regards, as to where the residents go?
Well, that too, but would this section be like, I don't really know what happened there. What I'm trying to get at is Sherwood Home, the residents moved to PE Home.
Health PI.
Health PEI. Okay, so nothing to do with the inspection
No.
process.
This covers private nursing homes. Ones which are publicly funded are under Health PEI, and they are funded, or they are inspected through their accreditation process.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
Okay, perfect. No, I was just getting, I'll ask that question later on. But, so you said that there's a complaints officer, now there's 2 complaint officers?
No. We had received funding for it last year. We hired someone on a temporary basis, and now we've made it a permanent position, and hopefully to have the permanent person hired soon.
Oh, good.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
How does that position operate? Is it proactive, or like, do people come to them? Do they do, can you just explain a little bit about how that works? How about the complaints position?
Yeah. We do have a significant number of complaints of people coming to us for either complaints or referred to as significant events. So my guess is they would be dealing with these first. In regards to being proactive, I'm not really sure.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
It's for families and to complain about services there, or is it for facilities too?
It's for all complaints and significant events. So yes, that would be if families call.
Charlottetown West Royalty.
And it's good to know that's there, because families contact us quite regularly, and they're concerned, and it's good to know that if they're watching this, or maybe they have it PVR'd, they can watch it tomorrow and know that service is there. A few questions here on just the seniors' house. Where it says in here in the other book, it says consultant budget variance from forecast, 135,000. Now, that's for 2023, 2024. Would that be what we were talking about the consultants that you've hired to evaluate or looked at to evaluate the program?
So you're on page HW4?
Yes.
So the very last, oh, that's community health. Sorry.
Table of contents.
Seniors health. 23, 24. The variance from forecast. Oops.
It's 135,000.
No, the 135,000 is actually our budget for 23, 24.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
It's the budget for...
That's part of our budget for consultant, yes. So we have a consultant budget, and then we have a miscellaneous professional services budget. And when you add those together, plus a few other things, plus legal fees, you get the 269.8.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, I guess that's what was throwing me off. It says budget, but it's in variance from forecast.
Yeah, it's because in some cases, that's where the variance for forecast goes to. Instead of having two lines, we just put it in one.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And that's a specific number. Are you expecting that to be, are you expecting that to start in like the third quarter or something?
The 135?
Yeah.
So the money that's budgeted there is actually allocated for specific items. Some of it is for the funding for the assessing the long-term care wage gap and long-term care, the private nursing homes, the wage gap that we have, and how to best rectify that. So we're hoping to do some outsourcing on that. Infection prevention and control work, $35,000 for a consultant to help with that. $40,000 for to help with modernizing our inspection services. Obviously, we're doing more inspections. They're busier, more complex, so we want to modernize our systems.
Charlottetown West Royalty, two more, and then I can put you back on the list.
So the long-term care wage gap you're talking about between private nursing homes and public?
That's correct.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Oh, I didn't want that to be a question. Why do we need a consultant to know that there's just differences in wages?
Not to know that there are, because we have done the analysis ourselves.
Yeah.
But to help figure out the best way to address that. Because the private nursing homes, they can pay what they want to pay, or their staff what they want to pay, and they pay their staff varying amounts. So it's not as simple as just saying, here's a lump sum of money. We want to make sure that the lump sum of money actually makes it to the staff.
Charlottetown West Royalty, I can put you back on the list.
That's particularly fascinating.
Say Charlottetown West Royalty, I can put you back on the list.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. We'll just remind members to keep the conversations to dull murmur, I think is the proper saying. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. The SAFE LTC funding, does that go to both private and public long-term care facilities?
The majority of it is private, but yes, some of it did go to public.
Can you give
Leader of the third party?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Can you give me the breakdown and percentage of those two entities?
So of the almost $4 million that we spent in 23-24, about $500,000 went to Health PEI, and the remainder went to private.
Leader of the third party?
Okay, thank you for that. What is the CCF and PNH recruitment fund? I suppose that's community care facilities and private nursing homes, is that what it is?
Pardon me?
It's down here on the handout as the CCF and PNH recruitment fund, $75,000. I'm just wondering what that is
Sorry,
and what it's for.
community care facilities and private nursing homes. And that is funding to assist the facilities with their recruitment efforts.
Leader of the third party?
Recruiting staff?
Yes.
Okay, interesting, okay. The care at home and in community care, it's almost $400,000. Can you tell us what that is for?
I actually previously indicated that I would bring more information back on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Leader of the third party?
The Alzheimer's First Link, again, about $250,000.
That is funding, that's been in our budget for a few years now. It was originally to help the Alzheimer's Society initiate their First Link program in Prince County. We want to make that more continual funding, but right now we're still working with them on how that looks.
Leader of the third party?
All right. And finally, and this is new funding, this was for Medical Alert. That was a platform promise, about $300,000. And I'm wondering when that program can be expected, when Islanders could be able to get that.
Again, it's at the early stages. We're just starting to work out the development of that program.
Leader of the third party?
Okay. Well, it strikes me that that's a lot easier than the caregiver fund. It's a very specific thing, and it's, we all know. Right. So can I ask you whether there's a time frame associated with that? It's also a lot less money, but it's the same thing.
Not that I'm aware of.
Leader of the third party?
Okay. So each of these programs, and we've found it in a number of other departments during debate on estimates here, is programs that were promised in the platform, are budgeted for in this fiscal year, and almost without exception, these new programs have no substance to them whatsoever. I could go back to, oh my gosh, to housing and communities, agriculture, education. There were a number of programs that, and I have no issues with the fact that these are platform promises that are appearing in this budget and being asked to approve that, but I do have a big problem. Here's another one, a platform promise, not a big amount of money, $300,000, and you can't tell us anything about the program. You can't tell us when it's going to be available to Islanders. You don't know how it's going to be rolled out. It's just, it's really hard for us, and you know, the leader of the official opposition had a similar sort of angst moment. Maybe it's because it's after 11 o'clock at night, I don't know, but I just wish you could give us, can you give us any more information on the Medical Alert program and some sense to Islanders when they might be able to access that?
No. And that's because, as you indicated, these were platform commitments that they had asked us to implement during the year. And so, honestly, we just found out about these items 2 months ago. So during that 2 months, we are just starting how we're going to actually implement these programs. And I'm assuming other departments are in a similar situation. And maybe it's because of the hour, but I guess I'm being a little bit more candid. That's honestly the truth.
No, that's fair.
Is we said, you're getting this amount of money to do this. So now we're trying to figure out how to do this in the best way possible. And that's just why we are where we are.
Leader of the third party?
Yeah, and I should be really clear. You're doing an absolutely bang-up job, by the way. You are so informed on all of the issues, and it's a delight. Seriously, it is a delight. And my frustrations are not directed at you at all. And perhaps it's a collective thing that we put platforms out there that we. It's difficult to implement all of the promises, and maybe it's a lesson to all of us. I think that's all the questions I have in this particular section, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Thomas Riley?
I'll just get back to, I want to know more about this wage gap. How much is the consultant again for that?
We have $35,000 allocated.
Charlotte Thomas Riley?
When does that program commence, and when is it going to be, or not program, but review going to be completed, or?
My guess is it will probably be working in parallel to our negotiations.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Because this came up in the standing committee. That's why it's it's causing an imbalance. So I'm just trying to figure, and I didn't realize that there was issues around, obviously, the transfer to private nursing care, and you think that it's going for salaries, it's not. So what would be, I mean, we're waiting for that consultant report. Is the consultant an island-based consultant, or is this somebody that has experience in this particular, this niche nationally?
We don't have anyone identified yet.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I guess it's, I'm worried about timelines, because if you miss a budget, or if they come back with reports and implement that report, so that we can get it, or the negotiations happen, and if we miss the consultant, this is important. I've got a major long-term care facility, a private one in my district. Yeah, and so I just need some more, some more timelines on that, and to know the haste of this.
I guess the timelines would coincide with our negotiations with the private nursing homes, which I believe we're hoping to meet for the first time in June, and then again in the fall.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Good. So you meet in June and then again in fall, but that coincides. But this is set money. Why do we have to wait for the consultant? Why do we have to wait for those meetings to get the consultant going on this?
Because we need the input from the association. And so we need to talk to the association and figure out what exactly we need.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So you mentioned 2 different dates. Can you commit, does the department commit to making sure that's done in June? Can you do that? You said June and October. I just don't want the department to punt this back and to get this stuff started.
Sorry. No, I cannot commit to June.
Charlottetown West
We're
Royalty?
negotiating with the association too, so it's a give and take process. that we
It's
have to
June
work through.
15th.
Yeah, we have to work through, in order to get them to the table and have those discussions.
Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
No, and it's a good discussion, and it's just I think we all see the gap. I really see the gaps here with workers, and then if that gap's there, you're talking about quality of care, and there is gaps between what services people get. So,
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that people in private nursing homes get the care they deserve, and they're there, and this is a major thing. So thanks a lot for entertaining those questions. A few more, under the same section, it says miscellaneous, which is not a super great word all the time in budgets. It's just, it's like difficult. So it's, that's 125,000 budgeted for next year.
Yes, and that is a variety of primarily consultants for analysis, evaluation, and outreach on a variety of the different programs and policies. It's under miscellaneous because we don't know who or what or how much we're going to spend on which ones. We just wanted to make sure that we have enough funds to do what we need to do.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
For example, we may need to do additional work on the primary caregiver grant
Right.
after the survey.
Or
Would be
we
a good
may
example.
need extra money for this long-term care grant. We just want to make sure we have funding there that's not specifically earmarked for something.
Okay.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And those are consultants to do evaluations after those programs get started, correct?
Or to help
So-
us develop evaluation frameworks.
Oh, they're gonna help.
They could do that as well.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
I guess the confusion is in this section, we're asked to give you more money for salaries, which we have, and now we're spending, just in those 2 lines, we're looking at $260,000 in consultants, and we've just given you more money for that. So I'm just kind of concerned about that. I mean, these are important things, and evaluations are something, I don't know, it's just maybe we've been a little bit shy on here the last 4 years, so happy about that, but.
Because we definitely do want to have more KPIs and make sure that we're setting them, that they are actually measurable. So that's why we would need some assistance in doing that. And to be honest, most of the increase in salaries is for the infection prevention and control team, because there's a team lead plus 3 professionals. So that's where most of it is, plus a little bit for the director who's overseeing all of this.
Charlottetown Winslow?
And those.
Or West Royalty?
Order.
Got some questions, Chair?
So you're trying to throw me off, but it's not going to work here, Chair.
You have the floor, Charlottetown West
Thank you
Royalty.
very much. So the infection control, and we kind of talked about that before, that's crucially important. And did that come out, that came out because of the deficiencies we saw in COVID?
Yes, and it also, it definitely became because of the deficiencies we saw in COVID. And then initially, the federal government gave us funding under the Safe Long-Term Care Fund, and so this is where we decided to spend some of it. And now we are supplementing it by making it permanent.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So is that federal government money still there? No.
No, it expired.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And that's good. So I know it's not under this section, but would it be mirroring a similar section in the public facilities?
I'm going to guess not, but I do not know for sure. That would be a health PI question.
Yeah.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So the private nursing home negotiations, that was last year you spent $5,900. I don't see a line there for next year, but you said there is negotiations on the 15th and in October. Why is there no budget for that?
That would come out of miscellaneous.
Oh.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Gotcha. What?
I was going to say.
That makes no sense.
I said we needed money for miscellaneous. We didn't know what it was going to be for. That's most likely one of the areas we'll use it towards.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So if it was 59 in that line last year, roughly how much is going to be coming out of another line that's miscellaneous?
That's really hard to say because it depends on how long the negotiations are. Because the lead negotiator and what their salary is and what their charge rate is and such, so I can't really say.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
So then that 5,900, how many times did you negotiate last year?
The reason why I'm hesitating, honestly, is because I was doing so much negotiating last year. I'm trying to remember which one, how many times we met with this one.
Yeah. You're doing good.
Seriously. Probably maybe half a dozen times.
Wow.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Because I would think, because if that's under legal, the thing is, I looked at 5,900 and said that would give you maybe a couple hours or work. Like, it's a few hours here
And
there,
it might be that the rest of it got billed somewhere else. I don't really know.
Charlottetown West
Maybe they
Royalty?
just didn't bill us yet.
Oh.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay, so maybe, I'm not going to ask you to bring me back whatever in the next little while if you can, if it is there. So the rest of those two numbers, so budget variance for forecast for legal was 739 last year, and it's 9,800 coming up for this year. Would that be where that
No.
line is?
The 9,800 actually is related to the legal for the community care facilities, the inspection unit. The additional part, I'm guessing you did not budget anything specifically for that. That's why you're not seeing it there.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Okay. Yeah, that's a little confusing, but I'll stop asking questions there. So thank you very much for entertaining that.
Shall this action carry? Emergency Health Services, appropriations provided to support provincial emergency health-related policy and programs, including ambulance services, air ambulance, telehealth, 811, blood services, and organ and tissue donation and transplantation. Administration, $13,800. Equipment, $1,500. Materials, supplies, services, $1,100. Professional services, $20,471,100. Salaries, $587,400. Travel and training, $10,500. Grant, $6,465,700. Total emergency health services, $27,551,100. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, what in professional services, the budget amount was 14,800, and you forecast was about 15 million. But this year you budgeted 20 million. Can you tell us what that increase is, reason for that increase?
So that relates to the ground ambulance services agreement with Isla EMS. And it increased by about, we're anticipating it to increase by about $5.5 million.
Okay.
Some of it is what I would call regular items, such as the increase in wages with the recently negotiated QP paramedics. We also started the ambulance transfer units in December, so now we have added money for that budget. There's contract escalators, and so that would be fuel adjustments and such to the contract. And then we have some modernization items that we're hoping to do with those. And so these are items that we are in talks with, so we have allocated some funding in there for the modernization of paramedic services, a backup site, an operations paramedic, and then there's $2 million in there for adding 4 new ambulances.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask about the 4 new ambulances. So right now, so you have a contract to provide that service, correct?
That's correct.
So do they presently provide their own ambulances?
My assumption is that when this contract originated in 2009, we probably did give them funding for the initial purchases of ambulances, and that our operational funding that we have with them would include funding to maintenance and replacement costs of those. But since we're actually increasing the fleet, that's why there's additional funds here.
Leader of the Opposition.
Okay, so is my understanding then that these 4 new ambulances will be purchased by the province, but will be given to them. Is that correct?
I'm guessing that we will actually give them the funding to purchase it, and so they would purchase and own them.
Leader of the Opposition.
So we hear a lot about response times to ambulance service. I brought it up in the House multiple times. Being from one of the extremities from Charlottetown, ambulance response times can be a huge, not can be, it is a huge issue, in particular with the CEC closure at Western and the ER sporadically being open. Is there any, so within the contract, do they have to meet certain obligations, meaning do they have to have an ambulance in certain regions at all times? And if they don't meet those, what reprimands are there?
The contract that we're currently working under, which goes to March 31st, 2024, was actually initially negotiated back in 2009. And so my guess is they probably didn't have those KPIs in the original contract. So those are definitely things that we are looking at putting in or negotiating with our new agreement.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I understand that much of the issue or the problem with not having ambulances, all ambulances on the road or available is due to a few factors, but one is understaffing. So do you know what the situation is right now with their contract for staffing?
Yeah, yes, actually, this was brought up in the House, so I do have the information. Our updated staffing numbers at Island EMS, we have 92 full-time, 38 part-time, 40 casuals, and since June of 2022, we have hired 23 new hires, and we have brought 5 back for a total of 28. So I think back to, you know, and we should see hopefully more increased enrollment with the paramedic supports in the program. So I think we're moving in the right direction from a staffing perspective.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. So what would be the full capacity complement of staff?
Well, currently we have 38 part-timers and 40 casuals, so obviously that's a very, depending on how much that group works, I think that, because they're, the casuals would only work so much, they pick up shifts. Our honorable member from Surrey MI could probably talk more about it, but it's the way they participate in shifts that would dictate that number. But it is a great question of how many more we do need.
2 more questions, leader of the opposition. I can put you back on the list.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm just going to ask that question again. So how many more are needed to have a full complement?
I can try to take that back to you. We can reach out to Island EMS and see if they can tell us what a full complement consists of.
Yes, I would appreciate.
Leader of the opposition, one more question.
Sure. So look here. So with I just had the question here. Where did it go? Salaries. On here, there's a bit of an increase. That's just your typical
Actually,
steps, or-
no, it is, part of it is, but we actually hired a temporary staff to help us with the negotiations.
Thank you, leader of the opposition. Charlottetown Victoria Park.
I just want to jump off a question that the leader of the opposition asked. So the 4 new ambulance, is it common practice to buy vehicles for private companies?
In this particular situation, I would say yes, because we're asking them to increase the service. So we pay them to do a job, now we want them to do more, so we're giving them the resources to do more.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair.
It would either be us giving them the money to buy them, or them increasing their annual amount that they charge us. One way or the other, we pay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And there's nothing budgeted for ambulance inspection this coming year. I'm wondering if you can tell us what.
That's just an operational cost.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
So there are inspections?
Yes, oh yes, we do. Originally, I believe it was semi-annual, but I think we have started doing them, they still have to be done at least semi-annual, but I think we're doing them a little bit more frequently.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering about the status of the Medivie service agreement. Has that been?
The ground ambulance services agreement?
Yeah.
So the contract has been extended to March 31st, 2024, and we are hoping to start negotiations on that contract in the near future.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. So had that been renewed before status quo without negotiation?
The way the original contract was designed is there were numerous extensions. So it had been extended 3 or 4 times, which brought us up originally to March of 2022. And then we weren't in the position to, we didn't have the RFP and such ready to go or such, so we extended to 23 and then again to 2024. So there was 2 additional extensions for 2 years beyond the original completion term.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, we've been hearing a lot about understaffed ambulance services. I'm wondering if there's any penalties to Medivie for this, and how much, are there penalties to Medivie for that?
Where did I have that question, Chair?
Sorry, that question's already been asked.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
So there's an increase in ambulance services for next year. Where will that money go?
I actually already went through that on a detailed basis.
Okay.
Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't.
I can put you on the list. I can move on.
No, I'm good. I did hear the answer. I just didn't connect the two. Again, it's late. Talked about that already. So the budget for 811 is decreasing by $300,000. Is the service not being used as much as you had planned?
No, 811, the budget was $900,000 last year, and we have a budget of, it was $892,200, and we have a budget of $910 this year.
Charlottetown Victoria Park, 2 more questions, and I can put you back on the list.
Okay.
You have 2 more questions, and you can go back on the list.
Sorry, I thought you said you were putting me back on the list now. So can you tell us, it looks as though the salaries increased by 1 position. Can you tell us what that position is?
Do I have to do it again? We hired a temporary.
So honorable member, that question has been asked already, so the last 3 questions, I think you may have stepped out for a second, perhaps.
No, I
but-
didn't. I've been sitting
So
right
the
here.
questions have been asked already. I'm going to go on to Charlottetown West Royalty, and I can put you on the bottom of the list. Charlottetown West Royalty?
Thank you, Chair. We just said that the 811 teleservices were, last year was 800,000 and now it's 910, but
The budget was $892, and we forecasted $750, and the budget for this year, for 23-24 is $910.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
in the handouts we have, it's 1.220965, so.
Okay, let me just take a look.
Remember was
There
right, I
may
think.
be a mistake in the handouts. Let's see.
May I ask Charlottetown West Royalty what page
Oh,
that
yes,
is on?
no, I know exactly what that is. When we forecasted $750,000. We actually did end up spending $1.2 million. Because the forecast was developed back in February, before we had gotten our final reconciliation total. So again, we did our budget back in January based on what we thought the amount was. So that's why it changed.
Charlottetown West Royalty? Charlottetown West Royalty?
Thank you, Chair, appreciate it. I was just checking to see that this was the chair, or the member from Charlottetown. Victoria Park started asking questions, so I just wanted to see if she wanted to follow up on that. So, on this section, organ and tissue donation and transplantation is very important. I've done a lot of research on that. Can you tell me how much we have allocated for organ and tissue donation, and has the salaries increased, or are we still sitting at the same numbers?
So the department has 1 staff member who's working on that. And then our budget is primarily for stipends for those people, as well as for advertising and promotion. And that has not changed from year over year. Any of the actual donations, would it be with Health PEI?
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Do you think that closing down 40% of ICU beds in Prince Edward Island helped organ and tissue donation or hurt it?
Honorable member, how does that question specifically tie into the budget of organ and tissue donation?
Well, we have one staff member, a growing population. It relates because if we had more ICU beds, we'd be able to actually use the service, because you have the equipment available to use that, and this is no laughing matter.
But this wouldn't be reflective in our budget, because we are the coordination of such, as well as the stipends. And even if we had more ICU beds, our stipends probably wouldn't change significantly
Charlottetown West Royalty?
for our budget.
So what are we doing? How much more money went into promoting organ and tissue donation last year?
We actually added in the 22-23 budget $25,000 to that. And so we did not add additional funds in 23-24, but we are still utilizing those items. And I believe that you were part of the work that we were doing on this and coming up with a plan. And so there was recently a long-term plan determined we'll need a long-term plan. There was 8 recommendations on improving organ and tissue donation on PEI through stakeholder engagement. And there's been an action plan developed to implement the to the recommendations.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
Can you share, and I want to compliment the former minister. We've met on this, and he was very generous with his time, and he showed very good interest in this. And can we commit, Minister, to just sharing the data from that, what we have now? And I met with your department; they were excellent. But there's barriers to this file, and PEI is falling behind on the. It's hard to find the proper wording for this, but our islanders we receive more organs than we're able to participate because of various issues, and I want to make sure that islanders know this and that they become an organ and tissue donator, and I'll keep pressing on this. But Minister, will you commit to just meeting with me again and keeping this conversation alive?
Absolutely. Again, we're acting on those eight recommendations. You know, as we speak, and one of them actually includes MAID as well, which is that process too, which is new to the donation world.
Charlottetown West Royalty?
And Minister, I brought up a piece of legislation that's set on the floor. It's called presumed consent. Nova Scotia does a presumed consent model. I don't know if I want Prince Edward Island to be ready for it, but giving the difficulties of our healthcare system at the moment, I don't know if we are. So I have to be reserved to ask for you to look at this. We might not be ready as a province to do our full share, but we have to keep educating Islanders, because this is life and death. So I appreciate that, and I'll continue to advocate. Thank you for the former minister. Thank you to the minister and the staff in this great department. So this section. Thank you.
Thank you, West Royalty. Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if your government has any plans to launch the Code Critical program similar to what Nova Scotia has launched.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the program is. It may be part of negotiations. At this point in time, I'm not sure.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
I think it's a great program. I would advocate that we have something like that so that Islanders can make informed decisions when it comes to their health. So looking at the grants, I'm wondering if you can, and if this question was asked, I might get violent here. Can you walk us through the grants that were given to Island EMS?
I can, and no, it has not.
Yay. Success.
Page 5. No, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Ours is on page 12.
Okay.
Okay, so we give Island EMS grants or subsidies in addition to their operating costs. And so those would be for the PICS radio system, which is the same radio system which is used by other first responders. We give them funding for CPR and ACLS, Advanced Care something or other, to keep up their training for that. Provincial Medical First Responder, we give them funding for that. Funding for their dispatch and IT systems. And those would be the other grants specifically to Island EMS for ground ambulance services.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
Thank you, Chair. What ground medical transports were provided by EMA&B Incorporated?
I will have to get back on that one. I don't know.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
And so under education bursaries, can you tell us what that will cover?
That is funding that we give primarily to people to get them to take their advanced care paramedics Because right now, they get their paramedic, their PCP, their primary care one, and we want them to go forward, so we give them funding to move forward with that.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
And I think this is my last question. What is the collaboration initiative with the BC Minister of Finance?
I'm guessing it's an FPT. Yeah. Usually if you see small, relatively small amounts like that, they're FPT agreements.
Charlottetown Victoria Park?
I'm good.
Shall the section carry? Leader of the Opposition?
It was mentioned a few times in here, but, so it's a great program. Individuals can call there at any time, and there's usually a nurse, or supposed to be a nurse, at the other end. It's administered by Emergency Medical Care, which is a subsidiary of Menavie. What's the uptake on that? I guess what I say, is it trending? What's the trend on it?
The trend, as you can tell by the forecast, we obviously had more calls this year than what we had anticipated. So we saw a huge spike during COVID, and then it went down, but never to pre-COVID levels. But this year, it did go back up, which is kind of why, after our contract base, we start paying by phone calls. So it is definitely trending upwards.
Leader of the Opposition?
And what's the reason?
Thank you. I'll get back to you on that one.
What's the reasons? Yeah, I mean, well, from an analytics perspective, it's over 21,000 calls last year. Up from 18,000.
Leader of the Opposition?
I just ask that because is it due to maybe more education, more people being aware of it, or is it due to more people trying to access some kind of primary care? So they're using the 811 to try to, with some of the medical issues they have, to try to get some kind of direction, let's say. So in that contract, there is required a registered nurse to be available 24 hours a day. Is there any issues with having, or any staffing issues?
Not that I'm aware of.
Leader of the Opposition?
I just asked that because on their website, I think sometimes they're asking anybody that's interested in nursing, interested in the job with them to apply for it. So I thought there might be some vacancies or some issues there with staffing.
I do not know.
Leader of the
Not
Opposition?
that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'm fine.
Leader of the Third Party?
Go back to some of the things we were discussing earlier about the purchase of the ambulances, and you said either way we will end up paying for this. I just want to dig down a bit on that, because typically when you contract services from a third party and they are paid for the service they provide, they are responsible for capital costs, and then they pass that on through their service agreement. So can you explain again why we are purchasing a capital cost and then on top of that, we're paying for the service from that provider?
So we are paying the capital cost outright. The alternative to that would be when we are negotiating the new agreement, the amount would be higher. And
Right.
so hopefully right now, because we're purchasing it, the amount that's in the agreement would not be as high as it would be as if they were trying to amortize the purchase of 4 new ambulances.
Financing costs.
Basically, we're financing them for them upfront.
Leader of the Third Party?
Yeah, it was the hopefully that jumped out at me
Yeah.
there, that, what's the cost of a new ambulance?
If you do straight math, it looks like 500,000, but I think it's more than that.
I'm thinking it's more than that. To be quite honest, I'm guessing that we will not be able to buy 4 ambulances for $2 million. So it might be, we get a couple this year. Plus, when you're ordering them, they take a while, so it may end up being that it's $2 million this year and $2 million next year. I don't really know.
Leader of the Third Party?
Okay.
That will be worked out.
And those ambulances will become the property of EMS on delivery?
That's my understanding, yes.
Leader of the Third Party?
Okay. Can you give us some idea of, well, okay, I need to, how many ambulances are there operating on PEI at the moment? They're all EMS ambulances.
There are currently 16 at peak during the day. 14 ambulances and 4 transfer units. That should be 18 units. Yeah, so 14 ambulances and 4 transfer units, so 18 units.
18
Leader
in
of the third
total.
party?
18 in total. So we're increasing their fleet by almost 25%. What do we pay them a year for their services?
The contract for 22-23 was $12 million.
Right, $12 million. So this year, we will give them 4 ambulances worth somewhere between $2 and $4 million. It strikes me that the price would have to go up by $4 million in order for us to break even
Not
on
annually.
this.
So yes, but it depends on how long the contract is
But we,
and what how much they would charge us for it. I don't know.
Leader of the third party?
was any work done to figure that out, whether we should have, whether it would have been better for the taxpayers of Prince Edward Island to pay the extra amount to Medavie and not purchase the ambulances outright?
I did not do any work on that.
Leader of the third party?
Did anybody?
Not that I'm aware of.
Leader of the third party?
I find that quite shocking. Not you personally, but that nobody did a cost-benefit analysis of whether the capital costs of 4 ambulances that we're giving to a provider that has a monopoly on Prince Edward Island, that we didn't do any due diligence on what the options were. Whew. Okay. Chair?
Yeah, leader of the third party, just hold the floor.
So this company does have a monopoly here on Prince Edward Island. Has there been any discussion within your department on bringing the ambulance service inside the public system?
Not in the 2 months that I've been there, no, there has not been any discussion about bringing it in-house.
Leader of the third party?
Okay. What's the life expectancy of an ambulance?
I do not know.
Leader of the third party?
Okay. I think I'm okay for this section, Chair. I'm not okay, but I'm out of questions for this section.
Thank you. Shall the section carry? Community health programs. Appropriations provided to support community health policies and programs, including, not limited to, primary care, chronic disease management, public health, women and gender diverse health, and fertility supports. Administration, $44,000. Equipment, $13,000. Materials, supplies, and services, $241,500. Professional services, $263,000. Salaries, $1,286,400. Travel and training, $15,500. Grants, $5,222,300. Total community health programs, $7,085,700. Leader of the opposition.
Start off with the Tignish Health Cooperative Association, that grant, and I'm going to take this opportunity to once again thank the Premier for coming to Tignish, to meeting with the board, and for giving them this grant, because they need it. I've said it many times in this house, they've been in existence since the early 70s. It's been a cooperative. We've had many individuals selling fudge for years, just trying to raise funds to operate the facility. So this really takes a lot of pressure off the volunteers and off the management of the healthcare center with this operating grant. So we do appreciate it. My question in this part is, and I asked it last week in here, was what part does the Tignish Cooperative Health Center play in your delivery of healthcare? And I asked if it was a patient medical home or is it just part of the neighborhood, and I didn't get an answer on that.
No, and I apologize for that. So again, I think the only requirement that I was told after your questions was that we require a doctor to staff it, and it is ideally set up to be a medical home, to deliver the care in the patient medical home.
Leader of the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. So it's set up to be a patient medical home. Does it have that designation?
It requires a physician or a nurse practitioner, is my understanding, in order to operate as such.
Leader of the Opposition.
So it is set up, Health PI has part of the building rented out for a physician, nurse practitioner, and what have you. So there is supposed to be, I guess, an attachment there of a physician. So again, I'm going to ask, so that there is, it's set up, Health PI has a setup for a physician's office to be there, and also for a nurse practitioner and other supporting staff. So is it designated as a patient medical home?
My understanding is that it requires a physician or a nurse practitioner to be in it to manage care as a medical home. That's my understanding when I ask the question.
Leader of the Opposition.
So that's obviously we can fill that requirement. I think it would be a great place for one.
So I'm having difficulty understanding that because they've had so much difficulty recruiting the doctor there for the past number of years. They've had a doctor for 40 years. They had another doctor for 10 years.
The hour's been called. Before we do call the hour, we do want to say a big thank you to Melanie Watson and Malcolm Orford, our 2 pages today. And of course, our legislative staff and the media that stuck around as well. So thank you all.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and that the Chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Shall I carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of a Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration the grant to supply His Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall I carry? Honourable members, the hour has been called. The member from Kingston and Malpeque and Honourable House Leader, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by Rustico Emerald, that this House do adjourn until Thursday, June 15th at 1
Later today.
at 1 p.m. Throwing me off. I'm looking already June 15th there. So. At 1 o'clock p.m.
Shall I carry?
Carry.
Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.